from top to bottom. In addition to our 2 world title fights, we have the veteran Daniel Weichel meeting unbeaten Timur Hizriev, who is coming into this fight on late notice but says, I am always ready to step in the cage. Heavyweight Tyrell Fortune meets local star Daniel the Predator James, boasting a combined 17 knockouts between them. Do not blink in this one because you may miss it. And a welterweight showdown with strong potential to shake up the rankings here. To properly introduce, though, our first fight of the night, here's Michael C. Williams. Crazy pale. I want you guys to know I went home and put on face tanner, and I'm still deathly pale. I look like I'm ill. There is more fight action to come from Bellator.
His professional debut.
65.8, and he's cutting weight, so he's walking in here a whole lot heavier to 246. We'll see if that weight makes a big difference.
Big John McCarthy and yours truly, Mauro Ranallo, set to call the action cage side with the official introductions. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome as Bellator MMA returns to Chicago tonight from Wintrust Arena. We get the Bellator 288 prelims underway now with 3 5-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 5'10", weighing in 246 pounds even. His professional record 2-4. He fights out of Ottumwa, Iowa, presenting Corey the Monster Mogenberg. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner at 6 foot, weighing in 265.8 pounds, making his professional debut. He fights out of San Francisco, California, Vladimir Blanca Gouveia. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Mike Cimarusti.
The birthday boy from yesterday, Vladimir Gouveia, hoping to blow away Corey Mogenberg faster than the candles on a birthday cake, while Corey Mogenberg, he hopes to be Mo Problems for the guy making his professional debut. Bell in round 1, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds in the heavyweight division, and they waste little time in chucking leather. Mogenberg attacking the legs of Gouveia. Gouveia whipping a body kick into the midsection of Mogenberg.
Gouveia getting a little bit cocky there, sticking his chin out already. He's felt the power of Mogenberg. He's not impressed, getting a little wild.
And a little wild with the swinging punches, but that left hand connected on Mogenberg's beard. Mogenberg has proven to be durable again, looking to earn his first victory in Bellator after losing to Bailey Schoenfelder back at Bellator 265 in August of last year. Looking to bounce back from his 4th loss in this opportunity here in Chicago tonight against a guy who was under the bright lights for the first time.
He is under the bright lights, and that's a huge element when you're looking at this. Doesn't matter who you train with, how much you've done. When you get under the lights and it's just you and that other guy in the cage, there's a whole lot of butterflies going, a lot of nerves, and that can have an effect.
Lucky for Gouveia, he gets to train with some of the best in the world at AKA in San Jose, California.
Gouveia needs to stop winging shots from the side so much, a little bit more with being straight coming down the pipe.
It looked like Mogenberg was going to don the cape and attempt a Superman punch. Instead, eats the jab from Gouveia. Mogenberg going downstairs with a calf kick, and while it's not always technical, there's a nice sharp technical jab and a winging right-handed Gouveia going primetime Vanderlei Silva. Mogenberg, those wide shots, they leave a big opening, but he's been able to put it on Mogenberg here in the opening round.
But you saw how effective when he shot that straight jab down the middle. It touched Mogenberg, and that's what he needs to do. Set up that right hand by using that jab.
You build your foundation with the jab takedown by Gouveia. Mogenberg controlling the posture of Gouveia. Gouveia has experience as a BJJ brown belt, competed in several jiu-jitsu competitions in Brazil. And goes for the crucifix.
Already in the crucifix position. You see how easily he moved there, and that is going to be a lot of weight for Mogenberg to have to try to get off of him right now. And you see him turning towards a north-south position. Arm kind of stuck in the legs. There's a little bit of a squeeze. He'll be able to move that out. But right now, Mogenberg's got a big, heavy man on top of him that can do a lot of damage with short strikes like elbows.
Gouveia in side control, working his jiu-jitsu under the guidance of one of the gurus of the Gracie family, Health Gracie. And again, working with the likes of trainer extraordinaire Javier Mendez. And now in the half guard of Mogenberg, posture, and now piston-like left hands to the face of Mogenberg. Gouveia looking to light up Mogenberg with the ground and pound.
You saw that posture. As soon as he got that posture, that's when he was effective with those strikes. You're able to utilize all of that space to gain power, but it does give your opponent the ability to move.
Gouveia landing at a 2-to-1 clip compared to Mogenberg, who forced to work from his back and forced to eat more leather from Gouveia. Gouveia said he wanted fans to be excited to watch heavyweights go at it, and here in his professional debut, he is definitely working his ground game and that striking game as well.
Gouveia did a really nice job of passing that half guard, getting into the side control. He can put knee on belly here. There's a lot of things that he can do. There he goes, knee on belly.
On cue.
And right to the back, and that's why you do the knee on belly. Especially when you're a big man, it is not a comfortable position.
It's almost like you watch tape and break down fights and actually know the sport of mixed martial arts, John. It's amazing, sir.
Every now and then I get lucky.
Fantastic stuff. And speaking of fantastic, John, we're watching the heavyweights go at it here. How about the announcement on February 4th, Bellator MMA going to CBS for the first time. Heavyweight rematch between the champion Ryan Bader against the fabled Fedor as Gouveia looks for a submission.
Yeah, he was looking towards that Kimura, but Fedor against Bader. That's a rematch. And look, Fedor says, hey, he beat me the first time, but man, trust me, it's not going to happen the same way the next, and I can't wait to watch that fight.
So excited to have Major League MMA back on CBS. Remember being a part of the original broadcast, Elite XC, of course, on CBS and Showtime, and now Bellator MMA on Showtime, as it is Showtime for Wilson, or make that Vladimir Gouveia, who treated Corey Mogenberg like the, Wilson Volleyball was treated in that Tom Hanks movie. As we go to round two, on a good start for Gouveia, just celebrated his 30th birthday. A lot of nervous energy coursing through the veins.
And it's expected. This is your first time, man. You want to do so well, and you want it to be fast, but you need to take your time, and you need to break someone down, and that's what he started doing at the end.
And there is Health Gracie,
that's right,
who's going to probably tell him to do the exact same thing you're saying.
He's going to tell him, you see how the fight went once you took it to the ground. That knee on belly worked well. Let's go right back to it. And when we talked about the straight shots, those are the ones that really worked well for Gouveia as he was getting in. He went a lot of winging big heavy shots this side like we're seeing right there. Now that's going to leave your chin out there also. So if Mogenberg can catch him in the middle of one of those transitions of throwing those shots, he can touch his chin and put him down.
He's got to be careful not to break his wrist as well, throwing punches like that and hitting those tiny bones there. But make no bones about it, Vladimir Gouveia feeling the first round of this fight. They touch gloves and then resume hostilities here in the second stanza. Mogenberg serving as the first opponent of Gouveia's career. Gouveia, confidence is not an issue.
No, confidence is an issue, but the one thing that we saw out of Mogenberg when he fought Bailey Schoenfelder is he's durable. He will take some punishment.
He just took some there.
And not every fighter can sit there and be the nail for a while and come back. We've seen that Mogenberg will do that. He'll take some shots, but he'll come fighting back, and being able to get up off of the ground, this is a good thing for him.
It's Vladimir Govea mixing up his offense, resetting, does not respect the power of Mogenberg. Hands a little low, but continues to land lefts and has had a good left hook that has landed, while Mogenberg continues to try to chop away at the lead leg, and may have just done so because Govea switched stances.
Yeah, you can see right away, you know, that it looks like it's nothing, but it adds up. All of a sudden, when he switched stances, it's telling you, well, it's being effective.
Yep. Paralyze either, what is it, the perennial nerve? The
Perennial nerve, rolling down.
There's again that lead left hook by Govea that connects. Mogenberg backs up.
Govea needs to stop throwing ones, though.
And there's that catapult right hand, the overhand right connects, and there's a 1-2 from Govea, now picking up pressure and pace.
Mogenberg having a little bit of a problem there. That right hand connected well.
So does that left consistently. Clips Mogenberg, and Vladimir Govea punches in bunches, and the referee steps in. Happy birthday, Vladimir Govea. Welcome to Bellator MMA. And what a professional debut, gets the stoppage just like he wanted to.
He did get the stoppage, and it was nice to see him when he saw that he had hurt Mogenberg. He went after him a little bit wild, kind of crushed the space, but this is all things that happens when you have a guy, this is his first professional fight. It is not easy, and he went in there and he fought really well. Big looping overhand, and just like you're saying, he's hitting that to the side. That is how you can break your hand. But some of these were really effective and landed and hurt Mogenberg. That you could tell, he felt it. Beautiful left hand straight, but then he starts giving the clubs a little bit. That's not a whole lot of good stuff. The knee is looking much better, but then he goes and he gets the finish from the referee saying that's enough.
Another AKA fighter making that all-star crew proud as Vladimir Govea, hey, dips his toes in the deepest end of the sport. Not many get to say they make their professional debuts on the big stage, but that's exactly what Vladimir Govea has done, and he makes it memorable, moving to 1-0 with a TKO. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 1 minute 46 seconds into round number 2. The winner by TKO, now an undefeated professional, Vladimir Blanca Govea.
Victorious in his professional debut, Vladimir Govea begins what he hopes will be a long and fruitful journey inside the Bellator MMA cage. It is time to welcome the crew at the fight desk. Hello, Amanda Guerra. Hello, Josh Thompson.
Hello, Mauro Ranallo. Yes, we've been waiting up here. It is going to be a great night. Amanda Guerra, two-time world champ, Josh Thompson, Bellator 288. We're sold out tonight, Joshua.
It's going to be packed in here. It's filling in right now. It's filling in very quickly, and I'm excited for it tonight.
We're trying to maintain our energy, but it's a little bit difficult. All right, here's what we've got coming up tonight. We're going to talk to you about our main event, the finale of the Light Heavyweight World Grand Prix. Now, things almost came to a conclusion back in April between Corey Anderson and Vadim Nemkov, but the fight then ruled no contest because of an accidental headbutt. Vadim Nemkov had a very nasty cut above his eye. Josh, both you and I agree it was the right call at the time to call it. Corey Anderson, up until that point, was winning that fight. Vadim Nemkov has made a lot more changes. He wasn't used to this American style of wrestling. He actually moved down to Florida. Nice weather there, really nice,
you speak from
to
experience.
Get ready for this fight. What do you think about this main event, take 2?
I think that Corey Anderson's going to try to pick up where he left off, and I think Vadim Nemkov's going to try to start this fight over from the beginning with new stuff. He wants to come out there and show that the first fight wasn't going his way, but he's made some changes to fix those problems that he had in the first fight. Corey Anderson is going to come out there and continue where he left off, but he's going to also have to be very mindful that he doesn't go out there thinking it's going to be just as easy to get those takedowns as it was in the first fight.
Both of these guys actually made big moves to get ready for this fight. We had Vadim Nemkov move to Florida, work with American Top Team. Corey Anderson moved from the Northeast all the way to the Midwest. Right around this area is from here. He's got a big crowd. He says if you're not going to see him in the cage, he's out hunting in the woods. But we can expect a spectacular performance. Let's keep going with these prelims, Mauro.
A lot of hunters in the cage tonight searching for those important victories, just like our next matchup, featherweight division. Isaiah Hokit, fresh off his first victory as a professional, meets Matthias Nader, who makes his Bellator debut sporting a perfect record of 3-0, all 3 fights ending inside the distance.
This is Isaiah Hokit. We know what kind of wrestling background he has. He was an outstanding collegiate wrestler. First fight, came out, put his chin out there and got knocked out. Then he decided, oh, I'm going to go back to what I do. He looked fantastic controlling the fight. He is very good if he gets to the top position. It's going to be tough to beat if that happens. Simply put, you take a look at this featherweight matchup, 1-1 against 3-0. Both guys very young in their MMA career, but both with a ton of talent.
Very young, very hungry. Let's get the official introductions from Michael C. Williams.
For those joining us tonight on the live stream on YouTube at both channels, Showtime Sports and Bellator MMA, we welcome you to Chicago as we get set now to go 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing the blue corner. At 5'7", weighing in 144 pounds even, his professional record undefeated at 3-0 from Guayaquil, Ecuador. He fights out of Wisconsin Dells, Wisconsin, presenting Matthias Babyface Nader. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in 145.4 pounds as a professional. Early on, he stands at 1-1 out of Clovis, California. He fights out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Isaiah Hokit. And once again, the referee in charge, Mike Cimarusti.
26-year-old Isaiah Hokit, representing the vaunted Jackson Wink MMA Academy in Albuquerque. Matthias Nader seeks his 4th consecutive first-round finish. Inside kick and immediately Nader moving forward. Nice counter left hand from the southpaw. Hokit on the jaw.
Yeah, you're going to see Hokit trying to put a lot of pressure. He believes that pressure is going to be the key against Nader, based upon Nader's very strong, he's explosive, but he does not do anything halfway, and that's going to gas him out.
Smart pressure, smart pressure, smart pressure. Smart pressure. The words from the Jackson Wink MMA Academy. Level change by Hokit and secures the takedown.
And that's exactly what they were looking for. Smart pressure, meaning keep him busy, make him work, and then when you can take him down, do it. But we've seen that Nader, in his last fight, had a beautiful triangle choke submission against Rob Pinnacle. He's going for that same technique right now. If you're Hokit, you want both arms in, which he does have, even though it looks like he's trying to extend that one. It's not in a position where he's going to get that arm bar. But it did at least put it in a position where Nader was able to get back to his feet based upon that attack.
And it might also make Hokit, who has a great wrestling background at Drexel and Fresno State, to reconsider the takedowns, considering what he's met with so far from the debuting fighter Nader.
You know, and in talking with his coach, Greg Jackson, they're going to use that takedown as a tool, and they're going to do it multiple times. He will take him down, and he will get back up, he said. He goes, we want to make this guy work. We want him to have those mat returns. We want him to think that he's going to get comfortable, and all of a sudden that pressure's back, and he's just going to start getting exhausted.
Hokit showcasing a diverse striking attack, some great hand speed, good punch placement, putting punches together in combination. Now Nader in the southpaw stance throws a kick off balance.
Nice return. You see those counterattacks by Hokit. Those are very clean. He's moving his head just a little bit off the center line as Nader comes at him and then returns. Clean counter strike right there.
And Hokit looking for an elbow. Stepping into the elbow attempt, and Nader feeling the pressure of the southpaw Isaiah Hokit. Nader's kick was caught, and then Hokit sweeps the right hand across the jawline of Nader. So Hokit dictating the terms of the fight. and putting the pressure, the effective aggression on Matias Nader.
He's doing a great job. You know, again, this is his third professional fight. Here he goes again, back to that takedown like we were talking about.
Use the strikes to set up the level change, high IQ.
Absolutely, and this is what he's been learning while he's been at Jackson Wink, and that's why he went there. It's all about, it doesn't matter if you had that background in wrestling, you've got to learn the theory of fighting.
One of his main trainers or training partners at Jackson Wink has been Aaron Pico. You have an update on his health status.
Yeah, it was Aaron Pico until Aaron ended up having to have shoulder surgery. He had extensive shoulder surgery based upon that dislocation when he fought Jeremy Kennedy, but they say it all went well and he will be back probably within 6 to 8 months.
We wish Aaron Pico a speedy recovery. I'm sure he's enjoying Isaiah Hokett's handiwork thus far. As Nader, though, snatching a hand, looking for the submission underneath again. Hockett stacking them along the fence just past the midway, or make that 90 seconds left in the first. Almost thought I was back in a boxing broadcast there. It would have been the midway point of a 3-minute round. That won't be until December 17th next.
But again, you've already seen 2 takedowns. You've seen Hockett be able to control the position. When you see Nader bringing up, especially in that last sequence, looking for that change of position to get the submission, he was not in a place that submission was going to work, and he took a lot of shots from Hockett. We had an eye poke, and that's the reason we have that stoppage. And you can see Nader stick those fingers out. They rub the eye there of Hockett.
Watch your fingers,
absolutely.
All right? Bite.
Matias Nader from Ecuador, but now fighting out of Wisconsin. And coming up on the final 60 seconds of the first round, and Hockett able to drop Nader with that kick.
And that's just catching him off balance. It wasn't it was that hard of a kick, but he had the timing of that kick, and when he did it, right back into the wrestling situation. And this is when you're starting to drown, Morrow. This is not an easy thing for Nader because he's not getting through in the stand-up. He's taking shots. The takedowns he can't stop. The best he's been able to do is off his back throw up those submissions.
With 30 seconds left in the opening round, Hockett has secured 3 takedowns, 3 for 3 in that department, and continues to wear down the debuting Matias Nader with 20 seconds now left in the first frame. And Hockett goes to the body, then quickly upstairs, putting together right hands to the side of Nader's head, trying to posture, but content in riding this good opening round out for Isaiah Hockett.
Round. Okay, so let's get some big, deep breaths. Big, deeper breaths. One more like that, please. All right, great round. Hold this. Now, stay disciplined. He's starting to break. You can see he didn't get up real effectively on that last one. So stay disciplined. Keep doing what you're doing. Listen, he's going to try to come and retake the fight because that round was yours. So be smart about it. Angle out when you need to. Joey.
Hey, when you go to guard, stop putting your hand to the mat because that's where he's instantly overhooking you. Just go right to bicep.
Ele está livre. Ataca la pata delantera para que no chute. Ok? Escucha la pata delantera dele.
First Bellator MMA event to emanate from Wintrust Arena here in the Windy City of Chicago. Isaiah Hockett, Matias Nader begin round number 2 of their scheduled 3-round featherweight contest. And for Hockett, begins to, again, put the pressure on, deliver, but Nader trying to be more aggressive coming forward. And as always, sage advice from Greg Jackson in the corner as he gets clipped. Does Nader by Hockett.
Well, the reason Nader's getting clipped is if you watch as he's coming in, he's starting to duck his head down. You cannot take your eyes off your opponent. That is not going to keep you from being hit. You've got to be able to look and see what your opponent's throwing at you. And right now, Hockett is just starting to take this fight over. I think his coach and Greg Jackson is saying exactly the right thing. And again, you see it. The wrestling background takes him down, has the top position, but will get up, He doesn't care. He wants to use that as a way to break him.
Opening minute of the second round, and Johnny told us that in this fight he wanted to show everyone he's a well-rounded fighter, not just a wrestler. Well, he's definitely proving that thus far.
And you can see, just take a look at the body language right now of Nader. He has taken a lot of heavy shots. See how he's just backing off there.
There's a body kick by Nader, who is in trouble here as
he's now in that survival mode. He's not even thinking about trying to win this fight now. It's about, how do I survive what's happening?
It's Hogan strafing the body of Nader, now simply target practice.
And Hogan needs to figure that out.
Nader desperately looking for the takedown.
Hogan needs to figure out, I've broken him, so let me put him away. Don't just sit there and play with him. Put him away now.
And that's exactly why he wanted him back on his feet. Head kick, right hand. It is simply target practice for Isaiah Hogan, who is humbling Matthias Nader in Nader's Bellator debut. And how much more can Nader absorb?
Yeah, he's not going to be able to take much more. Right now, he's just trying to hold that leg. It's not going to do anything. Hogan makes him get back to his feet. He's been punishing him on the feet right now, Nader.
Oh, nice uppercut. Lead right uppercut by Hogan on Nader. And Nader struggling to just stay standing. And yet there's a right hand that lands.
Volume, Isaiah. Volume, Isaiah.
Man, talk about a one-sided advantage.
Take a look at that. 33 of 62 for Hogan. 3 of 11 for Nader. So what it's telling is Hogan doesn't have anything come his way, so this is nothing more than a sparring match.
And anytime you're landing 50% or over, it's a very good...
This referee needs to stop this fight because this guy is not competitive right now. When he's starting to hide in the fight, that's not...
Nader has his back, puts the hook in. Nader desperately trying to turn things around.
Hand fight, Isaiah.
Waistlock by Nader. Trying to buy himself some time, John. I agree with what you were saying, and here we are now with Nader not in a position to really do much more than survive.
This is good for Nader in the fact that even though he's going to lose this position, just like he just did, he wasn't absorbing any damage, but now he's back to absorbing damage.
Hammer fists, left hands, knees. Finish Isaiah. The call from the corner, and he is very much on the verge of finishing a gutsy,
the referee should be stopping the fight.
Overmatched Matthias Nader. Right knee, Nader doubled over.
It's a punching bag right now. This isn't fighting. There you go.
Stay here,
About time.
Isaiah Hogan improves to 2-1 as a pro, and here in Bellator MMA with a dominant display against an outgunned Matthias Nader.
Beautiful display of what he's been doing with Jackson Wink, learning how to be a fighter, utilizing all those skills, his hands, the wrestling, being a guy that's pushing the pace and using his cardio. Everything he did was great.
I know different styles, but shades of Usman Nurmagomedov in terms of the way he mixes up his kicks in the attack, and these young fighters who are putting together their creative flows.
Yeah, and you see right here, Hogan, that beautiful low kick, goes out to the stand-up, and at this point, Nader is nothing more than he's a punching bag. He's just trying to survive in this. It was about time the referee stopped that. I thought that was a late stoppage. He should have done it long before.
And in no way do I want to compare a youngster who's just starting his career to another youngster who's on the verge of perhaps winning the Bellator lightweight title. But still, what I like to see is the fact that we're seeing different kicks delivered in transition, being chained together at such a young age. The instincts are there, John.
He's learning how to be a professional MMA fighter, and he's showing his progression. And when he went back to the corner after the first round, you saw a guy that put a lot of energy out in the cage and zero as far as he was not breathing hard, he was fresh, he was ready to go.
Joey Villasenor, taking a page out of my playbook, I see now. The bespectacled Joey Villasenor had a chance to call his fight against Robbie Lawler in pride, a veteran of the sport, now a great coach. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes to an end officially. 3 minutes, 48 seconds. Round number 2, the winner by TKO, Isaiah Hokit.
Isaiah Hokit, second straight victory, second straight finish. Let's go back to Amanda Guerra. Nice photo up there with Greg Jackson and Joey Villasenor, AG.
Yeah, we're always a photo op here, Mauro. We're always a photo op up here. I keep waiting for Josh to take a picture. And he's always on his phone, and I'm like, I'm ready. Not getting that yet. Anyway, look, here's the thing. We talked to you guys about our main event tonight. We have 2 championship fights on our main card tonight. We're going to talk about our co-main event in legendary family versus legendary family. We have Patricky Pitbull going up against Usman Nurmagomedov. Look, it's really cool. Patricky Pitbull and Patricio, both world champs right now. Usman could be a world champ alongside his cousin, Habib. That would be fun as well. Maybe not as cool as being brothers here. A 36-year-old versus a 20-year-old. You got a lot of experience going against a lot of youth. We're going to see their weigh-in here. There's a big height difference as well. What do you think about these 2 fighters heading to this one?
It really is going to come down to the game plans. Now, we're talking with Usman. He's going to want to use his reach and his range in terms of his long side kicks, head kicks, keep Patricky's hands loyal to his head. Basically making him more of a defensive fighter and then having to rely on him to be a counter striker, which Usman believes he's able to get in and out before Patricky can land a big shot. Whereas Patricky's got to try to fight him in a phone booth. He's got to step inside, be able to use his boxing, rip the body, and come back up to the head. He's got very, very powerful hands, him and his brother both, Patricio and Patricky. If Patricky can go ahead and get inside that phone booth and make it a dogfight, no pun intended, but if he can make it a dogfight, I think he's got a good chance of getting this win.
Patricky Pitbull tied for the most knockouts in Bellator history. You talked about the power in his hands. I want to talk to you about his emotional state. 36 years old, and we're going to see a piece from him later on, and he was crying in it. We got to talk to him, and this was sort of a different side of Patricky that we've seen. Do you think he's starting to think about the end or not yet? Or maybe it depends on tonight.
No, that Patricio and Patricky came up together through Bellator. They are the pillars of this organization. Them along with Douglas Lima. Those 3 guys have been here for the longest time. They've got the most fights, the most wins, all of these things. You do start to think about it. I don't think he's thinking about the end. I think he's thinking about the time that he's been able to spend with his brother, how much it meant to him.
Family legacy, it is absolutely incredible with both of these families as well. Let's continue the prelims. Mauro, back down to you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. More action in the featherweight division. Laird Anderson 2-0 as a pro. Both fights here in Bellator. He faces Rob Fennicle trying to snap a 2-fight losing streak.
Yeah, you can take a look right here. This is Laird Anderson. He is a very good submission expert. His father, Lowell, is the guy I was talking about. Taught him well, and he is so good when he gets the back. You do not get rid of him. Now, Fennicle does submissions in a different way. He likes the leg attacks. He will go after arms, but he's very quick. Right here, jumps on that beautiful heel hook submission. That tells you right there, the man knows what he's doing.
Fennicle's Bellator debut victorious, but again, looking to get back on the winning track as we go to the tail of the tape.
He is looking to get back on the track. 33 years of age compared to the young blood of 24 in Laird Anderson. This should be an outstanding matchup.
Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight here at the Bellator 288 prelims, we'll stay right here in the featherweight division. Again, scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 5'5", weighing in 146 pounds even. His professional record, 2 wins, 2 losses. He fights out of Rockford, Illinois. Rob Big Papa Georgia Nemkov. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in 145.6 pounds as a professional. He's undefeated at 2-0. He fights out of San Jose, California, presenting Laird Anderson. In charge, your referee, Kevin McDonald.
Laird Anderson says he goes to sleep thinking of being a better martial artist, and when he wakes up, he does anything he can to progress in the sport, looking to go 3-0 against Rob Fennicle. 33, but just his 5th professional fight. And we mentioned Anderson's father, Lowell, competed in one UFC fight, but it was a memorable night, UFC 22. He lost to John Lewis, but the main event, one of the first true UFC classics, Frank Shamrock upsetting Tito Ortiz in what was Shamrock's swan song, undefeated at 5-0 in the octagon, brother. And there's a level change.
Beautiful job by Laird Anderson. I don't know if that was an upset. I thought Frank Shamrock was the favorite in that one, but great win by Frank Shamrock long ago.
Bigger Tito Ortiz.
Yes, definitely bigger than Frank.
And that's why considered to be much too much to handle. But hey, you're way ahead of the game. One of the pioneers of how conditioning became a weapon. In fact, Frank said it best, conditioning is my best submission. And it proved to be that night.
Absolutely.
And it's become a foundation for the sport.
Look at the effects of Frank Shamrock on this sport still linger today, and people understand that you can break people with your cardio, something that Frank did often.
Speaking of AKA, that's where Anderson fights out of. Again, another of that impressive pipeline in Northern California. Trains with his brother, Elias Anderson.
Beautiful, heavy shot, but again, a little overextended. Almost got caught there. Nice job of getting himself back squared up with Fennekel. Laird right now is in a position he's very comfortable with. He knows exactly what he wants to do. You see him, he's just taking his time to gain space, and when he gains that space, he's trying to land big, heavy shots. No little body head with him.
Yeah, Anderson, a young black belt at 24 years of age, but again, born into the family business.
From the moment he was born, he was put on the mat, learning jiu-jitsu, learning how to wrestle. It was just part of what the family did.
Is that where Lowell swaddled him, was on the mat?
Probably.
2 minutes have elapsed here in the opening round, and it's all Laird Anderson.
Beautiful short elbow. He's in half guard now. Very strong position for him. You see how well his leg is bringing that knee up towards the armpit area of Fennekel. He's utilizing his head for pressure points just to drive Fennekel's head over. Everything he's doing, very smart, very tactical. Ground and pound is an absolute art form unto itself. You cannot sit there and think, oh, it's easy to do. It has a skill set, and Laird Anderson's very good with it.
Hall of Famer Mark Coleman will appreciate you saying that. The godfather of ground and pound midway through this opening round, and it's Anderson continuing to put that topside pressure on Fennekel, and Fennekel from the half guard, unable to hip escape, shrimp out.
Nice job of trapping the arm there. You see that knee on the ground. Now Fennekel's got to bring his arm inside of it. It's not easy to do. Now he's in he's in a crucifix position. Laird's just trying to free his one leg. Now he's into that side control position. Now he's got that arm. Now he can open up with that left arm.
The crucifix and the elbows.
Big elbows.
From Anderson, smashing down on the face of Fennekel, trying to use the fence to help him escape this dire position.
And a beautiful choice as far as, this is where you talk about a smart fighter. Doesn't go to just punches, slices down with the elbow. That's going to cause more injury, more cuts, and get the attention of the referee quicker.
Corey Anderson will try to do the same thing in the main event in that rematch of the light heavyweight Grand Prix final. We've seen him do massive damage with elbows in his career, but it's Laird Anderson now. Fennekel, whose victories have both been via heel hook, has found himself in the clutches of Laird Anderson more than he would have liked in this first round.
Fennekel has figured out that, there's levels to grappling, and he's a good grappler. He just hasn't reached the level right now of Laird Anderson. Laird has been able to dominate the position. Beautiful elbow strikes like we just saw there.
They're communicating to each other.
Yeah, just a little bit of information he was telling him right there.
45 seconds to go here in the opening round. Continues to be top control for Anderson, has also at different points controlled the arms. Now from the vertical base, crashes back down on Fennekel. 30 seconds remain in round one. And it was Anderson trying to pass the guard.
A lot of output by Laird Anderson, but if you're Rob Fennekel taking all these shots, it adds up. It just drains your gas tank.
Yeah, Anderson has been credited with landing 21 strikes compared to 6 for Fennekel here in what has been a dominant round for the unbeaten Laird Anderson, and maybe Anderson may be trying to give Fennicle a taste of his own medicine.
Hey, you don't need to sit if you don't want to. Good. That's good.
The water?
Yep. Tina, the water. That's really good round, like. Now you feel.
Yeah.
Now you feel the pressure. Okay?
Yeah.
Feel the difference. Okay? Let's work our feints in again. Okay? Let's work our feints in again. Okay? You
Look
can
for that
fire.
knee, get your feet up from underneath him. Good sprawl, okay? You're doing great. You're doing great. We just got to get our hands on him a little more, okay?
Hey, if you do end up on bottom again, try to find the far side underhook. Work for that far side underhook.
Ryan.
If you got to work it in, bump it.
Ryan, go.
Seconds out.
Same thing. Okay.
Fennicle fighting out of Rockford, Illinois, just happens to be the same hometown of Corey Anderson, who we will see in the main event. Anderson again fighting out of San Jose, California. Round number 2.
Round 2, gentlemen.
In the Bellator MMA featherweight division, as you unpack what you saw in that first 5 minutes, John, what impressed you the most? Oh, there was an impressive left hand from Fennicle to initiate contact here in the second round as they swing at each other.
Yeah, Fennicle not having his hands up.
Right kick to the face by Anderson.
His arms are heavy from that first round, trying to hold on to Laird Anderson, trying to control a little bit of the damage that was coming his way.
I guess to finish the point I was asking you, it's, well, Laird Anderson again, level change, takedown, much of what we saw in the opening round, so much to like from Anderson, and obviously a 10-9 round for Anderson on your unofficial score.
Absolutely, it's definitely 10-9, almost verging into the 10-8 there. There was a lot of shots, some heavy elbow strikes, just not quite enough damage.
And Anderson looking to do damage with ground and pound. Wide base. Trying to deliver strikes. Fennicle trying to neutralize the attack and does so momentarily.
Seeing all this you're seeing as he's trying to hold on to those arms and everything. He's squeezing hard, and it's not saying anything wrong with it. It's stopping some of the attack of Laird Anderson. But your arms get tired after a while. And that's why when you see him get up and his arms seem a little bit heavy, a little bit slower, that's the reason why. Lactic acid building up.
Anderson always looking to test himself in all facets of fighting, including the mental game, which, you know, according to the cliches, it's all mental. And Laird Anderson, who has sat under the learning tree of not only his family, but some of the best minds in the sport, showcasing that IQ and showcasing his growth as a fighter in this matchup tonight.
Nice job of slicing through on that. Now he's free, right into a crucifix position. He's got the arm, he can go for the Kimura, and he's just opening up with elbows.
Looking to open up.
Watch your spine.
See, and that is not a good position right now for Fennicle to start throwing knee strikes to the body. It's not going to do anything. He's got to get his arm out.
Ground, and now it's
very nice.
Anderson looking to open up Fennicle like a double click as he's got the crucifix and raining down the left hands. Fennicle unable to defend.
Yeah, Fennicle taking,
and it's over. Laird Anderson vanquishes Rob Fennicle in impressive fashion to move to 3-0. And he has, well, definitely impressed here tonight, John.
Yeah, he looked fantastic. There was some words said here at the end, but it was almost the same thing. It was a setup that we heard earlier. Fennicle was trying to get Anderson to do something different. Anderson knew that he was doing well in the fight. Once Laird Anderson decided to take the fight back to the ground, Rob Fennicle had nothing but problems in stopping the movement. He just progressed position all the way to this beautiful crucifix, took the arm, buried it deep, and then just started landing heavy shots, both punches and elbows at times. Fennicle has no ability to defend himself intelligently, and that's why Kevin McDonald came in and stopped the fight.
But nothing has stopped Laird Anderson thus far. Looking to continue his climb. Still very much in the embryonic stages of his professional career, just his third professional fight. All of them, again, under the Bellator banner, and there's obviously pressure that comes with that, but so far the pressure has produced some sparkling results.
So far, he's handled that pressure pretty well.
All right, let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, referee Kevin McDonald steps in, waves off the contest. Your official time, 2 minutes, 28 seconds. Round number 2 for the winner by TKO still. Undefeated Laird Anderson.
Well, I know another AKA champion, Josh Thompson, has to be pleased with AKA's Laird Anderson. Amanda, what says the punk?
Josh, I'm gonna let you say there. Were you able to hear Moro?
I used to train him when he was 10 years old.
Oh, no.
I just aged myself, him and his brother. So they used to come and train at AKA when I was there, and they used to take some of my classes. I used to train and roll with them, and they've gotten really, really good on the ground. Their wrestling, their jiu-jitsu, fantastic.
10 years old, huh? I used to train him when I was 10 years old. All right, look, maybe Daniel Weichel, we're going to talk about him. He might kind of know what you're talking about here. We're going to talk about our featherweight bout coming up tonight. Daniel Weichel, talk about opposite sides, Joshua. This will be the 56th fight of his career. He is ranked 7th right now. Going up against a stud, though, in Timur Hizriev, making his Bellator debut. He's 11-0. If he wins this fight, could very well jump into the rankings, disrupt this whole division. That's what he wants to do. Okay, so here's the trash talking. Timur Hizriev told us this week, he goes, oh yeah, Daniel Weichel, I watched him back when I was in high school, which really wasn't that long ago. How much of a stud, though, is this kid?
Hizriev is a stud. He's got speed, he's got power, he knows how to mix it up. He's a true mixed martial artist. He will throw on the feet to get you baited in, and then he'll shoot underneath in the takedowns. He is fantastic. Now, you said something that, oh, this may potentially put him in the rankings. No, this will shake up the rankings. He's making his debut against a ranked opponent in Daniel Weichel. This is a big, extremely tough task for him, and if he gets it done, he's gonna put himself right into that talk.
Have you ever been on one of those sides where you're trash talking an older guy, or someone trash talked you as the older guy?
I've been the older guy for the longest time. So.
You had a birthday recently. Happy birthday to you. Moro, we'll send it back down to you.
All right, thank you very much, Amanda, here at Wintrust Arena. We're just getting things started, Bellator 288, and it's time for action in the middleweight division. The 4-0 Jordan Newman taking on Jaden Talker, who is fighting for the first time in the Bellator MMA cage. He brings a 2-2 mark to this 3-round affair in the 185-pound weight class.
For this middleweight matchup, you can take a look. Jordan Newman, an outstanding wrestler, 73-inch reach. Jaden Talker, more of a boxer with a 71-inch reach. We'll see if he can utilize that smart inside style to hurt Jordan in this fight.
Here once again, Michael C. Williams.
To all those joining us across the UK tonight live on BBC iPlayer, we welcome you to Chicago here in the States as we get set now for 3 5-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Introducing the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 185.6 pounds. His professional record 2-2. He fights out of Findlay, Ohio. Jaden the Tank Talker.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
And across the cage, his adversary out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 185.6 pounds. The undefeated professional enters with 4 victories, no losses. Fighting out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Jordan Not Human Newman. In charge, your referee, Rob Madrigal.
Jordan Newman, 2-time Division III National Wrestling Champion, will look to use his wrestling against Jaden Talker, who feels that he will have the edge in the stand-up department in this, his first fight in Bellator MMA. Had a chance to catch up with Newman's coach, Duke Rufus, who very high on this fighter and really high on the next generation of fighters coming up through Rufus Sport.
Well, he should be high on Jordan Newman. Jordan's an outstanding athlete, great wrestling. He's got a mean streak in him, and it's one of the things I really like about him as a fighter. He's calm, relaxed, but when he gets in the cage, he wants to do damage. He doesn't want to just win. He wants to break you. He wants to finish you.
And Newman showing Tucker that, hey, you shouldn't talk about striking because he's got the early advantage, and there's a left hand right down the pipe bouncing off the face of Tucker.
Well, you can tell that Duke has done a little bit of instruction with Jordan Newman now in his stand-up game. That left hand has been right down the middle multiple times, and it's already opened up Tucker.
Good. Use your face. Hands up high.
Counter, right hook, lands for Newman, fighting out of the southpaw stance, both of them southpaw. But of course, we're seeing more and more in MMA, and due to the elements of the sport, you better know how to switch and be comfortable from both sides.
Yeah, the more comfortable you are being able to go from both sides. Newman right now does not have to worry about that. He hasn't really taken any kind of damage from Tucker at this point. He's just measuring the range, looking at the distance. Nice attack with the knee.
Tucker switches stances, trying to feint, moving to his right, and we've seen that right hook already land for Newman. Coming up on 2 minutes gone here in the opening round.
One of the things when you're seeing Tucker be in that orthodox stance.
There is Duke Rufus and the rest of the Rufus Sport coaching staff. Go ahead, Johnny.
Newman has been winning that foot placement. He's always been able to put his foot to the outside. That's what's going to lead to that left hand straight down the middle.
Coming up on the midway point of the opening round.
Don't look for the perfect knockout. Stay busy.
That's exactly what his coach is telling him right now. All Jordan Newman needs to really think about, just touch him. Don't worry about how hard it is. Throw your hands nice and comfortably out there. And the more you touch him, the quicker he'll go down.
Composed, methodical. Newman in control, the center of the cage. Tucker trying to figure out a way to navigate a path to some kind of success. But instead, Newman clips him again as Tucker moves forward.
Tucker at this point has not really been able to figure out how to get within range to do damage. Obviously, that was a nice overhand right by him right there. It's only when Newman is the one that's making these encounters occur.
And Jaden Tucker at 27, simply inspirational to be here tonight. Has had myriad issues with his health, and both physically and mentally. One time weighed almost 300 pounds, and yet has worked his way into shape, has found his calling, and now hoping to make the most of his Bellator debut against a fighter who's definitely on the come up in Newman.
Yeah, he's definitely on the come up. But one of the things I really want to comment on is, Jordan Newman is known as a wrestler. This guy's been an outstanding wrestler, Division III champion, NC2As, but he's just all striking, like you're saying. It's like, but I like the fact that he's not rushing in for the takedown. He's doing well in the stand-up, and you've got to have these fights and these moments where you say, I need to work myself into that shot. If I'm going to do it, I'm not going to just raw dog and take it just because I'm a better wrestler.
Well, Newman told us his fight game continues to evolve, and he can't wait to show how well-rounded his skills have become. And here in the opening round, showing continued improvements in the striking department. This is with the head kick, calf kick counter by Tucker.
We got 20 seconds.
So a opening round that was contested only in the stand-up department, where Newman and Tucker both had some success. Although it's Talker that's bloodied.
Hey, beautiful work right there, Jaden. Good. Hey, Jaden, everything looked good. Jaden, the only thing I need more of.
Just that beautiful left hand right down the middle right there. That was when he tried for the flying knee. Just caught him a little bit off. Talker doing a good job of making sure that doesn't hit the chin. Nice oblique kick. Very measured round by both fighters, both trying to find the range. That was a beautiful left hand right down the pipe that landed right in the middle of Talker's face there. Interesting matchup so far.
Let's go.
Well delivered left hand, turning over his hand right at the second, snapping it and delivering the just rewards as Talker and Newman begin round number 2. Newman immediately storms the center of the cage, putting pressure on Talker. Talker going down low with his attack.
Well, Talker's had some success with that low kick. He's landed that a lot during the first round. The big difference maker in that first round for me, that left hand of Jordan Newman. It found the target and it had power on it throughout the round.
Talker pawing, and there's Newman crashing to space, but gets clipped on the counter from Talker. Talker, Demolition Fight Team. Head trainer Gary Young. Of course, we've talked about Duke Rufus. And of course, home of champions like Sergio Pettis. And of course, Rafion Superstot's going to get involved in that semifinal with Danny Sabatello. Understand you get a chance to speak with them coming up later tonight here in Chicago.
Yeah, I get to speak with the Italian gangster.
You try to get a word in edgewise.
That's not going to be easy.
Really looking forward to the semifinals as Newman comes forward on Talker. Talker able to escape.
He needs to be careful of lifting that chin up, though, as he's coming forward. Talker had a chance of touching that.
Newman continues to be measured. There's the kick by Talker. Talker, much more movement. Spinning kick misses for Newman. And as we've talked about, and you're talking to Duke earlier, saying that we would see different wrinkles in Newman's game. We know about his wrestling credentials, but content to keep it standing against the debuting Talker.
Yeah, what Newman needs to do right now is settle himself down into, keep that chin tucked down into his chest. And when he comes forward, there you go. Comes forward, land more than ones. You want to be going in combinations. Don't just be throwing one shot and expecting it to do something. Go with your combinations. They're going to get you a lot farther.
Second time that Newman has detonated a knee attack, blood flowing down the face of Jaden Talker. Midway point of the second stanza, Talker moving around the perimeter, but unable to get inside, move into the pocket where he would try to at least slow down the pressure of Newman. Now they crash into space. Newman changes levels, and Newman has Talker on the fence and immediately to back control.
And that's what we're talking about. Use your hands. You're going to get into that wrestling situation. Now he's got the back.
First takedown. Talker going to try to get back to his feet, but Newman now going to try to put a hook in, it looked like. Now going for the rear naked choke.
Yeah, he's trying to get that hook in so he can secure himself in the back. That blood's not going to help Talker in keeping that choke off. Nice job by Jordan Newman. Talker trying to fight the hands here.
Well, Talker's going to find it hard to talk. He's got a sore throat after that rear naked choke from Jordan Newman, who improves to 5-0 and picks up the first submission win of his burgeoning career. You would think he'd be a little happier about achieving his first submission triumph. And you talk about that emotional release, John, when you go through a hard camp, knowing the pressure to remain unbeaten, the pressure to continue to impress. And there you go. He asked what you thought. And John, here's a guy again who's 27 years of age, just entering his physical prime, and we see the evolution.
Yeah, and he's got such good wrestling that he can go to it at any time. And you watch this replay, just as he goes after him here, he decides, okay, I'm changing levels, drives into him with the double leg, gets the takedown, was unable to get his hook in like he wanted, but it didn't matter. You saw Tucker come up, he goes and he returns him to the mat, beautiful body lock takedown, and hits that shot right there. That did a lot to unnerve Tucker. Then he goes after the rear naked choke, and at this point, it is all over. You got a very strong individual, big squeeze, nothing for Tucker to do once those hips are off the ground like you're seeing. That was a beautiful win. I really do think that Jordan Newman came into this fight, though, saying, I'm going to stay on my feet as much as possible. I want to work on my stand-up. I want to show what I have been working on, and he did just that.
First submission win for Jordan Newman. First submission loss for Jaden Tucker. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, the tap comes by way of a rear naked choke. Official time, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Round number 2, the winner by submission, still undefeated, Jordan, not human, Newman.
Jordan Newman, 5-0 with 2 knockouts and now a submission win on his ledger. Busting out those moves as well. We're going to move to the second half of our prelim portion of Bellator 288. 4 fights in the books, 4 more to come from Wintrust Arena in Chicago.
From the gym to the streets, Bellator fans head to BellatorShop.com and gear up in the same apparel the fighters wear.
It's a clash of heads.
The fight has been ruled a no contest.
It's time to settle the score once and for all. The light heavyweight Grand Prix final is back on. Champ Vadim Nemkov versus Corey Overtime Anderson. Plus, lightweight champ and Tricky Pitbull against undefeated Usman Nurmagomedov. Bellator MMA, tonight, live on Showtime.
Bellator 288 rolls on here in the Windy City. We are in Chicago, Illinois, inside the Wintrust Arena, where tonight 2 of our fighters are going to settle the score for a $1 million prize. It has been very cold outside, but it is very hot here inside the Wintrust Arena. Taking a look at our main card, we've got coming up tonight on Showtime, kicking off at 9 Eastern there. Vadim Nemkov going up against Corey Anderson here, a rematch of their first title fight, the end of the light heavyweight World Grand Prix. That was back in April. It was ruled a no contest because of a headbutt that ended up in a nasty gash over Vadim Nemkov's head. So they meet yet again in the cage tonight, the winner getting $1 million. And just before that, another championship bout between Tricky Pitbull putting his lightweight belt on the line against undefeated Usman Nurmagomedov. What a night we have. But let's talk about our heavyweight bout we have coming up here, Josh. Daniel, the American Predator versus Tyrell Fortune here. Look, we had a chance to meet with both of these guys in person. Daniel, he is a former bodyguard for Twista. Are you familiar with Twista? Can you like spit some lyrics here, Josh?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
We'll try by the end of the night. Look, he said, I love being a giant. He is 6'6". He's absolutely huge. Tyrell Fortune, on the other hand, look, 6'2", nothing to shy about, but it's a smaller heavyweight. How do these two compare against one another?
I stood next to Daniel James the other day, and I was the size of his thigh. That's what. So I didn't have to crouch down really. He's a mountain of a man. He's a big guy. He understands that what he needs to do is make Tyrell Fortune carry his weight, press him to the fence, hang on him, really try to slow Tyrell Fortune down, but without getting taken down and put on his back. He's got to be able to make sure that he's sticking the jab in his face and really making it uncomfortable for Tyrell Fortune throughout the fight. Now, Tyrell Fortune, what he's got to do is do what he does best, is wrestle, set up his boxing with his takedowns. If James is worried about being taken down, then Tyrell Fortune's hands will be opened up a lot more and the chance of getting the knockout will increase.
We are sold out tonight. Part of that is because of Daniel James. He's from the Chicago area. I asked him, I said, so, I mean, obviously you have your friend Twista, which, you know, we're going to figure out those songs. And I said, is anybody else going to be in-house? He goes, you know, I think every, like, major celebrity in Chicago is going to be here tonight. So we're going to keep an eye out. Who does, in fact, make it here? For now, Maura, we'll send it back down to you.
Josh just wishes he was an overnight celebrity enjoying slow jams. You're welcome, everybody. As we get to the light heavyweight division, undefeated Sullivan Cauley, ranked at number 10, takes on the 3-0 Jay Raddick, making his Bellator debut.
And now ready to make his way to the cage, the hybrid, Jay Raddick.
38 years young for Jay, the hybrid Raddick. He's fighting out of Philadelphia, a city known for its fighting pedigree. Balance MMA and brings in a balanced attack, John. He's 3-0 with 1 knockout, 2 submissions, but now steps into the Shark Tank known as Bellator MMA.
And look, he's an outstanding athlete. I watched him fight. Super explosive. He uses his range very well. He's got good submissions. He will go on the ground with anyone, and he will compete down there and get his way. So he's got a big task in Calvin Sully, a guy with a lot of confidence coming into this fight based upon who he's been fighting and how he's been doing. Good with his hands, good with his wrestling. This is a great matchup between a guy that is a submission guy and a guy that's a wrestler.
Will he be good with his prediction? First round KO.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
And now to make his way, Sullivan Cauley.
And I know what you mean when you say that's a tough one, Johnny, because Sullivan Cauley at 26, 4-0 with 4 knockouts. This is a guy who was obviously proven to be more than just a problem for the opponents that he's faced. No one's been able to escape the opening round.
Look, you know, he comes from a college, wrestling background. You see Jordan Johnson there up there as one of his coaches. He's got very good skills in the stand-up, though. His hands are good. He transitions well. This is his last fight. Look right here. He's got power in his hands, and when he decides to go after you, you better look out. Look at the heavy knees. That just almost took his head off of his shoulders. Sullivan Cauley is explosive, strong, fast. He's got all the attributes, and he can even do a backflip.
So he's hyper-athletic as well.
Our tail of the tape for this, you just got to be honest. Look at 4-0 versus 3-0. Everything, as far as everything else, really doesn't matter. Both these guys believe in themselves, have confidence, and both want to come out with a win.
Despite just being in the embryonic stages of their careers, somebody's always already got to go. Let's go to Michael C. Williams.
See, and I didn't do that.
Tonight here at Wintrust Arena, the Bellator 288 prelims go now to a featured fight in the light heavyweight division. Scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, we introduce the blue corner. At 6'5", weighing in 205.6 pounds. His professional record, 3 wins without a defeat. He fights out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Jay, the hybrid Raddick. And across the cage, his adversary fighting out of the red corner. At 6'3", weighing in 205.6 pounds. As a professional, he too enters undefeated, bringing 4 wins without a loss. He fights out of Mesa, Arizona, Sullivan Cauley. In charge, your referee Jason Herzog.
Sullivan Cauley, one of Ryan Bader's main training partners. Bellator heavyweight champion, while Jay Radic, his 3 victories also all coming in the first round. So this one could get lit very quick. And of course, we heard the news, Bader defending the heavyweight crown against Fedor in a rematch. Bellator MMA debuting on CBS Saturday, February 4th of next year as Radic debuts a head kick in his first Bellator fight, backed up to the cage, immediately turning the tables on Colley.
Very nice job of getting those double unders right away by Radic, driving him to the cage. Not going to be an easy takedown, especially with his hands where they're at. He's got to get him very high or get him down low to the hips. Nice sweep of the leg.
And the jump on the back. And
just one little mistake.
Gotten the mistake, and Colley's going to make him pay.
You know, you did all that good work. You have that momentum going, and then just one thing. You try to make that big leap. Big movements usually can result in big results, either good or bad.
Yeah, he's already made the big leap of stepping into the Bellator.
Oh, he's out.
And he is out cold. Sullivan, Colley, 5-0, 5 knockouts. Mamma mia! He has Thanksgiving tryptophan in his hands, John, as he put the hurt on Jay Radic and put him out.
I talked about confidence and confidence that Sullivan Colley has coming in here. He knows now. Here's a mistake. There's a beautiful outside trip, and then he tries to jump the back, and when he does, he falls to the ground off of it, and then Sullivan Colley takes over the top position, and that was part of the undoing right here. Watch the big shots here. Sullivan being able to control that hip position. Watch him post. And as he posts right there, that big shot, he's out. That shot right there, that's the one that hurt him, and that one puts him out. A big time win by Sullivan Colley, who just put a tough fighter out unconscious.
A Division I college wrestler who obviously has superlative striking, and his fans, Sullivan Colley supporters, loud and proud as this light heavyweight on the rise remains unbeaten in the Bellator cage. 5 consecutive first-round knockouts. And Jay Radic, good to see him back on his feet. They show each other respect. 2 warriors getting in the cage, putting their unbeaten records on the line. And it ends in another KO victory for Sullivan Colley. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end suddenly. 1 minute, 1 second, round number 1 for the winner by knockout, Sullivan Colley.
Let's go to Big John McCarthy, who will get a chance to speak to Sullivan Colley.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with your winner, Sullivan Colley. Sullivan, that fight started off fast. He got double unders on you. He tried that outside trip, and he tried to jump on your back, and that was the mistake that gave you the opportunity to get on top.
Big, strong guy. He was fresh when he caught me with that body lock in the head position up against the cage. I was kind of stuck there for a second. You know what I mean? It kind of had me pinned there. So I tried to be patient, wait for my little opportunity to slide out, and I got it. He tried to jump to my back, which can be risky against a guy like me who understands good position. He got off balance and saw my opportunity and seized it.
When you got to the top position, it was a short right hand that actually hurt him bad, and then you put him away with the second shot.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't think of myself as a crazy power puncher, but I keep touching these guys and they keep going out.
Go out he did. That was an impressive win. Who is it now at 5-0 coming in here? Who is it that you want next in this cage?
So Ryan Bader's fighting Fedor, beginning of February in LA. I want to be on that card. I don't care who it is. put me on that card with my boy Bader.
Sounds good to me. I look forward to seeing it. Congratulations on another big win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Sullivan Coley.
Only thing more impressive than Sullivan Coley's knockout streak is the work he does with the veteran first responder support group, Guardian Revival, which runs different programs aimed at supporting the mental health of veterans and first responders. Hey, 5 fights tonight, 5 finishes. Sullivan Coley, 5 fights on his resume, 5 finishes, but we're not finished yet with the Bellator 288 prelims.
Hey Bellator Nation, follow us across a large array of digital platforms and stay up to date on everything you need to know. Like us on the Bellator Facebook page and see exclusive videos. Follow us and get instant updates on Twitter at Bellator MMA and get a chance to have your tweet live on the broadcast. See amazing pictures on Instagram at Bellator MMA. Join Bellator Nation today. The new Bellator MMA app is here. New look, new features, new fights. Watch live weigh-ins and prelims. Share your fight picks. Earn points and badges as you rank up to the heavyweight division. And stay up to date on events, rankings, and news. For all the latest features, download the new Bellator MMA app. Available on the App Store and Google Play.
It's a clash of heads.
The fight has been ruled a no contest.
It's time to settle the score once and for all. The light heavyweight Grand Prix final is back on. Champ Vadim Nemkov versus Corey Overtime Anderson. Plus, lightweight champ and Tricky Pitbull against undefeated Usman Nurmagomedov. Bellator MMA, tonight, live on Showtime.
Bellator 288 rolling on with the prelims. We are more than halfway done now, inching our way to tonight at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on Showtime. We will see you there. 2 championship bouts on the card tonight between Vadim Nemkov and Corey Anderson, a rematch of their fight that we saw back in April, and then Tricky Pitbull putting his lightweight belt on the line against Usman Nurmagomedov. But let's set you up with the first fight on our card. Roman Faraldo versus Lemon Chokoli here. And Josh, I wanted to talk about Roman Faraldo because we just saw Sullivan Coley with another knockout. 5-0, 5 knockouts. Roman Faraldo, this is his first time on the main card. 8-0, 8 knockouts from him. I wanted to see some of his highlights here because he's called his shot. They've been so incredible. You and I, the past couple of times we've seen him, wanted to see him on the main card. Now we're going to see him tonight, but how does he stack up against a guy like Lemon Chokoli?
Being under the bright lights, he's been there several times and had great performances, and the way he sets up his combinations with his hands and then opens up for the flying knees is just spectacular. And I love that he understands this is the entertainment business and he is the entertainer. And he yells out to this crowd to let them know, are you not entertained? He does a fantastic job at promoting himself. He speaks really well and very, very creative on how he talks to his opponents. And he just got them thinking and reeling from the moment they step on the scale against each other.
He's pulling
fantastic.
a Babe Ruth. Like, I mean, I would be terrified to be inside the cage with this guy. If he points at me, I think I'm going down there. Look, on the other side, Lemon Chokoli, I mean, 5 knockouts, or excuse me, 8 from Roman Faraldo there. We saw all those highlights. How does he try to combat that?
Well, I think with Chokoli, what he's got to do is just be very cautious on the feet, but he's also a very, very good stand-up fighter as well. But after talking with him this week, he's going to look to mix it up. He's going to check and see if Faraldo can grapple. He's going to check and see if he's got good takedown defense. I think Chokoli is a very well-rounded fighter. He's just got to get a rhythm going, stay relaxed out there, and just remember that even though you're on the main card, you're still out here to entertain. He's going to get out there and get after it.
And Faraldo was very serious on the other side of that when he was talking to us. Look, he can be a smack talker, he can have a lot of fun, but he said, look, you haven't seen my full potential yet, and I want to showcase that.
Well, he's got the pedigree of the guys that he works with at American Top Team. You know, Yaroslav Amosov, 26-0, and our champion here at the welterweight division. Fantastic, and he said, look, these guys just make me better. Iron sharpen iron, and you see it in the cage every time he gets in there.
You make me better, Josh. Thank you so much.
I know this.
How about that? That'll be like the first nice thing I say to you all night. Maura, we'll send it back down to you.
All right, we continue with action in the Bellator 288 prelims from Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. And it's time for lightweight action. Archie Colgan, he is 5-0 as a pro. He takes on Jesse Hannum, making his Bellator debut.
And now, to make his way to the cage, please welcome Jesse Big Rig Hanna.
26-year-old Jesse Hannum making that walk for the first time to Bellator's Circle of Truth, and comes in off a first-round TKO win, but that was in May of 2021, so it's been, the Big Rig's been in the garage for a while, John, but has a wrestling background, and again, any chance you get to fight at this level on a card of this nature, you want to make sure you give it your best performance ever.
Well, you got to take that opportunity. When an opportunity is there and you've got that chance to go and be on that big card, man, you got to grab it. But he has got a tough matchup with Archie Colgan. Jesse lives off of being a very tough guy, a good wrestler, gritty in his performances. He takes a lot of damage and keeps coming back. We'll see if he can do that with Archie Colgan.
Two biggest reasons Jesse Hannum is here, his fiance and his son.
His opponent now to make his way, Archie King Colgan.
Lots to like about this 27-year-old Archie Colgan. Again, record of 5-0, 3 knockouts, 1 submission, coming off a TKO triumph over Brian Neuro in his last fight. And again, wrestling background, but in MMA, it's impressive to see how quickly your background becomes, you know, in the background, because you want to show off the rest of the MMA, right?
You know, you get all excited about your hands, and that's what he did when he fought against Neuro here. He lit Neuro up throughout the fight. He uses wrestling to be a defensive wrestler, keep it on the feet when he wanted, and then just took him apart with power shots, opened up. Outstanding performance up in Tacoma, Washington. Archie Colgan is the real deal. This guy can wrestle. He can stand up and fight. He has got a bright, bright future. Very simply put, take a look. 5-0 for Archie Colgan, 2-1 for Jesse Big Rig Hannum. Both guys are very young in their career. This should be an outstanding battle.
I mentioned Hannum being here for his fiance and his son. Well, Colgan's here for his beautiful wife and his handsome baby boy, as he puts it. Speaking of handsome, let's go to Michael C. Williams.
For all of you just picking up the live stream on YouTube and Pluto TV, we welcome you to Bellator 288 as we go now to 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 5'8", weighing in 155.8 pounds, his professional record, 2 wins, 1 loss. He fights out of Ottumwa, Iowa, Jesse Big Rig Hanna. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'8", weighing in 154.8 pounds, he enters tonight undefeated at 5-0. He fights out of Denver, Colorado, presenting Archie King Colgan. In charge, your referee, Mike Cimarusti.
Colgan looking to remain unbeaten, while Hannum looking to win his Bellator debut and knock Colgan from the ranks of the undefeated Bell. And round 1 action in the Bellator lightweight division.
See that nice little movement by Archie Colgan, just dropping levels, changing levels. He's making Jesse have to think about that shot coming in both as a wrestler and with his hands.
And it was Hannum landing the first shot, the calf kick to Colgan, but Colgan, both of them feinting, both of them using movement, level changes. There's a 1-2 that already drops Hannum, and immediately Colgan putting it on Jesse Hannum in the opening minute of the first round.
Jesse Hannum's going to have to work his way back up. Beautiful mat return right there.
And it is over. Striking, wrestling, perfect record. Archie Colgan making it look easy and highly impressive, and obviously Jesse Hannum very frustrated about the turn of events as he was simply overwhelmed.
Too fast.
Are we sure that Archie Colgan is in double park tonight?
Yeah, I wanted to get out of that cage fast.
You in a hurry?
Look, I don't think that Archie hurt him with that first shot to put him down. I think that Jesse was a little bit off balance with it. He just couldn't get himself back out of the bad position. He was taking a lot of shots. The referee thought that was enough at a certain point. But you got to give it up. Archie, beautiful job. Went on top, started landing shots. That beautiful mat return, took him back down. Take a look what happens here. There's that beautiful change of levels that is keeping Jesse off, and then Jesse throws the kick. He's off balance. He's not hurt. And here he's starting to get lit up, and he tries to get back to his feet. And he does a good job of actually getting there. But once he does, right away, Archie grabs that body lock, puts him right back down, and then returns to just pounding on him. And nothing that nothing that Jesse is doing is stopping the attack of Archie Colgan.
And Hannum immediately contested the stoppage. It was an overwhelming barrage.
If you recall a fight earlier that referee did let it go very long.
Thank you.
And many times you want to pull the trigger fast because you realize, I should have stopped that one early, and this one gets stopped a little too soon.
All righty, John McCarthy going to be stepping into the cage, not as a referee, going to be interviewing the victorious Archie Colgan, who will move to 6-0 now with his fourth knockout. A representative of the Elevation Fight Team, Justin Salas, who gets to train with killers like Justin Gaethje. And, well, this Elevation Fight Team product continues to elevate his game and his profile in the Bellator lightweight division. Let's make it official. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to a conclusion. 50 seconds into round number 1. The winner by TKO, Archie Colgan.
Well, King Colgan crowns Jesse Hannum in Hannum's Bellator debut. Big John McCarthy is inside the cage.
I am lucky enough to be standing here with Archie Colgan, a man who is on fire now. That is a big win, quick 6-0. How are you feeling about your decision to become an MMA fighter now?
I feel great. I felt great about it 2 years ago, and I feel even better now.
You look so comfortable in this cage at this point. You were doing a beautiful job changing levels, just deciding when you wanted to attack with the hands. He was a little bit off balance when he went down, but you attacked him, mat return, and then just opened up on him again.
Yeah, I have to go back and watch it and see exactly what happened, but when he went down and I jumped on top, the way he balled up was just almost like fetal, so I just went to the attack.
At 170 pounds, you have the wrestling, you have the power in your hands. We saw it in your last fight. Who is it that you want to take on next if given the opportunity in this cage?
Man, I guess early 23, right? That'd be what I'm looking at. There's, I took that fight, my last fight, on 3 weeks' notice against Montalvo. I'd be down to get that one. And if we're climbing up the ranks, I don't know, somebody like Quayle would be cool too. So there's a list of people, but we'll just see what happens, and I'll be ready.
February, Dublin, Ireland. Bellator is going back. Maybe we'll see Archie Colgan against Peter Quayle. Ladies and gentlemen, get up, put your hands together for a man who is on fire, Archie Colgan.
From a wrestling standout at University of Wyoming, where he wrestled for 5 years, to, well, a man who's turning into a bona fide knockout artist, although again, maybe, inquiring minds asking, was it a premature stoppage? John McCarthy put it best after what transpired earlier in the night. In any event, Archie Colgan yet to taste defeat, celebrating there with his team, and he's made it clear he wants to continue to move on up, and they're enjoying it. Grant Neal in the house, as well as we get ready for more Bellator prelim action. The finishes keep coming.
The Bellator Bantamweight World Grand Prix features 8 of the top 135ers in the world, all with their eyes on the $1 million prize. The quarterfinal action got underway at Bellator 279 with Patchy Mix taking on Kyoji Horiguchi. And Mix showed no love to the former bantamweight champion as he advanced with a unanimous decision victory.
I'm coming for that million. I'm coming for that belt.
Then, in a showdown for the interim world title, Rafion Super Stotts faced off against another former champion, Juan Archuleta. The Grand Prix action resumed at Bellator 282 with Magomed Magomedov facing Enrique Barzola.
At his time, got his legs engaging that. There it is.
He does it via guillotine choke in the 4th round. It will be Magomed Magomedov meeting Patchy Mix in the semifinals.
The last quarterfinal matchup featured Danny Sabatello taking on Leandro Ego. The Italian gangster put on a clinic and dominated all 5 rounds to secure a unanimous decision victory.
I want to say congratulations to Danny Sabatello because you won yourself an ass whooping. So congratulations!
Stotts versus Sabatello at Bellator 289, December 9th, live from the Mohegan Sun Arena, only on Showtime.
Speaking of the Bantamweight World Grand Prix, look who we have here. So here's the thing. I saw a little bling cage side, but really, I should have seen the taco meat.
Hey, we in Chicago. It's a little cold. I got the taco meat out, and it's icicle tacos for everybody in the crowd. You know what I'm saying? We out here, baby. We out here.
We are so excited to see you, our interim champ, getting ready for your fight coming up in December. We're less than a month away from Danny Sabatello. I know he's going to be here in a little while. You guys may have some words in the cage, so people need to, be ready for that. But we're talking to you right now, so you get to say everything. How are you feeling ahead of December?
Man, I am so happy that we're only 3 weeks away. I wish it was sooner. I cannot wait to put my hands on this guy. I can't wait to expose this guy. I can't wait to see the look in his eyes when he realized he in there with Rafion Stotts. And I'm just salivating at the chance that hurting this dude.
You guys are must-watch TV basically on social media, back and forth with each other, all of this stuff. But now the talking's going to have to start to come to a close. We're getting closer. How is camp been going? And what are the kind of the changes that you've been doing to prepare for someone who is a really good wrestler?
Yeah, so for me, I feel like I don't have to do anything that I haven't done before. I fought really good wrestlers before. I've wrestled at high-level programs before. So what I got to do is just stick to being me and stick to fighting how I know how to fight, Sabatello's got to do something unorthodox. He's got to fight somebody, or not unorthodox to him. He's got to fight somebody that's really good at wrestling, who's ready for wrestling transitions, who can go, shot for shot or takedown for takedown, So it's the onus is on him to change his game. I don't really got to change on it. I'm going to beat his ass just like I beat everybody else. You know what I mean? It's business as usual for me.
So do you think you guys are the main event that night, December 9th at Mohegan? We're all going to be there watching you. Are we going to see rounds out of this? Are we going to see a quick finish? What do you think?
I mean, that's all dependent on him because, like I said, I'm going to go out there and I'm trying to get him out there about like the 2nd round, I kind of want to see where he's at, but he also got one path to victory. Be better than me at wrestling, which I don't see. And if you try anything else, if you try to strike, if you try to submission grapple, I'm gonna destroy you, bro. I'm gonna destroy you. You know what I'm saying? So, I can't wait, bro.
Can you promise me one thing?
What?
That you will not try any backflip.
I don't know. If I knock him out with an elbow to the face, I'm gonna be pretty elated.
But
and my body just, it just takes a hold. I don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean?
But right? If something goes wrong in that backflip, right, you're gonna miss out on that $1 million.
Right. I'll hold it off. I won't. You're right. I got $1 million on the line. You're right, Josh.
You ever stress somebody out? You're stressing me out right now. You got me all stressed out.
You can't give him more gray hair. We can't give him more gray hair.
Whoa. I'll hold off on the backflip, but I might hump somebody. I don't know. Who knows what'll come out? You know what I mean? If I don't do the backflips.
What do you look at him and you say, hey, that's something I really have to be worried about and concerned about?
Yeah. His wrestling is obviously his biggest threat, and then his cardio, his pace. He's putting paces on guys. So that's pretty much what I got to work out. I got to be in phenomenal shape. You know what I mean? But that's about it, man. That's all I see in this kid. This kid is not ready to fight me. You know, I'm just levels above him, and I can't wait to show everybody.
My last question is, you were going out to Extreme Couture. Are you there now, or are you going back over to Duke Rufus's? Where have you been?
Yeah, so I've been in Houston, Texas. I've done my camp in Houston, Texas, but I've had the likes of Eve Edwards, you know, running my camp.
I know Eves.
I've had the likes of Eric Nixick coming out to Houston for me, you know, which is like a blessing. You know, I'm surrounded by a lot of the good people in Houston. So I got training partners like Adrian Yanez, Cameron Smotherman. You know, so I have a really solid camp around me. I got a lot of wrestlers coming from, some wrestlers who wrestled at the same school as him. I won't mention them, but yeah. So I got a lot of good looks. You know what I mean? And I'm ready to show out.
Final question for you, leading up to this. How much has the trash talking been going down? What do you think of his trash talking? I mean, because it's pretty good. I don't know, like, what do you think about it? Because you've been the target of it now for a couple months.
Yeah, I like it. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've been trying to trash talk people for a long time. Juan Archuleta called me a bully for trying to trash talk him. Magomed, there was a language barrier there. So I'm with it. You know what I mean? I've been waiting to talk crap about Daniela, you know, this whole time. Oh, no. You know what I mean? Daniela Sabatella, I've been waiting to talk crap about him. So I'm loving it. I'm living life, you know? It just, and it adds a little more, you know, we got more chips on the table, you know what I mean? So when it's all said and done, you know, somebody's gonna get to walk off with those chips and somebody's not, you know what I mean? And that just builds another fire in me.
Rafion, it has been a pleasure to have you as our interim champ here. And Danny Sabatello will be in the building tonight.
Hey.
Maybe we're gonna see you guys face off. Not really sure what's gonna happen
stay tuned.
here.
Who knows? If this mofo get in my face, who knows? Who knows what'll happen? You know what I'm saying? We in Chirac. Who knows? Just stay tuned.
What a better promo for what's going down tonight on Showtime, our main card coming up at 9 Eastern. All right, but on December 9th, looking ahead, there they are, Rafion Stotts, Danny Sabatello. The Bellator Bantamweight World Grand Prix continues. The trash talking, it will be elite. These guys are the main event that night, and whoever wins punches their ticket to the final to try to win $1 million. $1 million also on the line tonight in our main event here. Vadim Nemkov going up against Corey Anderson, the finale of the Light Heavyweight World Championship, a rematch of their fight back in April. And on the co-main event, Patricky Pitbull putting his lightweight belt on the line up against undefeated 15-0 Usman Nurmagomedov. Which family will either keep the belt or add yet another belt to their name?
Pitbull has the power to end the fight at any point.
And it's all over, just like that.
Patricky Pitbull.
He's locking up a front choke on him. And there it is, in scintillating fashion.
He is a supreme striker. He's got unbelievable wrestling, and his ground and pound is nasty good.
The maiden voyage for Patricky Pitbull as lightweight champion against the undefeated #1 ranked contender Usman Nurmagomedov, our co-main event later tonight. Hey, speaking of the lightweight division, the 13-3 Kilis Mata takes on the 7-0 Jairo Pacheco, who makes his Bellator MMA debut.
And now, ready to make his way to the cage, Jairo Pacheco.
25-year-old Jairo Pacheco, cognizant of the fact you get one chance to make a first impression and already displaying confidence, soaking up the moment before stepping into the Bellator cage for the first time.
7-0, John, with 2 knockouts, 2 submissions. Did 6 semesters in college for physical education, but decided, you know what? I want to get physical inside the cage and make a living as a mixed martial artist.
You know, I could believe that he had a background in physical education. This guy is an athlete. He is very fast. He's strong. He's explosive. The real question is, does he have the experience necessary to not make the big mistakes that I've seen him make at times that he's gotten away with in his early fights? You come up in the levels, someone against like Keely's Mota, you got to be careful. But this guy is explosive. When he wants to go after someone, look out.
Trains with UFC's middleweight Andre Muniz, one of his main training partners at Tata Fight Team in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, the bane of Jacare's existence.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, Andre Muniz is a submission master.
And well, Pacheco has 2 submissions on his record. So another look at a Bellator MMA debutante as we await the arrival of his opponent, Kilis Mata, who is fighting for the 5th time in Bellator.
And now set to make his way, Kilis Mata.
Kilis Mata showed what he's made of in snapping the first 2-fight losing streak of his career, earning a hard-fought victory over Dan Moret at Bellator 288 this past June. Gave Moret a lot of respect, but in the end it was 30-27 across the board. What impresses you most about this fighter from ATT in Coconut Creek, Florida?
Well, he's from ATT now. He used to be with Glover Teixeira up in Danbury, Connecticut, but I have seen an improvement out of Keely since his time down at ATT. Look, this guy is very good and fluent in that stand-up game. When I say fluent, he's so smooth, he's calculated, he's got very, very fast and hard kicks. And if the fight hits the ground, you're talking about a guy who's outstanding on the ground. He's got a very effective ground game. He goes after the submission, and he's got beautiful base and balance on top. Take a look at that 76-inch reach. That is huge for a lightweight. Kilis Mota's going to have to get past that. He's going to try to use his kicks since he's only at 71.
With the official introductions, here is Michael C. Williams.
And we welcome once again all those joining us late night across the UK live on BBC iPlayer as we go now here in Chicago to 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing the blue corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 155.6 pounds, undefeated as a professional. He stands with 7 wins, no losses from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, presenting Jairo Pacheco. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'11", weighing in 155.6 pounds. As a professional, 13 victories, 3 defeats from Registro Sao Paulo, Brazil, presenting Kilis Mota. In charge, your referee, Jason Herzog.
Kilis Mata, 5 wins via first round knockout or submission, 3 KOs, 2 subs. Pacheco literally still trying to fight out of the favela he was raised in Rio de Janeiro. He knows a win here tonight will change his family's life.
It's quite a bit of motivation right there.
Pacheco told us that he would let his hands and feet do the talking for him here in this fight, and it's Mata who delivers the first strike. There's a push kick to the midsection by Pacheco, and both of them using their feet to begin this fight. And there's a 1-2 through the guard for Mata.
That was a very good low calf kick that you saw Pacheco hit Mota with. He needs to go back to that as often as he can.
And as you mentioned in the tail of the tape, it's going to be Pacheco looking to utilize his length advantage and already showcasing a very educated right foot there. I think the degree comes from DePaul University. Men's and women's basketball team play here at Wintrust Arena. There's a jab, nice counter from Mata. Both deliver kicks. There's a lead left uppercut. Immediately Mata looks for the level change in the takedown. Well defended thus far by Pacheco.
Yeah, but Mata got into him on that. That was a nice body shot that Pacheco ended up landing, but Mata now into that. He's just trying to get those hands clasped together. Good job by Pacheco to not allow that to happen.
And the jockeying for position continues in the clinch, and there's mat return by Mata from the waistlock right into side control.
That's not an easy thing to do when you get a guy with that body lock and they're really long and they're going to drag their feet on the ground. Very difficult sometimes to get him down. That was a great job by Achilles to actually elevate him up and get this thing to the mat.
Both of them in their respective careers, and Mata with more experience, more than twice as many fights as the 7-0 Pacheco, but they've well-rounded. Some knockouts, some submissions, still gaining a lot of experience, and here Pacheco neutralizing the hands of Mata.
Yeah, Pacheco doing that, but he's put himself in a position now. He's now turned away from the cage. Now he can't utilize that cage to get himself back to his feet. So you got to look, and this is where we're talking about how smart are you going to be.
Oh, hammer fist.
Very clean hammer fist by Achilles.
Ground and pound, and so Mata now having freedom with his hands begins to punish Pacheco.
Achilles Mata hitting very heavy shots. You could see how they had an instant effect on Pacheco.
Under 2 minutes left here in the opening round.
Beautiful, nice job by Achilles Mata to close in with that leg, put it on the arm. You see that baseball grip that Pacheco is using to try to keep Achilles off of him. Nice technique.
90 seconds here in the opening round. Mata working from the half guard top position. And Pacheco against the fence trying to find a way to get out from underneath the pressure and the smothering attack of Achilles Mata. Seatbelt.
Pacheco needs to keep that hand as far as you see him posting. He needs to post off of that hand. You see Mata trying to reach out and grab a hold and lace that arm back.
Under a minute now left in the first round, and Mata with the positional advantage on Pacheco. Pacheco trying to keep Mata from unleashing another attack. Mata able to deliver a couple of right hands to Pacheco's body. And of course, Pacheco, John, wearing the weight of Mata, the mental, physical pressure, the grinding attack, and so for Pacheco, already facing adversity in the first 5 minutes of his Bellator MMA career.
And then, when coming into a new organization, it is not easy. You want to perform so well, and you're just trying to make sure that, you know what, I stay in this fight right now. Pacheco needs to just take his time, keep himself safe, get himself out of the round.
Lightweights, Mata, Pacheco, end of one.
Eu quero uma respiração. Olha só. E enche esse pulmão de ar, esse ombro lá em cima, pra gente se controlar. Exatamente.
Some nice moments. That low calf kick right there by Pacheco, that was really nice. Beautiful defense by Achilles. Nice movement of the head off. But once Achilles Mata was able to get and elevate him off of that body lock, it was not anything going well for Pacheco for the rest of the round. He took some big shots. He did keep himself safe, getting himself to the next round.
Crowd still filing in Wintrust Arena, hosting its first ever Bellator MMA event. And what a night during the prelims. We've had 6 fights thus far with 6 finishes. We're about to go into round number 2 of this lightweight encounter between Achilles Mata in the red gloves and the debuting Jairo Pacheco in the blue gloves. And immediately both of them storm to the center of the cage, feinting. It's Pacheco delivering the kick. And again, Pacheco delivering multiple kicks with either foot, John.
And doing a nice job of bringing them down low, up high. He's mixing it up.
There's a right hand from Mata through the guard.
Oh, that was a nice clean hand.
Falls in looking for the takedown and was successful on one of 2 occasions in that opening round and able to put Pacheco on his back early in the second stanza.
Look at what Mata is telling you is, all right, I felt what you are like down there. I understand how good you are, and I believe that I'm better. And he's taking him back there because now he can do damage while he doesn't get damaged himself. This is what makes Achilles Mata a good fighter. He's fighting smart. That is fight IQ, saying, why am I going to be in the stand-up with a guy that's so long, so rangy?
Mata, been a pro since 2013. Pacheco a pro since 2018. And again, we talk about the experience edge, and for Pacheco, who we've talked about it, John, athletic, physically strong, and trying to be active off his back here. Hammer fist from Mata, but again, Pacheco trying to create something.
He tried to create, you saw him reach in for that leg, but you saw right away Mata took and clamped down on that hand. There was no way for Pacheco to upset that balance, and that's why you saw Mata able to land that big hammer fist.
Speaking of big hammers, Mata getting to work with the likes of Steve Mako at ATT's Coconut Creek.
Anybody knows about Steve Mako, man, that was a mean wrestler. he liked to hurt people when he was wrestling. And now he's a great,
about us
great,
that we're laughing.
Great coach at ATT, though.
A sadistic SOB.
Yes, he was.
I think I was talking about
and maybe still is.
All right, Mata, no laughing matter here for Mata and Pacheco again. Every moment in the cage counts. You are, again, especially for Pacheco, we've already documented the fact that as we speak, his family remains in the favela, the ghetto of Rio de Janeiro, and we've seen so many fighters emerge from abject poverty to become legends.
Absolutely. The latest, if you're going to look at someone that grew up in the favela, Charles Oliveira.
Yep.
You know, look at what he's done. He is just been fantastic.
Well, this crowd obviously has been spoiled tonight. We've documented the fact that every fight has ended inside the distance, and not happy with the static display of Mata on top of Pacheco, who is sitting against the fence.
As you see Mata with that figure 4 on those legs, when you see those feet up off of the mat, there's no way that Pacheco is going to get himself up from this point. He's got to get his feet free. He's got to at least get one down to the ground so he can start to turn over to get his knee to the ground, use his hands.
Somebody in the building tonight who's very good at doing what Mata has done. The Eagle had a pretty decent career, I think.
Not bad career at all.
And Mata looking to put, well, does have the hook in, but Pacheco seems to be stymied, John.
He's having a hard time just with all the elements coming together to get himself back to his feet. He tried doing the submission game out in the middle of the mat. That didn't work for him. Now he's got himself with his back to the cage, but he has not figured out how to get his legs clear so he can get himself back to his feet. And he's looking for help from the referee. That's never a good sign.
Opportunity to get to his feet here, and Mata with the waist lock, back elbows being delivered to the face by Pacheco. Mata puts one hook in, trying to flatten out Pacheco perhaps. Under a minute left in the second.
And again, you can see Pacheco looking up at Jason Herzog. Quit looking at him. He's not your friend. He's not there to help you. Get yourself out.
And there's knees being buried into the thigh the right thigh of Jairo Pacheco. Now on his feet, coming up on 30 seconds left in the second. But Mata makes sure he doesn't stay on his feet long.
Yeah, he didn't land too well on that either. His head got a little torqued underneath him. That's a lot of weight coming down.
We see Mata put in the one hook, John, but unable to take it much further. He's trying to just neutralize Pacheco.
Let's just be honest. Pacheco obviously has very big hands, and he's been able to risk control Mata to the point where Mata has no idea how to really get his hands clear.
Quero que você escute o que eu vou falar para você. Quero que você respire primeiro, antes de tudo. Me dá só aquela ombrada lá em cima e voltou. Mais uma vez para mim. Olha só, ele vai vir correndo atrás do prejuízo nesses 5 minutos.
Entrar, pum, entrar de encontro com a tua mão, entrar de encontro com o teu joelho. Tá? É isso. Bota a mão, movimenta, sai para um lado, sai para o outro. Sai para um lado, sai para o outro. 2 rounds para ele. Mas ainda tem luta, ele não te aguenta em pé, ele já te agarrando com desespero. Ele tá te agarrando por desrespeito, tá fazendo a luta mais feia da história, entendeu? Porrada nesse cara agora, vamos machucar ele, ok? Vamos machucar ele, mais um round, é teu.
Hey, it's a balmy Friday night in the windy city of Chicago. 21 degrees.
Oh, balmy.
It's not Celsius. See, I thought it was Canadian where I'm from, but Fahrenheit 21, I guess not so warm.
No, not quite.
But a beautiful city, one of the most iconic skylines, and a beautiful building. This Wintrust Arena as Achilles Mata and Jairo Pacheco engage in action here. They both come out chucking leather, and we talk about Pacheco's background. Hey, Mata fought his way out of the same favelas in Brazil, and now he's taking Pacheco for a ride and putting him on his back.
And in my opinion, Pacheco has got to figure out something in this round. He's got to become offensive. He's got to do some damage. He's got to finish. In my opinion right now, he's got to finish Achilles Mata if he wants to get the win.
Isso, eu quero a respiração junto aqui, filho. Eu quero a respiração junto. Exatamente. Exatamente. Ele vai girar para
Pacheco trying to control Mata's hand. A minute gone here in the final round, and every second that ticks off the clock, 1 second closer to, well, Pacheco tasting defeat here in the Bellator cage, and not a defeatist attitude by any means, but frustrated for sure. The body language even there, like you say, it almost looks like he's waiting for the referee to do something.
Yeah, and you take a look and you go, look, at this point, his coach knows, he should know, look, you're way behind in this fight. An L's an L, man. You got to go for it. Open up. If he ends up, taking your back and you end up getting put out of this fight, okay. But don't sit there and just let the time run by, because you don't have a lot of time. Nice job by Achilles. If you're seeing that arm is trapped now in that leg. You see his right arm. That glove is pinched between the thigh and the calf of Achilles Mata. That is not a good position for him. He's got his left hand to help him protect himself. But if Achilles realizes it, opens up with that left hand. Now he's got the arm free.
Midway through the final round, and Pacheco needs to try to find a way to get back on his feet, back into this fight. Cannot accept this position, and again, much easier said than done when you have Achilles Mata on top of you, working from half guard. And again, Mata with the figure 4 around both of Pacheco's legs. And that will take away the base and any escape route, John.
No, not right now. Not with where his legs are at. He is not going to get himself up. He has got to free those legs. He's got to push on the hips, shimmy those legs out of that position so he can at least get one leg down on the ground, get a knee there, start to build a base so he can get back to his feet. Now you're seeing Mata lace that left arm. That is not a good position. He's breaking him down, climbing up on top. Nice job by Achilles Mata. This is good fighting. And again, you're seeing Pacheco, look towards the referee.
Pleading with the ref, it's only
he wants
him to blame.
He wants to have a friend in there, and there is none.
And Mata, and again, Mata obviously doing enough on top from that dominant position, and for him as well, coming back after a 2-fight losing streak, beating Dan Moret via unanimous decision. An opportunity here to try to maybe close the show in the final minute.
And look, he's taking on a guy that was an undefeated fighter coming in. This guy with a lot of confidence, having a chance to actually prove himself in this fight. So, you know, Pacheco came in here guns a-blazing, wanting to get rid of Achilles, and Achilles done a great job of shutting all that down.
Achilles Mata, 4 for 7 in the takedown department. Outlanding Pacheco 51 to 18 in terms of total strikes. And the streak of finishes of Bellator 288 comes to an end for the first time. The judges are earning their keep.
Judges finally get to say something.
And Mata goes the distance for the 3rd time in a row.
America top team. Wrestler, America top team.
For Pacheco, goes the distance for the first time in 3 fights. And John, I mentioned the numbers. Let's dig a little deeper.
Yeah, you can take a look. You know, 51 strikes landed to 19 here. When you're looking at the big difference, 11 minutes and 35 seconds of ground control to absolutely 0, 4 takedowns. This came down to a battle of ground position, and Achilles Mata was the guy that took that.
Two Brazilian fighters looking to, again, escape their impoverished backgrounds, and not the easiest line of work by any stretch of the imagination. And they was a grinding, suffocating affair here tonight with Achilles Mata utilizing his wrestling and, as you mentioned, John, his positional control to control Pacheco for the majority of this fight. All right, the man who's in position to identify the winner is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance for the first time, tonight we'll go to your judges' scorecards, where all 3 judges, Brian Puccello, Mike Bell, Scott Jones, all have it exactly the same at 30 to 27, all for the winner by unanimous decision, Achilles Mata.
Achilles Mata, ever the sportsman, raising the hand of Jairo Pacheco, who tastes defeat for the first time. 2 compatriots in a grueling match between Achilles Mata, who is now 14-3, 3-2 in Bellator, and for Jairo Pacheco, tasting bitter defeat for the first time. Conan Silveira looking to mark this moment for posterity.
Hey Bellator Nation, follow us across a large array of digital platforms and stay up to date on everything you need to know. Like us on the Bellator Facebook page and see exclusive videos. Follow us and get instant updates on Twitter at Bellator MMA and get a chance to have your tweet live on the broadcast. See amazing pictures on Instagram at Bellator MMA. Join Bellator Nation today. From the gym to the streets, Bellator fans head to BellatorShop.com and gear up in the same apparel the fighters wear. Oh, Chicago, you are beautiful, but very, very cold. It's about 20 degrees outside here in Chicago, Illinois tonight, but inside the Wintrust Arena where we are for Bellator 288, things are scorching hot. Our prelims have been absolutely incredible, and tonight a main card headlined by the light heavyweight Grand Prix final between Vadim Nemkov and Corey Anderson. It is a rematch of a fight we saw back in April that was ruled no contest. These two guys have had 217 days to prepare for tonight.
The gauntlet for glory begins here in our light heavyweight World Grand Prix. Jab lands again. This time he drops Davis. Nemkov pouncing on Phil Davis.
And still, Bellator light heavyweight world champion Vadim Nemkov.
Anderson was riding Yakshimuradov, dropping those nasty elbows. And Corey Anderson advances to the semifinals.
Semifinals are underway. This is what we meant when you said you can't stay down there. That's good. Nemkov opening up, and Blitzkis has to move. Nice Cameroon. Yeah, that's it. That's how you say, and still. Big shot for Corey Anderson. Bader immediately covers up. Corey Anderson swinging for the fences, swinging for the finals, swinging for that title shot that's eluded him his entire career. The ground and pound pouring down, and it's over. Corey Anderson has punched his own ticket to a world title fight. The finals are set. This is for it all.
Nasty elbow drop by Anderson.
Beautifully done. You can see that.
And Nemkov has been hurt.
That is a clash of heads. Even Corey Anderson is saying
it. It goes down as a no contest after the clash of heads opened that nasty gash.
The light heavyweight World Grand Prix title will sit in limbo until these two men are matched up again. And you can do it once more.
That is our main event tonight, a rematch of the fight we saw back in April between Corey Overtime Anderson and Vadim Nemkov. Fans never like to see no contest. They weren't too excited about it. One of these fighters, though, Vadim Nemkov, maybe he is excited about a chance for a second shot at that belt because, Josh, up until that point, Corey Anderson was winning that fight. Vadim Nemkov told us this week, he said, look, his American style of wrestling, I thought I was ready for it. I wasn't ready for it. So he went ahead, he went to Florida for 5 weeks to work with American wrestlers to get ready for tonight. Is that going to be enough against a guy like Corey Anderson?
Well, that's why we fight the fight. We're going to find out tonight if it was enough. But he was working with Johnny Eblin, who's now our middleweight champ here in Bellator. Dalton Rasta, undefeated fighter as well. Austin Vanderford, he's got one loss, but he's also a fantastic wrestler. So he's got a good mix of great wrestlers that are in that American top team. Let's see if that makes a difference.
When it comes to Corey Anderson, as I mentioned, look, he was winning that fight. You said earlier today for Vadim Nemkov, he just needs to wipe the slate clean. He needs to consider this a brand new fight. Corey Anderson, is this more round 4 for him? How does he not lose the momentum he had in that one?
Well, Vadim can't take much away from that first fight. He didn't perform very well. The leg kicks were working for him in the first, but in this situation, he's got to wipe that slate clean and move on to a new fight. Corey Anderson wants to pick up where he left off, right into round 4. Get into the conversation of, look, I've got to make sure that I don't come in overconfident, cocky, arrogant. I've got to make sure that I come in prepared for whatever he brings, that I can deliver the same type of performance that I did in the first fight. Get in his face, land some big shots, but don't forget that I'm a wrestler.
He said this week that Vadim Nemkov, he called him a hot pocket. Says he comes out pretty hot and he's got to wait for him to cool down, and that's when he's going to make his move.
But that's the style of Corey Anderson. He will get in your face, make you fight uncomfortable positions, and when he gets on top, he delivers the most vicious ground and pound. And that's all he's got to do. Just remember that. Don't come in too confident.
It's going to be an incredible fight. That is our main event tonight. 2 championship fights on the card, 9 Eastern on Showtime. Moro, back to you, friend.
Hey, Amanda, nice to see JT displaying that hot pocket square. Purple looks good on him, I gotta admit. Main event for the prelims as we've got Imam Shafi Aliyev taking on Sean Connor Fallon. It's the middleweights to close out the prelim portion of Bellator 288.
And now to make his way to the cage, Sean. And now to make his way to the cage, Imam Shafi Aliyev.
Meanwhile, Imam Shafi Aliyev also fighting for the first time in the Bellator cage, and he comes to the promotion with an 8-0 record, 5 finishes, 3 knockouts, 2 submissions, just like our light heavyweight champion, Vadim Nemkov, who will be running it back with Corey Anderson in our main event, a combat Sambo champion. And John, for those uninitiated, you know there's a lot of similarities, but combat Sambo and MMA, a nice starting point.
Absolutely. When you're taking a look at that build-up, combat Sambo, big difference. Okay, they have a different type of gi top on, headgear, but man, they go after it with all the submissions, strikes, everything. It is a beautiful precursor to the world of mixed martial arts.
And what you've seen out of this youngster, you've seen him go at it.
Oh, I have seen him go at it. He is very relaxed and calm in the cage, and that is why he's so good. He doesn't panic. He knows when he needs to get the takedown. He's very good with it, and he's stifling from the top position. How rare for a Dagestani fighter. Tail of the tape for this middleweight matchup. Just take a look. 8-0 right now for Aliyev. 16-7, but be cautious when you're in there with Fallon. He is a very good submission fighter.
Will it be experience or will youth be served? Time to hear from Michael C. Williams.
Tonight here in Chicago, the time has come to conclude the Bellator 288 prelims, and we'll do it right now with 3 5-minute rounds in the middleweight division. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 6'2", weighing in 185.6 pounds. His professional record, 16 wins, 7 losses, presenting Sean Connor Fallon. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 185.8 pounds. As a professional, he's undefeated, 8 victories, no defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Imam Shafi Aliyev. And the referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
Aliyev Fallon set to close things out here at the Bellator 288 prelims, and Fallon working with Corey Anderson. Anderson has moved to the Indianapolis area, joined Fallon's team, so Fallon gets to sharpen his iron with some great iron in the form of Corey Anderson, and Fallon coming forward here on a lead.
Yeah, Fallon really trying to utilize that jab, keeping it in his face. Nice right hand over the top by Aliv.
Counter right by Aliv, and Fallon goes for the kick, caught by Aliv, trip, takedown, and Aliv looking to pass guard, but rubber guard employed immediately by Fallon. Again, we talk about Fallon's pedigree, all about the submissions, John. Very comfortable on his back, but Aliv looking to make him as uncomfortable as possible.
And if you take a look at that position right there, Aliv is in. He's in a great position to get an arm triangle if he can get past those legs. Beautiful shoulder pressure. You're seeing that shoulder in that throat area of Sean Fallon. That is not comfortable. And don't worry about the guillotine. It is not there right now.
Aliv coming off his first arm triangle choke win in his last fight. That was in August of this year.
That was nice of Sean Fallon to get him back to guard, but right away you saw Aliv step over it, ride it back into half guard.
It's funny, we have Aliv, who was going for an arm triangle, comes off his first arm triangle choke win. Now Fallon was obviously not in a position there, but the guillotine attempt coming off a guillotine choke win. But here's a creative effort here by Fallon off his back.
And what you're seeing is Aliv is feeling that neck pressure because there is pressure on his neck, and he's trying to back himself out. You don't have an actual submission here, but what you do have is a crank on that neck. It's not comfortable.
Aliv relieves of the pressure, but Fallon continues to try to control the head from the closed guard.
Well, all that was good by Sean Fallon because, you know, he utilized that to get himself from that half guard back into a full guard, which opens up his submission game.
Fallon, a BJJ brown belt. Aliv felt he had an advantage on the ground despite Fallon's credentials, and now Fallon busted open. Fallon, knowing he's been cut, gets up and starts firing punches.
Yeah, that was a clean right elbow that opened him up.
And Aliv takedown, but Fallon looking to attack the neck again, but yeah, an elbow just cutting Fallon open. And now a Pollock painting beginning to form on the back of Imam Shafi Aliv.
Aliv just driving forward. Beautiful job, getting position, bringing his hands together. Good shoulder pressure right now. His head's in that position, but it's not in danger.
Stop! Stop! Time!
Referee calls timeout to have the cut inspected.
Let's go over there. You go over here.
And as John mentioned, an elbow strike, legal strike, opening the cut.
Over here.
Yeah, let's take a look at that elbow strike. Right here, you're going to see him just taking. He's going to swing his elbow straight through. Beautifully done. Outstanding technique by Aliv. Watch how it comes right down the middle. There's no way for Fallon to truly block it. It just opens up that cut. A well-placed elbow. That's beautiful technique.
Doctor trying to staunch the bleeding there, and of course, if he is unable to, or they determine that he is unable to continue due to the cut, it would go down as a TKO victory for Imam Shafi Aliv, who nailed him with an elbow, and that's exactly what's happened, John. So an elbow leads to a Bellator MMA victory for Imam Shafi Aliv, now 9-0 with his fourth TKO, and you gotta feel for Sean Connor Fallon losing that way. You know he wants to continue, but it's up to the doctor.
No doubt about that. But I want people to see, watch how this elbow is thrown, because when we talk about an elbow being thrown the right way, Watch how he places his hand right through the middle and turns the arm over, bringing it straight down, bone on bone. That is just a beautiful technique the way he did that. He didn't swing it to the outside, and that's why it landed as clean as it did. Just a beautifully executed technique by Aliv. Nothing that Fallon could do. And the fact that, they're going to stop it, I understand.
Another undefeated fighter representing the school of the late Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov. And Imam Shafi Aliv hopes to climb all the way to the top here in Bellator MMA's middleweight division. Of course, Johnny Eblen will have something to say about anyone who tries to knock him off the summit after that incredible win over a living legend in Gegard Mousasi. But tonight, in this moment, Imam Shafi Aliv successful in his Bellator debut. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, upon the advice of the cage-side physician, referee Kevin McDonald, due to the cut, waves off the contest officially. 3 minutes, 20 seconds, round number 1. The winner by TKO, Imam Shafi Aliv.
Imam Shafi Aliv setting the table when it comes to a victory tonight for the school of Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov. Of course, teammate Usman Nurmagomedov will challenge Patricky Pitbull later tonight for the Bellator Lightweight Championship. And let's take a look at what's coming your way at the top of the hour on Showtime. A double main event, 2 title fights. Vadim Nemkov, light heavyweight champion, runs it back with #1 contender Corey Anderson in the $1 million final of the light heavyweight Grand Prix. Patricky Pitbull makes the maiden voyage of his lightweight title reign and defends against the undefeated #1 contender Usman Nurmagomedov, who is competing in his first 5-round fight. Former 2-time featherweight title challenger, #7 ranked Daniel Weichel, participating in his 56th professional fight. He takes on newcomer Timur Hizriev, who is 11-0. Action in the heavyweight division sees #5 ranked Tyrell Fortune take on Daniel James, who won his pro debut in Bellator, returns 8 years later to try to tame Fortune. And a guaranteed barn burner to kick things off. Knockout artist Roman Ferraldo, ranked #10, Levon Chokoli. 17 of their 18 combined wins have come via form of knockout. Wintrust Arena in Chicago will be rocking. Join us for Bellator 288, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on Showtime.
It's a clash of heads.
The fight has been ruled a no contest.
It's time to settle the score once and for all. The light heavyweight Grand Prix final is back on. Champ Vadim Nemkov versus Corey Overtime Anderson. Plus, lightweight champ Patricky Pitbull against undefeated Usman Nurmagomedov. Bellator MMA tonight, live on Showtime.
card is stacked from top to bottom. In addition to our 2 world title fights, we have the veteran Daniel Weichel.
Situated on the southwestern shores of one of the 5 Great Lakes, in this case Michigan, Chicago, Illinois is one of the great cities in America. Home of the world's first skyscraper, it features stellar skyline views. Tonight, the American Architectural Award-winning Wintrust Arena plays host to its first Bellator MMA event. It is the weekend before Thanksgiving, and we have prepared a fistic feast with all the fixins, including a double helping of Bellator Championship action. Champion Vadim Nemkov and local favorite Corey Anderson run back the Grand Prix final, with both looking to stay unbeaten inside the Bellator cage. Meanwhile, Patricky Pitbull is in search of his promotional record 11th knockout victory in his first lightweight title defense against the undefeated #1 contender Usman Nurmagomedov, who competes in his first 5-round fight. Greetings from the city of the big shoulders, alongside a guy with big shoulders, Big John McCarthy. I'm Mauro Ranallo, and John, let's talk about our title twin bill, beginning with unfinished business in the light heavyweight World Grand Prix final.
Well, you know what happened in that first one. And you talk about unfinished business. Corey Anderson started right away. Even before he left the cage, he started with the mental warfare on Vadim Nemkov, because he was not looking straight ahead. He was looking at Vadim Nemkov, basically saying, you know what was happening, you know where this fight was going, I was going to be the champion, and now he just needs to go into round 4. But if you're Vadim Nemkov, you really need to look at this as, this is new life, this is a new beginning, and you need to go back to the things that you were successful with in the beginning of that fight, especially the low leg kicks. You got to start off fast, you got to start off strong. The low leg kicks are a key to his victory.
The 155-pound division is expected to get the tournament treatment next year, and the question of who will enter that Grand Prix as champion will be answered in our co-main event.
Oh, it will be, because we have one of the pillars of Bellator MMA in Patricky Pitbull. Him and his brother have been fantastic. He won the championship, beating Peter Quilley in Ireland, and he did it the way he does it all the time, with power. He knocked him out. He has got one-punch power. The guy he's facing, yes, he's got the Nurmagomedov name, but he is a different fighter than his cousin Khabib. He is a fantastic stand-up fighter. Beautiful kicks, unbelievable hand movement, and he can also wrestle just like his cousin and take the fight to the ground. This is a fantastic matchup.
Also on tap here tonight at Bellator 288. Two-time featherweight title challenger, #7 ranked Daniel Weichel welcomes the unbeaten Timur Hizriev to the Bellator cage for the first time. #5 ranked heavyweight Tyrell Fortune takes on Chicago's Daniel James, who returns to the promotion 8 years after winning his pro debut in Bellator. And with 17 of their combined 18 victories coming via form of knockout, welterweights Roman Feraldo and Levon Chokoli are ready to throw down in Chi-Town.
#10 ranked Roman Feraldo. Take a look at that flying knee, because he's not only done that once, he has done that twice in the Bellator cage. This is a guy that calls his shots. Take a look. He says, oh yeah, I know you're hurt, and here it comes. Here you go, boom, and you are out. Roman Feraldo, 8 wins as a professional in MMA, 8 knockouts. This man has power. Look at that. Beautiful left hand, walk away. This is a man that can explode at any moment and put anyone away.
He joins Adam Boric, Michael Venom Page as the only fighters with multiple knee knockouts in Bellator as we go to the tail of the tape.
Look at the tail of the tape for this welterweight matchup, and it is a fantastic one. Levon Chokoli at 10-2. Unbelievable stand-up, good ground, 8-0 with power. Roman Feraldo, this is going to be fun.
From the Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois, it's time to kick off the main card of Bellator 288. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Chicago for Bellator MMA live on Showtime from Wintrust Arena. We extend a special welcome to the brave men and women serving around the world and joining us tonight live on AFN, the American Forces Network. Here at Bellator 288, we get underway with 3 5-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Introducing the blue corner first. At 6 foot, weighing in 170.6 pounds, his professional record 10 wins, 2 losses from Tbilisi, Georgia. Introducing Levon Chokali. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6'1", weighing in 170.8 pounds, the undefeated professional stands perfect with 8 victories, no defeats. By way of Key West, he fights out of Coconut Creek, Florida, the Renaissance Man, Vicious Roman Faraldo. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Rob Madrigal.
Roman Faraldo has 6 wins via first-round KO, including his previous 4. He's never fought past the second round. Levon Chokali, 9 of his 10 wins have come via first-round KO. He has 7 wins by KO in under a minute. Calf kick immediately delivered by Chokali, and
he stung him already.
Chokali gets stung as Faraldo lands the left hand. And what about Faraldo calling a shot? And now, speaking of shots, a shot by Chokali looking for the takedown, and Faraldo has to be careful. Don't hang on to that cage.
Now, there is no doubt he used that cage to keep himself from going face first into that corner section of the cage. Chokali had talked about utilizing a good wrestling attack to wear down Faraldo, take away some of that power, and then knock him out.
And immediately Chokali going for the choke.
But he does not have his legs attached, and so that's going to cause him a problem. He's going to end up underneath in this. He's got to hold on to that head as much as he can, but Faraldo's in a good position. He's the top position. High head will win in this position, and this is where you're seeing Levon Chokali trying to hold on to that. Nice job by Roman Faraldo to get himself out.
Delivers a knee as they continue at close quarters, and then delivers a combo on the break. That movement from Chokali. Throws the right hand, goes back to southpaw. Minute and a half gone, and you almost feel it, John, the tension in the air, knowing that at any time, this fight can end.
Boy, both of these guys are throwing heavy shots.
Kick, knocking Chokali off balance. Faraldo coming forward, and they are both throwing with bad intentions, as expected.
Faraldo doing a very nice job of switching from orthodox into southpaw.
Telegraphed that shot, and it was stopped by Faraldo. Judo throw right into full mount. Beautiful sequence by Roman Faraldo.
Outstanding hard goal. Drives him over the top. Beautiful takedown by Roman Faraldo.
And I always thought it was Haragoshi. I think it is. 2:45 left in the first.
You want to put an E at the end.
Ranked. Yeah. No, and Faraldo with a beautiful start to this fight midway through the opening round, ground and pound, delivering those sledgehammer-like elbows, and now Chokali was giving up his back, but beautifully turns into Faraldo. Great grappling sequence here, John.
That was a very nice move by Chokali. A small mistake by Faraldo allowed him to be able to turn inside of that and end up turning the position. That's why a lot of guys don't like going to mount, is there is that chance that you can end up on your back with your opponent in guard.
Faraldo's 5-fight Bellator winning streak at welterweight, tied for the second longest active streak in the division, behind current 170-pound champion Yaroslav Amosov with 6. And chance over Roman. begin to echo throughout Wintrust Arena, the native of Key West, Florida, the southernmost point of the United States.
Right now, as you're looking, Roman Faraldo, he's moving his hips. He's actually trying to land some shots. Levon Chokoli he's holding on at this point. He's really not trying to do any damage. Now he's getting some space, but cannot let this time go by. He has the opportunity to do damage, and he needs to.
Chokoli. And Faraldo trying to get back up. Chokoli in top position, working from after that knee shield being put in place by Faraldo. And he controls Chokoli's posture for the moment. Coming up on the final minute of the first.
And right here in this position, being close is good for Roman Faraldo. Space is not going to be good as far as that allows Chokoli to put power on his shots.
Final 45 seconds of the opening round. Hammer fist from the bottom by Faraldo. Now Chokoli postured, looking to ground and pound. Missing with a lot of those shots, however. Now tries to pass guard, does so at the back of Chokoli with 30 seconds remaining in the round.
And in that scramble situation, Faraldo needed to continue to turn that corner, and he stopped, and that's what gave Chokoli the ability to take that back.
Side control, Chokoli. Final 10 seconds. Chokoli looking for a crucifix potentially, but just pressure on Faraldo on the ground. Stop. You expect a striking smorgasbord, John, so of course you're going to see wrestling.
Well, Levon Chokoli had talked about, I need to be a mixed martial artist. I need to be very complete, and I need to use both.
There was
and you saw him hurt him there. But Faraldo also hurt Levon Chokoli in this. This was a beautiful, actually Tayatoshi is what it was, because you saw that toe on the ground. Beautiful job of getting them out, but then Chokoli turned it. And from that point, he landed the bigger shots. A close round for both guys. But I think Levon Chokoli is going to end up taking that 10-9.
Let's go, guys, let's go. Come on. Get your mouthpiece. Get your mouthpiece. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up. Get out of the circle.
Second round. Faraldo lands the right, and then Chokoli responding wildly, looking for the takedown, but Faraldo again looking to fire the kill shot here in the second. The head kick blocked. And another kick from Chokoli blocked.
Beautiful job by both guys going at it here. Faraldo is a little bit crushing his space. He has got power. You can see when he just lands the effect it has on his opponent.
Chokoli fighting out of Kaizen MMA in Virginia, also working with Phoenix Sport Academy in his native Georgia. And again, Faraldo looking for that judo throw, but this time Chokoli able to fend it off and ends up in top position in the open guard of Faraldo.
And right there you saw Faraldo going for that same takedown. Yep. This time Chokoli said, oh no, not going to work a second time. I figured it out.
He's got his homework.
And he brings it back to the backside and now has Faraldo on his back.
And it's all about the adjustments, John, on the fly, knowing that how evenly matched up they are in so many departments. You want to make sure that you are the one imposing your will and skill. And for Faraldo, who finds himself on his back here in round number 2, hasn't had to taste a lot of adversity, going 5-0 with 5 first-round finishes, but Chokoli giving him a tough night at the office here in round number 2.
Yeah, right there you would have liked to see Faraldo be able to push off on the hips, but Chokoli quickly moved himself off to the side into side control position now. Faraldo needs to get that underhook. He gets this near side underhook, get his hand in there and start to build a base back into Chokoli to get himself back to his feet.
Chokoli feeling the pressure as well, coming off a loss to Goichi Yamauchi at Bellator 279 in April when he was submitted by the Well, the current submissions leader in Bellator. And now it's Chokely looking for the submission on Geraldo.
That was a nice heavy shot by Chokely right there. Geraldo needs to fight those hands, make sure he doesn't let that arm slip around, get that lock in. Good job of getting back to his feet. Oh, very heavy kick by Chokely. Well timed and well placed.
And Geraldo going to the body, push kick by Chokely. Geraldo's currently ranked number 10. Chokely wants to take that number from him. Now, Geraldo putting his weight on Chokely as Chokely looking for the takedown, but running out of real estate along the fence, scooping the single.
That was a beautiful dip and rip with the left hook by Levon Chokely. Landed cleanly. The big difference we're seeing is Chokely is able to do some damage on Geraldo where everybody else we've watched have never had that opportunity.
You know, Chokely knows all about Dagestan's wrestling pedigree, the reputation. He's like, hey, don't forget us Georgians when it comes to grappling.
Roman using a nice whizzer on top. Needs to bring that leg back, extend those arms on Chokely.
Minute and a half left in the second round, and Chokely determined to get the takedown as Geraldo has the underhooks. And now Chokely pulling away from the fence and creating some separation. Nice lead left hook curling behind the guard of Geraldo. Geraldo lands a straight left and a nice left right from Chokely, but Chokely got staggered by Geraldo. And Chokely hanging on, trying desperately. He's been rattled, John.
Been rattled multiple times, but he's always made it through so far. It was the real question after all this wrestling maneuver. How are their arms? Are their arms getting heavy? Geraldo still has snap on his punch.
This has already been the longest fight in Roman Geraldo's burgeoning career. We mentioned he's never been past the second round. 30 seconds from going to the third round. Here's he drops elbows on Chokely. Chokely looking to just take him off his feet.
Well, the referee just took a point from Geraldo for grabbing the fence.
And that's happened on another occasion in the fight. So Chokely with the advantage there with Geraldo getting a point deducted. Geraldo up in top position, full mount, trying to steal the round, but again, he's had a point deducted.
That's right.
And for the first time, Roman Geraldo will see round number 3.
Foul! Right. 1 point. 1 point for grabbing the cage. 1 point for the cage grab. What? Grab.
Here's the grab of the cage right there. You see how that, as he's pulling him back, it ends up pulling him back into the cage. That is exactly when you are supposed to take a point, when that fighter actually alters the position and stops the takedown. 1 point deduction from Roman Geraldo by the referee.
Chopping left hand by Geraldo that dropped Chokely. So third and final round. Geraldo's conditioning going to be tested first time. This first time he sees the final frame. The referee making it official. John, how do you have it on your unofficial scorecard, taking into account the point deduction to Geraldo?
Well, that was a round 1 by Geraldo, in my opinion, so that goes to a 9-9 based upon the point deduction. So right now, Levon Chokely's ahead on my scorecard. Roman Geraldo needs to win this round, not to only try to win the fight, but could be a draw.
Outside low kick delivered by Chokely. Backing up as Geraldo marches forward and slips the left hand and almost lands a counter left of his own to Geraldo. Geraldo again with a chopping combination.
Geraldo's landing with a lot of power. The only problem is at times when he's coming into Chokely. He's getting too close, which is kind of stifling his ability to get his strikes off.
And it's Geraldo with the advantage in the total strikes landed. Fighting out of American Top Team under the tutelage of Mike Brown. And that great crew in the Sunshine State. Good exchange, John.
Very nice exchange. Chokely actually, he stung him with that. You saw Geraldo actually freeze for a moment.
Calf kick by Chokely.
Chokely's showing that his arms are heavy, though. He is tired at this point.
His hands are at his waist. There's Chokely with the right cross.
But notice that Chokely's punches are coming from the sides. Big looping shots. Geraldo needs to go right down the middle.
Geraldo blocked that head kick. There's a counter right connects for Chokely, and Geraldo feeling that shot. And Geraldo coming forward with an uppercut.
Geraldo ate that thing like it was a Toll House cookie. Like he just loved it.
Left hook, right hand. Here's Geraldo, left of his own. So pace has slowed as Chokely level change and gets the takedown. Butterfly hooks by Geraldo. Half butterfly now, but this is a critical takedown for Chokely at this stage of the fight.
Absolutely, because all he's got to do is hold on to this position, just do a little bit of damage from the top. He's got to win, in my opinion. So Geraldo's got to work. He's got to work to get himself back to his feet. That point deduction was huge in the second round.
Geraldo trying to control Chokely's posture. Open guard against the fence past the midway point of the final round. The fans anticipated fistic fireworks. You look at the numbers, that's what everyone expected. But hey, mixed martial arts, and Levon Chokely knowing full well Geraldo's record coming in the fashion in which he did his business. Smart game plan, smart strategy.
Absolutely smart, but they've seen some fistic fireworks because when these guys have been on the feet, they've been throwing heavy leather and just blasting each other.
Levon, you need to improve.
Referee saying that Chokely needs to impose. He's in top position, trying to create separation. And yet for Geraldo again, has to find a way to try to get this back to his feet. Piston-like shots, ground and pound from Chokely.
Very nice job by Chokely. See, that was the moment right there. Geraldo had a chance. There was space.
Yes.
That was your time to move. And instead, he was just unable to get there based upon being just a little bit tired. Everything is just hurting now.
Well, again, uncharted waters for Geraldo as we look at the strikes landed here in round 3, and a huge edge for Chokely with a minute left in the fight. And perhaps a minute left in the undefeated record of Roman Geraldo, barring a dramatic turn of events here in the final 50 seconds, John.
Absolutely. But this has been a fantastic performance by Levon Chokely.
What's impressed you the most?
He's used heavy strikes. He's used good stand-up. He's used the wrestling. He's done everything right in mixing up his attacks. He's taken big shots. He's gotten close to get time to get himself back in the fight. He's been very good throughout this matchup.
And regardless of the outcome, a learning experience for both, and for Roman Geraldo, 20 seconds left, remains on his back, pinned against the fence. Smothering pressure from top position by Chokely, but now back up to a vertical base. But Chokely uses his striking, his wrestling, his complete arsenal. And Levon Chokely, again, John, we mentioned, coming off a loss to Yamauchi, a very determined effort, again able to execute his game plan, and it's up to the judges now to determine the victor. But where do you feel Roman Geraldo was lacking in your mind in terms of what you witnessed tonight?
You know, lacking would be the wrong thing to say. It's this, Levon Chokley was not lacking. He was up to the task of putting it on Feraldo also. He stood up to the heavy strikes, and when he got hurt, he used the grappling to get himself back into the fight as far as taking time.
I meant Feraldo, what was he lacking in terms of his overall fight? Because he was unable to reverse his fortunes from this position.
First thing he was unable to do is gain the space that he needed to finish when he did hurt Levon Chokley in the second, is when he was taken down. He was unable to really get off his back.
And there is that Georgian flag, and for Roman Feraldo, being helped to his feet, grueling affair, feeling the pressure, the strength of Levon Chokley as the two warriors embrace and await the judge's verdict. With the official decision, here is Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 non-stop rounds of action, we'll go now to your judges' scorecards. All 3 judges at cage side, Brian Puccello, Mike Bell, and Scott Jones, see it exactly the same at 29-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Levon Chokley.
Last time he took an L, but tonight he bounces back in big-time fashion. Levon Chokley has just handed Roman Feraldo his first professional setback. Feraldo falling to 8-1, 5-1 here in Bellator's knockout streak is over, but for Levon Chokley, a huge victory, improving to 11-2 with 1 no contest, moving to 2-2 in the Bellator promotion.
The Bellator Bantamweight World Grand Prix features 8 of the top 135ers in the world, all with their eyes on the $1 million prize. The quarterfinal action got underway at Bellator 279, with Patchy Mix taking on Kyoji Horiguchi, and Mix showed no love to the former Bantamweight champion as he advanced with a unanimous decision victory.
I'm coming for that million. I'm coming for that belt.
Then, in a showdown for the interim world title, Rafion Superstats faced off against another former champion, Juan Archuleta.
Archuleta's down, Stotts! It's over! Rafion Superstats is the new interim bantamweight champion.
I'm a bully in here. I'm nasty with it. If you want some, come get some.
The Grand Prix action resumed at Bellator 282, with Magomed Magomedov facing Enrique Barzola.
That is tight. Got his legs engaging that. There it is.
He does it via guillotine choke in the 4th round. It will be Magomed Magomedov meeting Patchy Mix in the semifinals.
The last quarterfinal matchup featured Danny Sabatello taking on Leandro Ego. The Italian gangster put on a clinic and dominated all 5 rounds to secure a unanimous decision victory.
I want to say congratulations to Danny Sabatello because you won yourself an ass whooping. So congratulations.
Stotts versus Sabatello at Bellator 289, December 9th, live from the Mohegan Sun Arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you just saw up on that board, the Bantamweight World Grand Prix is in the semifinals, and on December 9th, for the Mohegan Sun, we will have a main event featuring Danny, the Italian gangster Sabatello, up against the interim champion, Rafion Superstats. Danny Sabatello, come on up here real quick. You guys have had a lot of words, have been saying a lot of things. In fact, he just said up on that board that you earned yourself an ass whooping. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, this pussy standing across from me is a little fucking bitch. I wish I was fighting him tonight in front of this beautiful Chicago crowd, but we're gonna have to wait for December 9th for me to carve up this motherfucker's face.
Rafion Stotts, you are the interim champion based upon your beautiful victory and knockout of Juan Archuleta. You have said some things about him. He has said some things about you. Just heard that. What is your response?
The fact of the matter is, who want to see me fuck this dude up? And that's the bottom line. I'm fucking you up.
Ladies and gentlemen, on December 9th, you're going to see Danny Sabatello, the Italian gangster, against Rafion Superstats for the interim championship and a chance to get to the finals of the Bellator Featherweight World Grand Prix.
So we anticipate that, well, the time for talking will eventually end. December 9th, Mohegan Sun, Rafion Superstats defending the interim championship against Danny Sabatello in the Bantamweight World Grand Prix. Let's go back to Amanda Guerra.
Moro, good evening. Amanda Guerra, two-time world champ, and Josh Thompson with you here on the fight desk all night long at Bellator 288. Josh, 3 weeks from now, we get that fight, December 9th at Mohegan. They're the main event. How excited are you for that one?
Moro said the time to talking will come to an end here.
No, they've been talking the whole time.
Absolutely not. They're never going to stop talking. They're going to talk after they win, after they lose. Doesn't matter what happens. They'll continue to talk.
It's going to be absolutely incredible. And just earmuffs, earmuffs the whole time if you don't want to hear the foul language, because you're going to hear it from now until then. All right, that is coming up December 9th. We have so much coming up here tonight. Let's talk about our main event, a highly anticipated rematch of the light heavyweight World Grand Prix final between Vadim Nemkov and Corey Anderson. The winner will tonight get $1 million. Now, Josh, this is a rematch because of what's going to happen here in just a second. An accidental headbutt there, a nasty cut over Vadim Nemkov's head. You're going to see all the blood gushing from it in a second. Crowd was disappointed, but was that the right call?
Absolutely was the right call. And also, when we talked to Corey Anderson this week, he said, I didn't want to win the tournament that way. I didn't want to win the title that way. And he has a lot of credibility behind his name that was at stake when he said that. And I believe him. He just needs to come out and pick up where he left off, like he had talked about. This is round 4. If he can continue to do that, I think he's going to have a successful night.
So let's talk about Vadim Nemkov on the other side of that, because look, he was losing that fight up until that happened. He said, I wasn't used to that American style of wrestling that Corey Anderson had. He moved to the United States to get ready for tonight, to work with American wrestlers, but is that going to be enough?
We're going to find out. That's why we fight the fight. But he's been training with Johnny Eblin, who's the middleweight champion in Bellator. He's been training with Dalton Rasta. He's been training with Austin Vanderford, Yaroslav Amosov. He's been there at American Top Team with some top-level wrestlers. But all of those guys are extremely good in the wrestling department at American Top Team. But none of them are the size of Corey Anderson.
We'll see what's going to happen there. That is our main event tonight. But we have 2 championship bouts from you. Our co-main event tonight. Talk about 2 historic families going head-to-head here. We have Patricky Pitbull going up against Usman Nurmagomedov. Patricky Pitbull putting his lightweight belt on the line. He is 36 years old. Usman Nurmagomedov undefeated, 24. Now, Josh, I got to ask you, first of all, every person here is trying to get a picture with you tonight. We keep getting interrupted because everyone wants a picture with Josh. You've been in the cage with Patricky. You have trained with Usman. From your experience, what do they both bring tonight?
They both bring a lot to the table. Obviously, everyone understands Patricio and Patricky both bring power every time they step inside that cage. They've got power in both hands, and they also got explosive flying knees and leg kicks when they throw them. Now, Usman, he brings a full repertoire of his tools. He's got great wrestling, which you very rarely see, but he's got outstanding kickboxing. His side kicks, his spinning back kicks, and his reach and range, along with the youth of his speed, will play a factor. He will look to use that side kick, look to use the side kicks to the head kicks, and keep that range and distance. And as Patricky tries to close the distance, he will try to look for the easy takedown.
And this is a different Patricky Pitbull we've seen. He is more mature, obviously, as a family, and he's taking this very seriously. He wants to keep those belts with his brother tonight.
It means a lot to him. This is his first title defense. He's really going to go out there and try to lay it on the line. He said this was his toughest training camp that he's had today.
And he said it all started with heart. That is our co-main event and main event coming up tonight. 2 belts on the line. Now we will send it back down to Moro to get us ready for some heavyweights, Moro. And you are never going to be an overnight celebrity. Do you get that? I got it now, Moro. I'm ready.
Oh, well, maybe get ready for some slow jams, because we do have a former bodyguard of Twista. And let's face it, if Daniel James' hand speed is half as fast as Twista's flow, he might prove to be a problem for Tyrell Fortune, who is ranked at number 5 in the heavyweight division.
And now we welcome to the cage the American Predator, Daniel James.
Daniel James turns 41 on New Year's Eve. John and I will have to wish him a happy birthday when we call Team Bellator versus Team Horizon from the Saitama Super Arena that night. But Daniel James returning to the Bellator MMA cage 8 years after winning his pro debut in Bellator. Currently on a 3-fight win streak. As we mentioned, has a lot of famous friends and is definitely a fan favorite in these parts.
And he is just a big man. Look at Daniel James as a good fighter. This is a guy that's been going over to Eastern Europe to get fights, and they don't bring you there to win. They want to beat you, and he has been putting up win after win after win. This man knows exactly where he's strong on the ground, and he gets in the top position. You are going to accept huge damage. He is a handful.
And now set to make his way, Tyrell Fortune.
32-year-old Tyrell Fortune, 12-2 with 1 no contest as a pro, all inside the Bellator MMA cage. His 9 stoppage wins in Bellator's heavyweight division, and his 8 knockout victories in heavyweight competition in Bellator, the most in divisional history. Hey, he's all about racking up impressive stats, but what he really has designs on is a shot at the heavyweight crown, and we now know Ryan Bader will defend the heavyweight title against Fedor February 4th, Bellator MMA's debut on CBS.
Absolutely, and this is Tyrell Fortune, and you see, there he goes being smart. Big looping shots the outside, but no, it's the uppercuts coming up the middle. And that's where his fight IQ is getting better and better. He used to just stay with those shots to the outside. Now he's doing the smart things. He's got an incredible wrestling background. He is a handful. This heavyweight matchup, when you look at it, it says 6'2" for Tyrell Fortune. 6'6", 264 pounds for Daniel James, and he is cutting to that because he's walking to this cage at least 275.
Here is Michael C. Williams.
Live on Showtime, Bellator MMA now features the heavyweight division scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. We introduce first the blue corner. At 6'6", weighing in 264.8 pounds, in his return to the Bellator cage, he brings 13 professional victories, 6 losses, 1 draw, hailing from Chicago, Illinois, presenting Daniel, the American Predator, James. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 6'2", weighing in 257.2 pounds, ranked now at number 5. His professional record includes 12 wins, 2 defeats, fighting out of Tempe, Arizona by way of Portland, Oregon, introducing Tyrell Fortune. And the referee in charge, Rob Madrigal.
Tyrell Fortune out of Arizona Combat Sports with 5 wins via first-round TKO. Daniel James out of Midwest Training Center, 5 first-round finishes, including 4 KOs. The heavyweights getting ready to throw down. .6'6", cutting down from 280 pounds to make 265 is Daniel James. Hey, Tyrell Fortune, 6'2", and as you mentioned, John, has the speed factor because of the size and the ability to use that lateral movement, but the American Predator just caught a kick, and he is looking to feed Tyrell Fortune some ferocious punches.
And that is exactly what Daniel James does. He's got very good defensive wrestling. He's spent a lot of his career working with Curtis Blades on his wrestling, and so his defensive wrestling is actually really good when he gets up against the cage. He puts a lot of weight on you. He makes you carry that weight. That's something that Tyrell has to be very cautious of. I don't want to carry this man's weight. If he starts to put so much weight down on me, I want to break off and reestablish. Get to the single leg. Don't go to the double leg so you get stuck underneath.
Well, for the American Predator, as my former broadcast partner, Boss Rudin, would so eloquently put it, just took one to the pills.
Tyrell brings the knee up right here, comes right up, hits the top of the cup there. A little bit of a reaction from Daniel, but Daniel's a tough man.
You got time.
Shot to a place that's anything but the toughest part of a man's anatomy, except for the cup is the only thing protecting him. And he took a nasty knee, but like you say, John, he came back to Bellator. He's here to earn a living for his family. And he's always wanted to compete in Bellator. He's been singing the praises of this promotion for a long time, and 8 years after winning his debut, he's back against a guy who is number 5 in the rankings.
Look, this is a big chance. And like I said, Daniel James was fighting in Eastern European countries.
And the takedown.
That's what you want to see out of Tyrell Fortune. Put the big man on his back. Now his weight means nothing. And now start to posture and do some damage.
Fortune, a 2-time state wrestling champion in his home state, Arizona, and also an NCAA Division II national champion at Grand Canyon University.
That's right, also a world team member.
So he knows his wrestling.
The man knows how to wrestle.
And for Daniel James, now sitting along the fence, maybe trying to find a way to use his ample size and girth to try to get back to his feet, use his hips, but Fortune right on top of him.
Well, there's a little battle going on right here. That's,
yep.
You see, I say, Daniel James knows I can't let him start to push me to one side or the other. I want to keep myself with my back on that cage, and I want to post to get up. But right now, you're seeing Tyrell Fortune taking and controlling that left leg. That's not going to help in getting Daniel James back to his feet.
Fortune also delivering shots to James' body, making the investment here in the first round, and James has to be careful with those elbows. And grappling going on. 2 minutes left in the first round.
Tyrell needs to utilize his head right now. Use it as a third arm. Start to drive Daniel James to one side or the other.
Fortune said something to the referee.
Said he's grabbing inside of my glove.
And while Fortune continues to neutralize the left leg of James, it is incumbent upon Fortune to maximize this position and do damage on James along the fence.
And that's one thing you're not seeing. Tyrell is doing zero as far as damage in this. He is controlling the position, but controlling the position is not scoring him any points.
But not for long, as he's trying to stay on James back. He snatches the rear naked choke.
James needs to get that top hand off.
Tyrell Fortune, 1 minute left, looking for that rear naked choke.
Tyrell going more towards the palm to palm. He's grabbing hold of his fingers there.
He has one submission win via RNC. It came back in August of 2019 against Rudy Shafroth. His only submission win, but he is on the verge of spoiling Daniel James' return to Bellator.
No, Daniel James has got that. He is in control right now. He had that. Now he just went back to it. Nice job by Daniel James to turn inside.
Good reversal by James, but he was holding on to the fence.
And this is a bad position.
And
underneath Daniel James.
The reversal of Fortune for James on Tyrell Fortune. Final seconds of the round. This Chicago crowd erupting. Wow, what a turnaround for Daniel James.
And this is the difference. Look at, we have control and now we have damage.
Heavyweights delivering the drama. Tyrell Fortune was fishing for his second rear naked choke victory. And just like that, Daniel James turned things around, and as you mentioned, John, delivered damage. The one criteria, effective aggression.
Take a look when he goes to get up here. Now he loses the position, and you see Tyrell Fortune getting that neck, but he remained calm. He is a guy who is a veteran of the sport. He eventually escapes this position and turns inside. Here he comes with a turn. That was a beautiful job of turning the position by Daniel James, and once he did, Morrow, he started posturing and delivering heavy shots.
All right, guys, let's go. Daniel, you got the mouthpiece?
The ebb and flow of mixed martial arts and really putting it on Tyrell Fortune in the final moments of the first.
Round 2.
James credited with landing 20 strikes in that opening round compared to just 8 for Fortune. Fortune 1 for 1 in the takedown department. And John, your unofficial scorecard.
Oh, he's out. That was a big shot.
Cut by Fortune.
Fortune is in trouble. You cannot have this guy hitting you like that.
By James. Elbows to the back of the head, but it's over. Daniel James, the American Predator, just vanquished Tyrell Fortune. What a memorable return to Bellator for the hometown hero.
Unbelievable job by Daniel James. That last 35 seconds of the first round gave him a rejuvenated feel. He knew that he could do damage. Look at this shot. Big miss by Tyrell Fortune, but watch the right hand. Up, undercut. He is starch right there, frozen. Here's another angle. Watch the big-time uppercut. Left hand misses, right hand on target. Hits the chin. You see that Fortune was frozen for a moment. He's able to actually catch himself going down, but unable to stop any of the damage once he hit the ground.
The uppercut allows Daniel James to lower the boom, knocking out Tyrell Fortune, sending Fortune to his, well, that's the second time that he has been, make it third time now that he's been stopped via form of KO. First one to Timothy Johnson, so yes, in fact, the second knockout stoppage for Fortune, and the fortunes are rising for Daniel James.
Listen, you heavyweights out there, I'm telling you right now, Daniel James is here, and Bellator, y'all better watch out.
Daniel James putting the heavyweight division on notice. Let's make it official with Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, inside the Bellator cage, it comes to an end. 27 seconds into round number 2 by TKO. The winner, Chicago's very own Daniel, the American Predator, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with your hometown man, Mr. Daniel James. Daniel, let's talk about that fight. He took you down in the first round, but you were able to keep him from doing any real damage to you. And when you finally get to the point where you fought off that choke and you turned the position, you opened up. How much did that give you as far as confidence going into the second round?
Well, John, man, first off, thanks Chicago. I love y'all so much. Love you. I can't even, but that first round, you know, we worked our game plan and we knew that we wanted to get the guy to commit to a takedown. So we focused on a lot of uppercuts. This fight was gonna be won by uppercut or from a ground and pound. I said that yesterday in our meeting. But today, when he put me in that choke, it been times that I said, you know what? He wasn't committed to that choke. And we big boys, I felt it. I felt myself blacking out. But I'm like a fish, I breathe underwater. You know what I'm saying? I call my second win. And it's showtime. It's showtime. At showtime in Chicago. I'm telling you straight up. Let's keep it going, Chicago. I'm in the building. Make some fucking noise. It's not enough. Make some noise now. Let's go.
You hit him. You missed with that big left hand, but that uppercut that you're talking about, it touched that chin perfectly. He was frozen going down. You jumped on top of him. You ended this fight. That was a fantastic finish. This is your second fight in the Bellator cage, but they came about 12 years apart, it seems like. But who is it that you just took out the number 5 guy with a big-time win? Who is it you should be fighting the next time you step in here?
Well, I am number 5. I'm number 5. Excuse me, but Scott Coker, I'm here, baby. You need some you need a pretty chocolate heavyweight. I'm here, let's go. Straight up, we got the market, we get everything. My hair long, I look good, I'm built nice. Let's go, I can fight, I'm number 5. What's next? Stop waiting. Let's go.
Chicago, get on your feet and give it up for your man, the American Predator, Daniel James.
One couldn't script a better scenario for the return of Daniel James to Bellator MMA. 8 years ago, he won his pro debut here in this cage, and now he returns and records the biggest win of his career, knocking off the number 5 ranked Tyrell Fortune. The mixed martial arts community is mourning the untimely passing of Anthony "Rumble" Johnson. Rumble was a member of the Bellator MMA roster, and in his final appearance in the quarterfinals of the Light Heavyweight World Grand Prix, he did what he does best: author a knockout victory. Unfortunately, illness knocked him out of the tournament, and he has passed away much too soon at the age of 38 after long-standing health issues. And I am joined now by Josh Thompson and Big John McCarthy. John, you were inside the cage for Johnson's 2 biggest fights when he vied for the UFC light heavyweight title on 2 occasions. We know what he was like inside the cage. How will you remember him for what he was like outside of the cage?
I gotta tell you right now, Rumble Johnson was one of the biggest punchers in MMA history. He was an absolute monster. But the thing I remember about him was what he was as a human being, and he was one of the kindest guys you could ever be around. He was funny, he was fun. He did a whole thing with it. He always protected dogs from people. They had a big thing about knockout dog fighting, and he just cared about other people. And he was that guy that made you happy to be around him. You got to spend time with Rumble Johnson. You were the lucky person.
Josh, you got to spend a lot of time with Rumble Johnson. I know you had a huge impact on his career, but as much as you had an impact on his career, I know he had a much bigger impact on your life.
Yeah, it really just came down to, I thought about all the things that I wanted to say today about how we discovered each other, how we became friends, how I cornered him, how I coached him, all of those things. But everybody saw that part of it, because that's what he was. He was a fighter, and they saw it because it was publicized. But John brought it up. The part that I want people to remember him for is the charitable work he did. He would spend his holidays with kids. He started a campaign for anti-dog fighting, and we would fight this together, but it was him. At one point, he had 12 pit bulls that he was working with and trying to save from being dog fighting. This guy is something that I know people remember him for. Rumble. That's who he was, obviously. But I want people to remember him for his humble words, the way he smiled, the way he lit up a room, and the positive feedback that he brought in. Every time I was around him, he was a great person. His smile said it all, and he deserved to live a longer life. And I'm gonna really miss him. I miss you, brother.
On behalf of all of us here at Bellator MMA, we extend our deepest condolences to the loved ones and the fans around the world of Anthony "Rumble" Johnson. He was the architect of one of the greatest highlight reels in mixed martial arts history. 17 of his 23 wins were spawned by his devastating striking. But behind the power was the person.
I don't know, man. My way of thinking when it comes to fighting is just different. I've always seen myself as somebody who's goal-driven, dedicated to whatever situation I'm in. You know, and it has a lot to do with how you're raised, you know, your mindset, what you've been through, what you've witnessed in life. And I give all the credit to my grandparents for that.
Anthony "Rumble" Johnson says, "No human being scares me except for my grandmother, and Rumble is ready to deliver."
The world sees one side. You know, they see me being raised by my grandparents in the country, got animals, this one right here, and all of that. And I'm all about my family. But just because I'm nice, don't think that I don't have that mean streak in me. You know what I'm saying? I let everything out when I fight.
Oh, what a shot by Johnson! And Anthony "Rumble" Johnson delivers the fight-finishing bomb!
What my family has been through and what I've been through, I usually can bottle that in, and then whenever I fight, I take it out on whoever I'm fighting. Nobody still did it like I did it. If you take me out, you take me out. That's just the name of the game. Just always been my spirit. I'm putting you out or you putting me out. It's gonna be something crazy, and I'd rather go out like a warrior.
And to echo what John and Josh and Mauro said, we are very honored for Rumble to have been part of the Bellator family. He will always be part of the Bellator family. We are a very close group here, so to his friends, his loved ones, his fans, you are in our thoughts, and we are with you. Back here at Bellator 288 inside the Wintrust Arena in Chicago. Our night here is far from finished. 3 more fights on our main card, including 2 5-round championship bouts. But after tonight, we're not done for the year. A couple of items to check off on your holiday MMA wish list.
The hits just keep on coming for Bellator MMA. On December 9th at Mohegan Sun Arena, it's the semifinals of the Bantamweight World Grand Prix, featuring Patchy Mix versus Magomed Magomedov, and a battle between interim champion Rafion Supastats and the trash-talking Danny Sabatello. Plus, newly minted champion Liz Carmouche collides with ex-champ Juliana Velasquez in a flyweight world title rematch. And we end the year with a bang. December 31st in Japan, it's Bellator MMA versus Rizin. Former world champions Juan Archuleta, Kyoji Horiguchi, and AJ McKee join current world champ and pound-for-pound king Patricio Pitbull as a Bellator All-Star squad takes on Rizin's best in a battle for MMA supremacy. It's a co-promotion for the ages. New Year's Eve.
So many incredible things between now and the end of the year. But first, we are not done here tonight. Up next, someone who is looking to absolutely blow up the featherweight division. 26-year-old undefeated Timur Hizriev. He is 11-0, and talk about throwing some shade this week. He said, oh yeah, I used to watch my opponent when I was in high school. His opponent, 55 fights to his name. We're talking about Daniel Weichel coming off a TKO finish of Robert Whiteford. He said, I would like more of that. Weichel is a technician. He said he wants to make another big statement finish, but like Big John and Josh will tell you, Timur has a chance to get him out of there. He's incredibly fast. He trains with some of the best of the world, and if he wins tonight versus Weichel, he will jump into those featherweight rankings. So 55 fights versus 11, but he's undefeated. Mauro, get us ready.
Well, Daniel Weichel, more than ready. 20th year as a professional mixed martial artist, competing in his 56th professional fight tonight. 3-2 since he returned to the Bellator featherweight division in September 2019. For Timur Hizriev, he turns 27 tomorrow. All 4 of his stoppage wins have come in the first round.
And now ready to make his way to the cage, Timur Imam Hizriev.
Another product of Dagestan, which has become the MMA hotbed. Studied at the Dagestan State University of National Economy, but he's more interested on making sure that he is the name everyone remembers tonight, because John, breaking down the tape and watching the fact that he is 11-0, turning 27 tomorrow, but this is a guy who comes in with a lot of credentials, if not familiarity.
He comes in with a lot of credentials, and you talk to him, he is 11-0. Somewhere in combat sambo, he's somewhere around, he thinks 80-something, wins. And then he talks about street fights. I've had 500 of those. This guy loves to fight, and I've watched him, and he's so fast, so fluid, and transitions so well. He is a handful.
And now to make his way, Daniel Weichel.
Well, the nickname is Drake. Some people feel there is a resemblance to the Sixth God, and of course coming out to start it from the bottom. Now he's here. Yes, he is again. As a Bellator fighter, he is 11-5, but overall 42-13. 22 wins via first round knockout or submission. 4 knockouts, 18 submissions. Hey, John, his last fight, a first round TKO over Robert Whiteford at Bellator 281 in May. That was his first knockout win in 11 years.
Yeah, there's a beautiful shot. You saw how it froze Whiteford. Whiteford is out on his feet. They called the fight. That was a big win, coming back off of a loss for Daniel Weichel, and that brought him right back into feeling that he can still contend for a featherweight title shot.
And he is already a 2-time Bellator featherweight title challenger, falling short against Patricio Pitbull on 2 different occasions, looking to spoil the Bellator debut of the undefeated Hizriev. Let's go to the numbers, John.
As simple as it gets. Look at 37 years of age compared to 26, 11-0. 42-13, meaning this is his 56th professional fight. All that experience, will that be the difference maker?
It's time for featherweight action. Here is Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA moves now to the featherweight division, set for 3 5-minute rounds live on Showtime. We introduce the blue corner. At 5'8", weighing in 146 pounds even tonight. He makes his Bellator debut, bringing an undefeated professional record, 11 victories, no defeats, presenting Timur Imam Hizriev. And across the cage, his adversary, fighting out of the red corner. At 5'10", weighing in 145.2 pounds, the veteran holds a professional record of 42 wins, 13 defeats, ranked at number 7, the 2-time world title challenger, Daniel Weichel. And the referee in charge, Kevin McDonald.
No, back up for me. Back up. We're not doing a face-off. Behind that line.
No official face-off, but they're about to face off here in featherweight competition. Again, Daniel Weichel turning 38 later this month. Timur Hizriev, he turns 27 tomorrow.
Let's go.
Weichel, the experience advantage. Hizriev undefeated and entering his physical prime. And there's that kick right away to the midsection of Weichel.
Oh no, that touched the bottom of his chin. That was right there.
And there's an inside low kick. The speed already on display of Hizriev.
right there with that television you saw. When you saw that big movement as Hizriev gave that feint, you saw Weichel giving all that space. Right there is telling you that, oh, he's fast, I need to move. That's a big tell in the early part of this fight.
There's a right hand behind the left of Hizriev. Brandon pawing. Weichel feinting, trying to get Hizriev to bite. There's a body kick from Hizriev and an outside low kick by Weichel. Weichel was supposed to have another opponent, found out that he'd be facing Hizriev the beginning of the month, John, so not too much time. And he was going for a to the face.
We talked about that with him, and he said it was actually a good thing for the change. He said that the person that I was working out with, the wrestler that I had brought in, actually mimicked Hizriev more than he did his first opponent. He said, so it actually was a benefit to me. We'll see.
Weichel landed the right. We had Hizriev probably watching the last fight, going for that right uppercut like our last fighter, Daniel James. Oh, and there's a right hand from Hizriev. 2 minutes gone in the first. Exchange.
And you can see Weichel is still fast, but Hizriev's just a little bit faster on those shots.
There's a counter, and now, boy, good exchange here in the center of the cage. Midway point of the opening round. Both pumping the jab, and footwork and speed again on display from Hizriev, and there's Weichel. Jumps in and then gets countered.
Weichel coming forward a lot more now in this part of the round, so he's starting to feel a little bit more confident in his ability to counter with Hizriev.
Hizriev mixing up his attack with punches and kicks. He's at double digits in connects, while Weichel right now only credited with landing 5 punches thus far. But again, trying to gather that data, John, and assess what Timur Hizriev is all about. There's another exchange, but the good counter right, popping Weichel's head back.
And you watch how he did that. That was beautifully set up by Hizriev. A counter right landing cleanly.
Final 60 seconds of the first frame, double jab by Hizriev. And there's the change. Oh, nice cartwheel escape by Weichel, the veteran, with some tricks of his own.
Nice grappling by both. Hizriev had that. As he let go of the body, you saw Weichel coming in, circling out over the top.
Solid 1-2, and then he stops Weichel with the right hand. Weichel's looking to land a front kick, John.
Yeah, Weichel is going to have to be careful.
Oh, kick caught. And again, a couple rights from Hizriev.
When he's coming in, those counters are catching him every time now. He's going to have to figure out either head movement or foot movement to get himself offline from those shots.
Spinning back kick by Hizriev, who completes his first round in Bellator.
Stop. Clean break.
Смотри, имам, все прокатывает, на руках перебивает.
Here Daniel Weichel lands a clean right hand right on the forehead of Hizriev. But Hizriev overall, when you're looking, the better shots throughout the fight ended up being Hizriev's. Nice right hand counter there, pushing him back. He landed multiple right hand counters throughout that round.
Daniel, вот это, Daniel, все проходит.
Thank you. Round 2.
Round 2 of this featherweight fight between number 7 ranked Daniel Weichel and the debuting Timur Hizriev, one of his training partners, Magomed Magomedov. He will tangle with Patchy Mix December 9th at Bellator 289 in one of the semifinals in the Bantamweight World Grand Prix. We heard from Danny Sabatello and interim champ Rafian Superstats, and thankfully Big John McCarthy was in there to keep things from overheating.
Both of those guys are so fun to be around. They talk beautiful smack.
These two, well, there's a couple of smacks in the face of Weichel by the 1-2 of Hizriev. Goes downstairs to the legs with a kick.
And again, a beautiful counter right hand. Take a look at those total strikes right there. 37 of 79 for Hizriev. 8 of 43 for Daniel Weichel right now.
Four-punch combination culminated with that right hand to the jaw of Weichel by Hizriev, who's beginning to pick up his pace, the reads, the timing, staying just out of range, and yet, John, as we mentioned, being able to effectively counter. And there's a calf kick. Oh, good counter right hand from Weichel.
Weichel's going to have to start to open up more. He's going to have to go after it. Right now, he's not throwing with enough combinations and not at enough as far as the numbers. He's got to start really utilizing his kicks and get his hands going. Because the accuracy is also not quite there right now, and Hizriev just keeps on touching him.
Yeah, Hizriev's just thrown, well, just crashed the 100 strike mark, so he's thrown over 100 strikes. 2 minutes gone in the second round in the fight, I should say, total strikes, and
that's got to be about twice what Weichel is throwing.
And well said, well done, John. Absolutely, 2-1 in the terms of the output. There's a front kick to the body by Hizriev, and he's done a good job of mixing up his attack and again staying at the perimeter. Weichel taking a chance, costing him now because he's on his back with Hizriev in top position. Hizriev though backs away.
And this is a lot of people when they see a Dagestani fighter, they think of Habib Nurmagomedov and that it's going to be that crushing, wrestling. Well, Hizriev comes from Magomed Magomedov and Zabit and all of them. They love the stand-up. They utilize the wrestling, but they like to be in the stand-up. And most of his fights are him utilizing his stand-up and sometimes going to the ground.
And of course, Weichel very comfortable on the ground with 22 submissions, but right now in a butt scoop position where with 2 minutes left, Hizriev, I guess, doing just enough to, it's almost like Ali and Inoki all over again. Boy, Ali's legs were never the same.
That had a little bit of a different rule set. They didn't give much for Inoki to do besides that.
And of course, Antonio Inoki recently passing away. He will be honored New Year's Eve as part of Bellator MMA versus Ryzen. From the storied Saitama Super Arena, double jab, beautifully done, splitting the guard of Weichel. Hizriev doing a good job of establishing the jab and doing a good job in almost every department.
Yeah, take a look at the total kicks there. Total punches landed. He's just way ahead right now. That jab, he's now starting to establish that jab. And it's touching the mark, and that's only going to open up his other tools.
Went for the body kick. Weichel looking to counter with the calf kick downstairs. A minute left in the second. Again, an effective jab for Hizriev. Weichel trying to parry it. Catches that kick attempt, but Hizriev able to escape, lunging in with the left, and again, the effective counter from Hizriev.
Very nice job, and you notice he has no problem switching from southpaw to orthodox or back. And you really can't see a style where you say, well, he's just much better in this stance than he is in the other. He is good with both.
And he's obviously the advantage in this range, John, in terms of being very effective with his striking and avoiding most of the damage of Weichel, although Weichel's landed the occasional counter as well.
Speed's been the big difference.
Yes, footwork and the speed of the Bellator newcomer, Timur Hizriev. We are through 2.
Stop. Clean break.
Well, we'll see if Hizriev's able to continue to bring the smoke to Daniel Weichel here in the second round. Weichel showing the effects of what has been a superlative striking display by Hizriev.
Back up, corner. Back up. Back up. Back up. Behind the line. Back up. Third and final.
Third and final round. How do you have it after 2 on your unofficial scorecard?
Oh, right now I have Hizriev up 20-18. He has been the leader in this dance the entire time. He's landed the better shots. His speed is starting to take over, and the counter shots have been outstanding.
Nice, beautiful left hand. The punch placement to the body and immediately upstairs. Lightning quick speed, John.
It's the real difference, and this is what happens when a fighter, and look, Daniel Weichel is a great fighter, and I love watching the fight, and he's not slow, but comparative to Hizriev, you can see there's a speed difference, and that's causing him the problems.
Snaps the jab again through the guard of Weichel. Very active with that lead left hand is Timur Hizriev, and again switching stances, and Weichel changed levels for a moment. Thought better of it after the reaction of Hizriev. A minute gone here in the final round. Double jab again by Hizriev.
And you look.
Nice counter right.
That was a beautiful right hand over the top. Not a lot of MMA fighters utilize the jab like you'll see in boxing, but Hizriev is doing a great job with it. It's setting up all of his offense for the most part.
You know, Vadim Nemkov likes to use the jab. He is our defending light heavyweight champion. He and Corey Anderson meet in the rematch in the $1 million light heavyweight Grand Prix final in the main event after their first fight declared a no contest back in April after an accidental clash of heads. Opened a big cut over the left eye. Nemkov as Weichel closes the distance and pins Hizriev on the fence and takes him to the mat, gets his back.
And a beautiful job. You saw how Weichel used his leg to pick up the leg of Hizriev. That's what helped him bring him to the ground.
Began training Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu at 15, and Daniel Weichel, again, more than half of his 42 wins have come via form of submission, including 10 rear naked chokes, which he's in a position right now to maybe try to work on.
He is. He needs to be very careful, though, as far as the position he's in. He's also got that leg right now, but he can go into a Suluev stretch. There's all kinds of different attacks. He's just trying to figure out what's the best thing I can do at this moment and not get too high.
That's exactly what it looks like he is beginning to think about, is that patented Suluev stretch. Not a comfortable feeling for anyone. And now looking to snatch the neck. And backdoor escape by Hizriev. Although down arm. Weichel transitions, looking for the armbar. Hizriev defends well and escapes. And this is probably why Hizriev was content to back he had him down.
Well, Weichel's a black belt under Dean Thomas, and so he understands the ground. He's got a good submission game. Israel was just...
And it's obvious Israel has the advantage in the stand-up right now.
Absolutely, no doubt about that.
Thanks to the money punch, the fundamental stick, the jab. But he's been knocking, he's been tempting with that right uppercut as well, has Israel. But Weichel gets sniped with that straight left, and you're right, we need to see an uptick in the offensive output of Daniel Weichel.
I don't know if Daniel can do that based upon, look, he's put out a lot trying to work hard in this round, and he's had his opportunities. It's just the speed is causing him a problem. He's pressing.
Yeah.
He just can't get his shots off based upon Israel's speed.
There's a jab from Weichel, but again, 80 of 188 and counting, 18 of 96 for Weichel. So one-way traffic in all facets of this fight. Under a minute left in the fight. And the jumping knee.
He's hurt.
Weichel tagging his He nailed him. And you're right, momentarily bothered, beginning to recover here. So Daniel Weichel looking for the dramatic conclusion, and he needs it in this fight. Continues to eat the jab of Israel.
Oh,
a kick to the face.
The front kick landed.
So two major strikes by Weichel in this round, and yet Israel still standing, looking to remain unbeaten in his Bellator MMA debut. Plenty to like from the fighter from Dagestan as they go the distance. The veteran Daniel Weichel and the Bellator newcomer Timur Hizriev, as good as advertised, John.
Look, he looked fantastic. Coming into an organization for the first fight is not an easy thing. There's a lot going on in your mind. It is tough. He came out here and he put on a beautiful performance against an outstanding fighter in Daniel Weichel. I have him winning the competition, but you never know what's going to happen, but I have him winning at 29-28. Beautiful. Watch this knee. Just missed a little bit off of that. But he landed a kick up here earlier too. Big shots.
All right, Timur Hizriev going to show respect for his opponent, Daniel Weichel. We will get the official decision after this. Here at Wintrust Arena in Chicago, we are set to find out who won this matchup between Daniel Weichel and Timur Hizriev in the featherweight division. Here once again, Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance, we'll go now to your three judges at cage side. Your first, Michael Bell, scores the fight 29-28. While judges Brian Puccello and Scott Jones both see it the same, 30-27. I'll have it for the winner by unanimous decision, Timur Hizriev.
Timur Hizriev introducing himself to the Bellator featherweight division, giving himself A great birthday present for his 27th birthday tomorrow. And John Timur Hizriev, another representative from that MMA force known as Dagestan.
I'll tell you what, you can see how good he is. He's a young fighter.
Awesome.
He's a young fighter. He's got a lot to learn, but man, he is going to be something special.
All right, let's go to Amanda Guerra.
Moro, we appreciate it. Well, today there was massive, huge breaking news in the world of MMA, a rematch that will be 4 years in the making. Bellator MMA today announcing the rematch between the champ, who is undefeated at heavyweight, Ryan Bader, versus one of the best to ever do it, the GOAT himself, Fedor. And rumor has it, this could potentially be the final fight of his career. Put it on your calendars right now, Saturday, February 4th. It will be the first Bellator fight on CBS. And we are very honored to be joined by the GOAT himself, Fedor. But Josh, I'm going to hand this over to you for the first question, fighter to fighter, and what this fight means.
This is obviously a rematch, but after talking with Scott Coker for the last couple months, this is a fight that you really wanted to get back. Why is that?
She's got a great arm. Bellator MMA apparel coming your way. You're making some noise.
Ну, во-первых, я бы хотел, конечно, прежде всего встретиться с чемпионом и провести матч-реванш с Райаном Бейдером. Не все сложилось так, как мне хотелось в прошлой подготовке. Надеюсь, в этот раз будет получше.
Of course, first of all, I wanted a title fight is really what I was after, and it just happened so that it's Ryan Bader, which is even better. It didn't go my way last time. I'm going to prepare for it, and we hope that it's going to go my way this time.
Fedor, first and foremost, we are so honored to have you here on the desk. Your career spanning more than 20 years. We have read many articles today saying this will be the last fight of your career. Can you confirm your retirement after this fight?
We go to the Weighing In podcast with Bellator's very own Big John and Josh.
Да, это будет мой последний бой. Будет завершение моей карьеры.
Yes, this will be my last fight.
Well, now you have confirmed that. What does the GOAT do when he retires? What does he do?
Что ты будешь делать, когда уже уйдешь в отставку?
У меня есть команда моих ребят, чемпионов, а также давать дорогу молодым. У нас есть Союз ММА России, из которого вышли уже многие чемпионы. Вот будем развивать этот вид спорта у нас в стране.
He said, you know, I have a lot of guys under me. Some of them are champions right here in Bellator. I have a lot of younger guys that are coming up, and we're going to continue to develop MMA in Russia.
Fedor, your career at the time will then span 23 years. Thank you so much for being here with us. We can't wait to watch you on February 4th. Okay, guys, mark it on your calendar. We cannot wait to watch this one here. The rematch between Fedor and Ryan Bader on CBS. The first Bellator fight going down on CBS February 4th. Bellator 290 inside the Kia Forum in Inglewood, California. We cannot wait to do it. And Fedor confirming to us this will be the final fight of his career. Still to come here at Bellator 288, fireworks inside the cage. The lightweight world championship featuring Usman Nurmagomedov versus Patricky Pitbull. Nurmagomedov just 24 years old, undefeated in his career. 15 wins, 15-0, and 13 of those wins, all finishes, 10 of them coming in the first round. He says he doesn't see much in his opponent, but Patricky Pitbull is operating at a different level right now. The current champ tied with the most knockouts in Bellator history. And while youth may not be on his side in this one, he is 12 years older than his opponent. The motivation and fire is more intense than ever for him. Now it is about heart and a family legacy to maintain.
It is marked indelibly over the heart, proudly proclaiming for all to see how integral it is to his identity. Pitbull Brothers. Two men connected by the unbreakable bond of family and synonymous with the Bellator brand.
I love you, Bellator!
I believe when the people think about Bellator, the people think about Pitbull Brothers.
We are the best fighters in Bellator. My brother is a killer. Now he's a champion. I have all the records, so we made history.
Patricky, the oldest of the brothers from Brazil.
Oh, good luck, this is it! We're done. We
has used his devastating power to propel himself to the top of the promotion's record books.
When my brother goes to fight, he's like a killer. He doesn't care.
I'm the king of chaos, and now I'm the champ. Let's go!
The road to becoming a champion was not an easy one for Patricky. A combination of tough losses and serious injuries derailed his quest and had him contemplating whether it was time to give up his dream.
When the pandemic is coming, I think a lot my retirement, but my wife helped me a lot. When my brother say, I will take the opportunity for you to fight for the belt, and this was unbelievable. So I changed everything.
Patricio, the one-time two-division champion, relinquished his lightweight crown, paving the way for Patricky to fight for a world title of his own.
I don't have words to explain this. He gave me the chance to be a champion. I beat a lot of guys in Bellator. I have a lot of injury, but today I'm champion.
11 years in the Bellator cage, and he has brought the Pitbull brothers back to the top of the mountain.
Be the champion with the same time as my brother. It's amazing. We are very happy in that moment. Our dream come true.
But standing across the cage tonight is 15-0 Usman Nurmagomedov, the extremely dangerous Dagestani fighter who is also looking to continue a family tradition of excellence.
Because his cousin is Habib and everyone is looking to him and talk shit. He's gonna smash Pitbull, you know, but we don't care about that.
We'll try to just take me down and make a born fight. I will put my all energy to finish him. I will kill him.
So as Patricky looks to defend the world title for the first time, the Pitbull brothers look to maintain their dominance in the Bellator cage and continue their childhood dream.
Pitbull brothers.
Patricky and Patricio holding those belts at the same time. Josh, you saw just how emotional Patricky was in that. He was emotional this week when we talked to him, and I don't think we've seen necessarily that side of him. What's been changing for him over the years?
It's called age. And you start to learn to appreciate your family, your friends, and the people that have been with you throughout your whole career. And his brother has been by his side every step of the way, and the same with him with his brother. And it resonates through their family. His whole family is here. His wife, his kids, his brother's wife, their kids, like they all come together in a pack. Pitbulls. That's what they do. They travel in a pack, they support each other, they love each other, and they know he's realizing right now at the age in which he's at, he still has a lot left in the tank. But he realizes also that this is his time. He's the champion. Now he needs to defend his title.
36 years old, 12 years older than his opponent, but just 36 years old, younger than both you and I. But you're right, I saw him and his family at breakfast this morning, and that's what it was about. All right, look, we have two historic families going up against one another for the very first time in the Pitbull brothers, going up against Team Nurmagomedov, Usman Nurmagomedov, fighting against Patricky Pitbull tonight, the cousin of Habib, the brother of Umar. And look at these family ties. Look how incredible these two families are. 58-15 for the Pitbull brothers, 76-3-1 for Team Nurmagomedov, 40 finishes versus 50 there. But just the two Pitbull brothers, 17 world titles compared to Team Nurmagomedov with the 4, but of course that could change tonight. It is time for John and Josh to go toe-to-toe. Please, guys, behave, because we're supposed to do this again for the main event, so I need y'all to behave so Scott Coker doesn't scrap this event. Here's the thing, John, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to start with Patricky Pitbull here. You asked him this week, hey, are you going to grapple? Because we haven't seen you do that for a while. I know you could do it. He said, I could do that, but I think I can finish him. How does he get the finish tonight?
Look, he gets the finish by being a complete mixed martial artist. Look, we know he's got power. He's got power in both hands, and he can hurt someone with that power at any moment. We've seen him put people away with one shot, so we know it's there.
but you've got to mix things up. This is mixed martial arts. You cannot just go after that knockout, because when you just search for the knockout, you never find it. It's when you just flow with the fight that you will find it. And he's got good grappling. He's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's got good wrestling. So he needs to be a full mixed martial artist, the complete fighter, and he can get that win.
I agree with John, which is very rare, but he does have to kind of press the action a little bit more, because if he allows Usman to sit on the outside, it's going to be a long night for him. He's got to get after him, John. He can't afford to be outside getting picked apart. He's got to close that distance and fight Usman in that phone booth.
Josh, let me ask you this about Usman. You said, look, I can pick either fighter to talk about, and I'm just going to show John, why he's wrong here. Usman Nurmagomedov, look, you know both of these fighters so well. You've been in the cage against Patricky. You've trained with Usman. How does Usman get the win?
I've trained with Patricky and Patricio both, and I've trained with Usman and the whole Nurmagomedov family. They are fantastic fighters, but what you're going to see is you're going to see that quick snap head kick. You're going to see the spinning back kicks. But I think also when Patricky gets into that phone booth, look for those type of takedowns. Right into the clinch, the outside leg hook, right to the takedown, and then jumping to a submission to try to get Patricky to fall back to his back to defend the takedowns. Now, all of that is perfect, but let's just remember how we all ended up here. Is that Big John last time wanted to go with the champion. I took the champion because I'm the champion. That's why he's going to have to explain himself right now on how his guy's going to win this fight.
Well, I already explained how my guy was going to win it, but you're absolutely right that he has to be very careful of where he is in this fight, because the range is a huge advantage to Usman. Usman is long, and if he stays on the outside, it's going to be tough for Patricky to get in there and touch him with that power. And you're right about the trips, the inside and outside trips that he uses so well. But Usman does start to slow down a little bit. We see Patricky in the later rounds still there. This is a great fight between two great fighters. I can't wait for it.
And I'm between two great guys right here.
Wow, it's the first...
I know, I'm seeing so nice today.
Positivity tonight there, John.
Wow.
We are two special men.
There you go.
All right, move him out, move him out. Give me my one shot back here. We are going to get ready for our co-main event tonight. Patricky Pitbull putting his lightweight belt on the line. Who comes out as champion between a Pitbull brother versus Team Nurmagomedov?
I'm the king of chaos.
Oh, good luck. This is it. We're done.
And now I am the champ.
Pitbull has the power to end the fight at any point.
And it's all over, just like that. Patricky Pitbull.
He's locking up a foot choke on him.
And there, in scintillating fashion.
He is a supreme striker. He's got unbelievable wrestling, and his ground and pound is nasty good.
Getting it done.
Set now to make his way to the cage, the challenger, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Just 24 years of age, 15-0, 13 wins inside the distance. And Nurmagomedov looking to become the second Nurmagomedov to become an undefeated champion. His older cousin Habib, his legend is set in stone. Retired undefeated champion. But John, you look at Usman Nurmagomedov, and yeah, Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet asked, what's in a name? Patricky Pitbull thinks the answer is a Bellator title shot if your name is Nurmagomedov. But we have seen in his 4 fights in Bellator so many different wrinkles, so many talents. I'm still blown away by what he was able to do with Mike Hamill in his debut. Landed 38 leg kicks of all kinds, including a question mark kick. And there's no question odds makers feel he is the man to dethrone Patricky Pitbull tonight.
Yeah, odd makers have him as the favorite in this fight by quite a bit. It's really amazing. look, his keys to victory for this fight are distance and range control. If he can keep that distance and utilize that range control, he's going to make it very tough on Pitbull. Attempt takedowns, not so much that you have to get him, but just make him respect the fact that he has to think about it and deal with it. That's going to help your hands.
Now the reigning Bellator lightweight world champion, Patricky Pitbull.
It was a long and winding road for Patricky Pitbull to get to the top of the lightweight summit in the Bellator MMA promotion. A man who has been involved in Bellator since March of 2011 when he TKO'd former WEC champion Razor Rob McCullough, now failing at one time against Michael Chandler to become a champion, given the opportunity because his brother, who was a simultaneous two-division champion, vacated the lightweight crown in order to give Patricky the chance to vie for it. Patricky went to Dublin, avenged a doctor stoppage loss to Peter Quilley, becoming the first man to stop Quilley in Dublin. And so here he is, lightweight champion. He's 36 years of age. He's documented all of the injuries, all of the wear and tear, the fact that he was thinking about retirement. But now, a new lease on life as champion.
New lease on life? Yes, I believe so. But again, anytime someone starts to think about that retirement, well, you got to start to say, oh, are you 100% in? I believe him when he says he is, but you've got to say this is going to be one of his toughest matchups to date. He's got to crush the space in the stand-up. Get inside. That's going to take away the kicks of Nurmagomedov, and that's a big part of this. Take him down and make him pay on the ground. Everyone worries about the Nurmagomedov name on the ground. Usman and Khabib fight a different style of fight. Usman wants to be in the stand-up for the most part. Put him on the ground and make him pay.
We talk about the circuitous route. Frede won the title for the first time in his 23rd fight here in Bellator. That's the most fights in company history before winning a championship. The 6th Bellator lightweight champion, following in the footsteps of three-time champ Michael Chandler, two-time champ Eddie Alvarez, Will Brooks, Brent Primus, and of course, his younger brother, Patricio. The lightweight championship hangs in the balance. Let's take a closer look at the numbers for this lightweight title fight.
You can take a look at the numbers in the age, 36 compared to 24. The records are there. It's that 5'11". Usman is a very tall fighter, and he fights tall, and that can become a problem for Patricky if he can't get inside.
With the championship introductions here once again, Michael C. Williams.
Bellator MMA live on Showtime here at Wintrust Arena. We're set now for tonight's double main event, leading off with 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Lightweight World Championship. Tonight's world title fight sanctioned by the Illinois State Athletic Commission, Director Nancy Ilg. And now first, introducing the blue corner. At 5'11", weighing in 154.8 pounds, in his first world title challenge, the #1 ranked contender brings 15 professional victories, no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the undefeated challenger, Usman Nurmagomedov. And across the cage, the champion fights out of the red corner. At 5'7", weighing in 154 pounds even. In the first defense of his world title, he enters with 24 professional victories, 10 defeats. From Natal, Rio Grande do Norte, Brazil, the defending Bellator Lightweight World Champion, Patricky Pitbull. The referee in charge, McDonald.
Fighters to the center. All right, gentlemen, this is 5 rounds for the Bellator lightweight title. We went over the rules in the back. I want a good, clean fight. If you'd like, touch gloves now, and the best of luck to you. Return to your corners.
The maiden voyage for Patricky Pitbull as lightweight champion. It's all about the belt, and for Pitbull, looking to knock off Nurmagomedov, hand him his first defeat. This is the first time that Nurmagomedov is competing in a 5-round fight. Round number 1. And we are underway from the Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. And already, Nurmagomedov, who has a crafty cavalcade of kicks in his arsenal, goes that route to initiate contact.
Yeah, one of the things with the Pitbull brothers, they like to take the center of the cage and then let their opponent come to them and throw counters on them. If you are Patricky in this fight, you cannot just stand in the center. You've got to actually push forward and crush that space, or else you're going to be facing all of these different kicks that will be coming your way.
Yeah, Patricky Pitbull wants to make his presence known in the pocket, but he has to navigate a minefield of strikes from Nurmagomedov, who is able to transition and just be fluid and dynamic, and again already showing how many different kicks in the first minute.
That's exactly right. It's just gonna continue to build. We've seen when Usman gets confident in a fight, it is not a good thing for their opponent. Things just start going downhill fast for him.
Nurmagomedov going back and forth to orthodox, now southpaw, looking for that side kick, and the crowd here in Chicago chanting. There is Patricio Pitbull, the reigning featherweight champion, who, well, avenged his brother's loss to Michael Chandler, becoming lightweight champion, and then vacating the title in order to give his older brother an opportunity to live his dream as the Bellator king of the lightweight division. And of course, a knockout victory tonight would break the tie with Michael Venom Page and make him the KO king in Bellator MMA with 11. But that's easier said than done against a guy who's yet to taste defeat, and already the kicks beginning to deliver dividends.
That was a nice check by Usman on that kick by Patricky. We'll see how much he continues to throw his kick now based upon that check.
Inside kick, and there's an oblique kick, and again, he's able to, with one sequence with the same foot, do 2 or 3 different kicks.
And you got to figure right now, you know, he's probably kicked somewhere between 10 to 15 times, maybe 20.
I can tell you right now, he is 12 of 420 according to our stats, so well done, Mr. McCarthy. Meanwhile, Pitbull 2 for 2, but it is a kicking clinic early on for Usman Nurmagomedov, the challenger.
And those kicks tell you one thing. We talked about the range and distance.
Yes.
That means that he has established, he's been able to maintain that range and distance, and that is not a good marker for Patricky in winning this fight. You have got to crush that distance. You're gonna have to go inside, step inside and throw your hands.
Speaking of steps, John, what about the footwork of Nurmagomedov? So fluid, so incredibly physical.
And this is the whole part. See, everyone looks at the way Khabib used to fight, and look, he was fantastic. But they are different fighters. One loves the stand-up, one loves the ground. And you can see how much time and effort Usman has put into his stand-up game, because when he wants to flow, he just moves very well. Always balanced.
Started Muay Thai when he's 7, freestyle wrestling at 8, MMA at 11. So again, the generation that is born into MMA, and there's that striking from the champion Patricky Pitbull. Unleashed a 2-punch combination, but continues to be tagged on the lead leg, and there's a head kick with the left leg of Nurmagomedov.
That was a nice step in attack by Patricky, but he's got to maintain once he steps inside. Don't let that separation occur. Keep pressing forward and use your hands to do damage.
Final minute of the first. Nurmagomedov fighting at range, resets. Patricky Pitbull, cognizant of the fact that this youngster can attack at different angles and different ways, and
you got to figure Usman spent over 3 months in Abu Dhabi training with Islam Makhachev, both of them having championship fights. And so everything that he did there and all of the wrestling defense work he did against Islam is only going to pay off for him here against Patricky if Patricky works for those takedowns.
Makhachev, new UFC champion, and you look at AKA, which has been a pipeline of champions, Khabib Nurmagomedov, Cain Velasquez, Daniel Cormier, Luke Rockhold, and of all of those fighters, Javier Mendez, the trainer, thinks Usman Nurmagomedov may be the best.
It says a lot.
Você já percebeu, o Arthur é maior que ele. Arthur é maior que ele.
Ele tá assim, ó. Abre não coloca mais a mão no chute. Não bota mais nem o chute. Você tá bem, só faz ele errar. Tem na sua mão.
Distance. Just keep in front, kids and stuff. That's okay.
Speaking of Javier Mendez, giving Nurmagomedov instructions in between rounds while Patricio Pitbull was helping his brother. There is Javier Mendez, longtime trainer, kickboxing great in his own right at AKA.
And that's his brother Usman.
Usman, who's a
Umar. That's Umar, yeah. Usman's brother behind him.
Yeah, bantamweight in the UFC. They're everywhere, John.
Yeah, tell me about it.
They are taking over the sport, and it's incredible to witness and just how incredibly popular the Dagestani contingent is. Getting a very good reception here in Chicago, and Nurmagomedov now with that stance. There's a kick to the midsection of Patricky Pitbull, and Pitbull still kind of just taxiing on the runway. Has had that one moment in the first round, stepped in, delivered the 1-2, but very hard to try to close the distance and try to get on track here as he goes for an oblique kick.
There he is. That's a nice explosion from him. But again, you've got to use your feet to get inside. You can't lunge over.
And of course, with all of the kicks coming from different angles and different distances, Patricky would be try to maybe time it with the counter or maybe catch it. He goes inside with a low kick. Because let's face it, Patricky Pitbull also a BJJ black belt. We talked about it, John. What would be the chance of a guy who known for his power wants to knock out Nurmagomedov, but would it be wise for him to try to take it to the ground against a guy who's also been very, very proficient in grappling?
Look, if you're an MMA fighter, it's much easier to fight someone that's not going to try to take you down anytime, because then all you're doing is fighting the stand-up. If you at least try to take him down and make him think about it, then he has to at least deal with that instead of just dealing with the strikes. There's more for him to think about. It slows down his offense. It's a good thing. I just don't, oh, that was a clean.
Beautiful, setting up the takedown as he baited him with that left hand. An incredible transition, and Nurmagomedov has the takedown on Pitbull.
And that was a beautiful counter hand that you watch Usman land on Patricky. That snapped his head back. Watch that left hand, man. That left hand just blasted.
Using the left hand to set up the takedown. And as we near the midway point of the second, we'll see how the champion is able to work from his back, controlling the posture of the challenger. Hammer fist, short hammer fist, and an elbow from Nurmagomedov. So trying to do damage to the champion, not just laying and praying here. Of course, dynamic Dagestani fighter.
A lot of shoulder pressure. This is something you're working out with someone like Makhachev. That's a guy that can create an unbelievable amount of pressure. You learn when you're working with someone like that how to create your own pressure. Usman on top is not good. I said from the beginning, whichever fighter ends up in the top position, it's not good for their opponent. And right now, Pitbull needs to work his way out.
Elbow from Nurmagomedov, and Pitbull trying to do just that, trying to perhaps use the fence, but he's now back in a supine position courtesy of Nurmagomedov.
See, every one of these elbows you see Usman landing, that just, it's like punching a hole in the gas tank. It damages you. It just starts to make you slower, and that's something that Pitbull cannot give up in this fight.
Oh, commentary between the two fighters. Body head with the right hand of Nurmagomedov.
If Usman is talking, he got that habit from his cousin Habib, who used to talk to every one of his opponents. I did enough of his fights, and he would sit there telling them, "You need to quit. I'm gonna smash you. Just stop."
Well, he's trying to smash Patricky Pitbull here, and Pitbull, meanwhile, desperately trying to get out from underneath, but Usman Nurmagomedov continuing to feed the elbows, and the right hand's under the armpit now of the champion.
You can see that beautiful lacing of the arm that he's got on that left arm.
Nurmagomedov looking to get the hooks in.
What a beautiful transition. Look how he sliced that knee inside. He's looking for the choke.
He's got 5 submission victories, including 2 rear naked chokes. Pitbull has lost via submission once against Lloyd Woodard back at Bellator 62 10 years ago. And it looks like Patricky Pitbull may be able to survive round 2, but it's all Usman Nurmagomedov. Will he survive? Elbows from up top, and what a dominant round for the challenger, John.
Absolutely, that was a big round for Usman Nurmagomedov, and that last sequence was brutal.
Pops his head back, John, and
that was that left hand that popped his head straight back, but a beautiful transition from the striking, dropping down, changing levels into him, takes him down, and then take a look at this. Mounted position, just lighting him up with big elbow strikes.
Isso, parado. Outra coisa, só pra... Quando ele chutar, Patrick, é o momento de você bloquear e pegar. Tá tomando chute, tá indo pra trás. Bloqueia e avança pro cruzado direto. Ele tá com medo da sua mão, pô. Tá entendendo? Outra coisa, tem que sair.
Nurmagomedov with designs of becoming the first Bellator champion from Dagestan. A lot of supporters here at Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. Playing host to its first Bellator MMA event, the first of our 2 championship fights tonight.
Gentlemen, round 3.
That round right there just gave Usman a ton of confidence.
Oh, a ton of respect there by Nurmagomedov as they start round 3. He starts from southpaw again, fine with the jab, oblique kick, and there, that Patricky Pitbull trying to initiate the explosive attack, John. And again, defending the takedown attempt there as strike totals all Nurmagomedov.
82 of 113, 7 of 7.
73%.
Unbelievable.
Body kick by Nurmagomedov. Right kick to the face by Nurmagomedov.
Right now, Nurmagomedov is just breaking Pitbull down, just slowly diminishing him with every shot that he's landing. Pitbull can't figure out the way to break that distance.
Any suggestions?
Look, it's a whole lot easier to say than it is to do, but he's got to take chances now. He's got to say, hey, I've got to step inside, and when he steps inside, move your feet inside, bring your head off that center line, and start throwing shots straight down the pipe. Uppercuts are good.
Nurmagomedov circling to his left, and of course that right hand of Patricky Pitbull, his money shot. There's Nurmagomedov again, just keeping his lead hand from southpaw, John, just out there, keeping Pitbull thinking, keeping him at bay. And there's the sidekick to the breadbasket by Nurmagomedov.
And he's showing you the respect that he has for that right-hand power of Pitbull. Look at where his left hand is. It's right up, right cover.
Where it's supposed to be, right?
The entire time, exactly.
Yeah, the fight IQ of this 24-year-old, and again, it goes all the way back to the patriarch, the late Abdulmanap Nurmagomedov, the father of Habib Nurmagomedov, and what he was able to accomplish with the youngsters and the family and the surrounding area. And Usman Nurmagomedov, as we mentioned, looking to become an undefeated champion, and there is Javier Mendez and other members of the camp.
That's Abu Bakr there. You see it up front. These guys train together. They live together. They do everything together, and everything is just about helping each other. You got to give, and they're going to give back, and you can see the results, and that's what they've learned from Abdulmanap.
Habib, Usman, Umar, and Abu Bakr, 76-3-1 as mixed martial artists. I mean, incredible record.
And honestly, if you talk about that record, it's Abu Bakr that has the 3 losses and the 1 draw. All the rest of them undefeated.
Minute and a half left in the third. Nurmagomedov content to be at this distance and switching stances, and again looking to land the kick upstairs. But Patricky Pitbull trying to move forward, but forced on his back foot. Now he switches stances.
We talked at the beginning of this fight, the whole element of the range and how he's got to crush that, and he has not figured out a way to do it as of this third round.
Nurmagomedov just landed the jab with the right hand and misses with the 1-2.
Nice hard kick to the body by Pitbull. He needs to do more of that.
And there, Nurmagomedov again, he's the one crashing into the range. And he has just landed his 100th strike of the fight. He's thrown 147. Meanwhile, for the champion, 12 of 31 thus far. Paltry output thanks to the pressure and the kicking attack of Nurmagomedov. So we are headed to the championship rounds, and again, the first time that the challenger's in a 5-round fight.
So, clean break.
Well, we know what the fans think, John. What do you make of what you're witnessing right now in terms of the approach from the champion, Patricky Pitbull?
The approach of Pitbull is he's confused. Let's just be honest. He's having a hard time breaking that distance down. And if you're looking at Usman, it is not a fighter's job to get hit. It's to not be hit and hit your opponent. And he's doing a beautiful job of that.
Mega Bay, baby. You got it. Here we go.
Beautiful jab, straight off. Got into him. Wasn't able to get the takedown, but
man, how cool is it? Yeah, again, you want to see the growth. How many times you see naked shots, telegraph shots? He uses his striking to change levels and get right into the grappling.
Right.
And as we begin round 4, Usman Nurmagomedov is... It's like he looked like in round 1. He is maintaining, again, the pace hasn't been incredibly high by any means, but it's been Usman Nurmagomedov, and we appreciate the respect, but the fans would like to see them get it on here, John.
Why can't you like your opponent?
I mean, wow.
Take a look at the total strikes here. 102 of 152. That's 67%.
Oh, there it's using his speed, but there Pitbull able to escape the takedown attempt because it was a naked shot.
That's right. And that is the difference. When you shoot that naked shot comparatively without utilizing your hands to set it up, it is a much more difficult thing to do against a guy that knows how to wrestle. So Usman has shown he's had a very good attack with his hands, has set those takedowns up well. And in the second round, when he got it, you saw how well he did on the ground.
And we just saw a nice inside calf kick by the challenger again, wearing down the lead leg of the champion, Patricky Pitbull. And Pitbull fires off an inside kick that Nurmagomedov absorbed. Side kick. Nurmagomedov racking up the points. Oh, and beautiful combination, yes, by the challenger on the face of the champion, Patricky Pitbull, and his face is busted up.
Pitbull doesn't like having his back against the fence, so you know when you see him getting close to that fence, he's not comfortable with what's happening in the fight.
Double jab from Nurmagomedov, and then Pitbull coming forward, but unable to score anything of note. And again, that continued movement by Nurmagomedov, moving in and out of range. And continues to just wear him down with kicks.
And I'm telling you, I'm very impressed with Patricky and what the kind of condition that he's in, because all those shots with the kicks that Usman has landed to the body, that front kick, the side kick, all of it.
I mean, the numbers are astronomical for Nurmagomedov in terms of his domination. And there's a body kick by the champion. 2 minutes left in the penultimate round, and champ resets, hands down, backing up. Nurmagomedov flicks the front kick to the midsection, and Patricky Pitbull just...
But you notice how he was leaning more. You saw how he was leaning forward as he was coming forward, because his feet were planted. He's trying to land with power. He's got to slide his feet in to those situations so he can come with more than just that 1-2. He can get to the 3-4.
It's almost as if the champion may even be in a way trying to bait Nurmagomedov, putting it down, because you wonder who's going to lead the dance.
Right.
We know that Pitbull's an effective counter-striker as well, especially as you mentioned with that right hand.
Yeah, he has been throughout his career, but in this fight, Usman has him where he is unsure exactly what's coming, where it's coming,
all but there,
and when he should throw.
Yeah, a moment for Pitbull to again throw a combination, but Nurmagomedov darting in and out. Just 50 seconds left in the fourth. And there again, the kick connects to the face. The feints being employed by Nurmagomedov.
Pitbull has got to commit. He's got to sit down and say, hey, look, I'm behind in this fight. I need to start making some big movements towards Usman to land with the power that I have, because he does. He's got power in each hand. Doesn't matter if it's the right or left. If it lands, it can hurt Usman or put him out.
A luta é tua, cara. Ele tá respeitando você. O que vai ser você fazer o que você treinou, cara. Não fica aqui parado. Sobe seu braço. O rei de uma fight aqui é você. Você tem que andar pra frente, Patrick, na hora do golpe. Entendeu? Outra coisa. Não quero esse tomar chute e ir pra trás. Ou toma um chute e pega e cruzar direto.
É isso, presta atenção. É isso que ele tá falando. Você ganhou. Você vai ganhar a luta. Levanta a cabeça.
Sense of urgency, as you would expect in the champion's corner. Eric Albarracin, who's helped Patricky Pitbull and his brother in the wrestling department, Patricio on the outside, yelling words of encouragement to his brother. They know this round is everything to his title reign. And for Usman Nurmagomedov, in the first fifth round of his blossoming career, he could potentially be 5 minutes or less away from becoming the new Bellator lightweight champion.
Gentlemen, fifth and final round, Patricky. Let's go.
5 minutes left in this fight, John. I just got asked. Part of the traffic, unofficial scorecard, and why?
Unofficial scorecard, I have Nurmagomedov winning every round so far.
And Nurmagomedov now, Patricky Pitbull, knowing that it's now or never, beginning to put pressure on Nurmagomedov.
This is what he needs to do. It's going to be an L. If you don't go after him and you don't hurt him and you don't get rid of him in this round, it's going to be an L no matter what. So.
And finally, aggression.
Let it hang out.
The champion is Nurmagomedov. Went for the takedown. Continues to deliver oblique kicks to the lead leg of the champion, but Patricky Pitbull definitely trying to ratchet up the offense. In the meantime, double jab, and it ends up with Patricky Pitbull on his back again, courtesy of Nurmagomedov.
That was a beautiful takedown, beautifully set up by Nurmagomedov. Pitbull was looking for him to strike, dropped levels on him, took him straight down.
And the challenger has dominated in every facet of the fight.
So far, he has been the dominant fighter.
Closed guard where really Patricky Pitbull has to try to find a way to get Nurmagomedov off of him, and it's going to be tough sledding for the lightweight champion as Usman Nurmagomedov, who's blood now, even more blood on the face of the champ.
Yeah, right now all you're seeing from Patricky is he's holding tight, trying to keep that position where no posture so I don't get hit with big shots.
Holding him tight not going to help him hold on to the goal.
No, no. The more that he holds him tight, the further away that belt is marching over to Usman's corner.
Bellator lightweight champion, a bloody mess. Struggling on his back as Usman Nurmagomedov keeping it close, tightly to his chest, now looking to pass guard.
Nice hip movement by Usman, but a very good job of keeping that guard by Patricky. But again, right now, at this point in the fight, keeping the guard can keep him from being hurt and damaged anymore. But it's definitely not going to help him in winning this fight.
2 minutes away from a changing of the guard in the Bellator lightweight division. Usman Nurmagomedov in top position, working from the closed guard of the champion throughout this fight. It's been all Usman Nurmagomedov. He's thrown 225 strikes. Oh, and now there's a mat return and right onto full mount, John.
Minute 35 left. We saw what happened last time with the elbows.
And Usman Nurmagomedov in prime position to try to close the show and make history as the first Bellator champion from Dagestan.
Usman putting a lot of pressure, that shoulder pressure. You're seeing how it's forcing Pitbull's head to the side.
5 final minute, and Pitbull
Nice bump by Pitbull.
Beautiful sweep, and Pitbull now has to let it all hang out. Less than a minute left, potentially in his title reign.
But you saw right away when he got turned, what did Usman do? Feet right on the hips, pushed him off, right up to his feet.
Man, desperate times call for desperate measures. I know it's a cliche, John, but here it is, 25 seconds left. Patricio Pitbull has to look. If he is looking to be the king of knockouts, he's got to try, because Usman Nurmagomedov is well on his way.
He's got to launch a Hail Mary.
Of 24 years old, of moving to 16-0 and becoming the champion. And Pitbull explodes, but time runs out. Has time run out on the Patricky Pitbull lightweight title reign? I know I wear glasses, John, but how can it be any other way than the crowning of a new champion here tonight in Chicago?
No, there's no way that it'll be anything more. Usman Nurmagomedov just took the Bellator lightweight title from Patricky Pitbull with a beautiful performance.
Composure, maturity, effective game plan, and conversely, Patricky Pitbull banged up, busted up. It was all Usman Nurmagomedov.
Let's take a look at some of these highlights from the beginning. That push kick, all of the variety of kicks, and then the use of the hands to get Pitbull covering up, dropping levels. When he got to the top position, he landed big, heavy shots that did damage. The wrestling was a huge difference for Usman Nurmagomedov. He was able to take Pitbull down multiple times in the fight, and when he did, opening up a big cut with that elbow right there, gets the back, takes it back down with a mat return, gets the back off of that, right to mount, landed some big shots from here. It's a heck of a win for Usman Nurmagomedov.
Thank you so much.
Let's go, guys.
Okay. I love the road fight.
After 25 minutes inside the Bellator cage, we await the official decision. It's all but certain that we will be crowning a new Bellator lightweight champion. Let's find out. Here's Michael C. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, having gone the distance in tonight's first world title fight, we go now to your judges at cage side. Your first, Scott Jones, scores the fight 50-45, while judges Sal D'Amato and Michael Bell both see it the same at 50-44. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. And now the new Bellator lightweight world champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
History has indeed been made. Usman Nurmagomedov at the age of 24 becomes another undefeated MMA champion with the surname Nurmagomedov, following in the footsteps of his legendary older cousin Habib. And Usman Nurmagomedov now the 7th person to hold Bellator lightweight gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the new Bellator lightweight champion, Usman Nurmagomedov. That was a dominant performance. You put on a beautiful striking exhibition, beautiful takedowns, beautiful ground control. How does it feel to be the second lightweight champion taking a belt back to Dagestan this year?
Oh, thank you so much for everybody, thank you. You know, honestly, I don't believe this, brother, really. I have only 24 years, and look at this guy. This guy and his father make me, you know. These guys, look at him. Salam alaikum. Oh, salam alaikum. Poyas damo yedi.
Well, that's Khabib Nurmagomedov there. That is your cousin. He seems a little happy. How does it feel for you to make him so happy with what you've done?
Brother, for me, this is so important to know that this is like, I don't give you like what I feel now. I don't say like, I feel it great, you know, like now I believe I can everything. Like, you know, like what human can, like I know. You know, a lot of things I want to say, like I have a little barrier for my language, and I will improve this. And now I'm so happy, a lot of emotion, you know. I don't know, I just want to say thank you. Like first of all, alhamdulillah, after I know a lot of guys, everybody from around the world sent me message, so support me. And thank you guys, thank you. And thank you, my manager, Ali, my brother. This is not only manager. Scott Coker, thank you so much for choice, for chance. And coach, you know everything, coach. I love you so much. You, Habib, you guys make me. Thank you for my team, thank you for my family. Can I speak Russian? Всем спасибо, кто за меня болеет. Честно сказать, очень сильно рад. Не хотел подводить. Сегодня здесь пришли очень много братьев. Папах тоже видно в зале. Всем спасибо. Всем. И особенно Тада, ассаламу алейкум. I'm done.
We say
thank you.
Thank you for everyone who support, and he said thank you for my family. He says salam alaikum, my father.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the new champion, Usman Nurmagomedov.
Soaring like an eagle, the Nurmagomedov named Usman is now the man in the Bellator lightweight division, putting the title over the shoulder of his coach, Javier Mendez, who again said when he first saw Usman Nurmagomedov, this guy could be the best fighter I ever trained. We talk about the all-star champions that he has trained, and well, where there's a winner, there's also unfortunately a loser. But for Patricky Pitbull, he knows what matters most, and he is now surrounded by those who love him most, his family. His title reign one and done, but it's Usman Nurmagomedov, undefeated, and now Bellator lightweight champion. Amanda, back to you.
Moro, absolutely incredible. Look, he was pretty quiet when we talked to him this week. Absolutely elated. Usman Nurmagomedov, and new lightweight champion. Josh, you went cage side for this one. You called it. Between John and Josh, you called this one. We'll talk to John about that later. How did he get the win so easily?
It was the distance, the speed, the distance, the timing, all of those things. Patricky had to lunge in and close that distance a little bit faster. He wasn't able to do that. And then he found himself being picked apart with the long kicks, the long jab, the switching of the stance, all of those things. And that threat of a takedown makes you hesitate for 1 second, which opens up the takedown for him or the striking for Usman. Welcome to being champion row, buddy.
Not even a lot of damage to him, even though it went the distance in that. That is our co-main event. Still tonight, we have our main event, a rematch of the Bellator light heavyweight World Grand Prix. But first, the year close to an end. We are far from done. Coming up, Bellator's December schedule spreads holiday cheer now and through the new year. Friday, December 9th, the Bellator Bantamweight World Grand Prix continues with both semifinal bouts. Patchy Mix meets Magomedov, and the interim champ Rafion Stotts meets Danny Sabatello. Just 3 short weeks before these trash talkers go toe-to-toe and look to land a spot in the $1 million finals. Plus, after a controversial win in April that awarded Liz Carmouche the flyweight belt, former champ Juliana Velasquez gets a chance to take it back. The rematch, December 9th. And ring in the new year with an all-star showdown Saturday, December 31st, a historic co-promotion headlined by Bellator star AJ McKee and rising lightweight champ Roberto de Souza, and in the co-main, featherweight champ Patricio Pitbull taking on rising featherweight champ Kleber Kuike. It's Bellator versus Next Rising. here at Bellator 288, our main event, and the winner of this one will get $1 million. We have the conclusion of the Bellator Light Heavyweight World Grand Prix, a rematch after we saw the first fight back in April, and that was declared no contest between Corey Anderson and the current champ, Vadim Nemkov. Vadim Nemkov getting a second chance because Corey Anderson was winning that fight until there was an accidental headbutt. Again, that one ruled no contest. Each of these fighters having more than 200 days to prepare for this rematch. Let's welcome back in Big John McCarthy from Cage Side to go toe-to-toe with our Josh Thompson here. John, I want to start with you, and I want to start with Vadim Nemkov. Look, you told us a lot of things about that first fight. He said he wasn't mentally ready. He lives very close to Ukraine. The war was weighing very heavily on his mind. He said he wasn't ready for Corey Anderson's wrestling. So for that, he moved to the States to train with American wrestlers. How does he get his fist raised tonight and keep that belt?
You know, how he gets his hand raised is he goes back to what he's good with, and what he is good with is utilizing kicks to take away the front leg of Corey Anderson. Look, Vadim Nemkov is very fast. He's strong, but anybody is going to get tired when they're going against someone like Corey and using strength. You've got to use technique. So he's got to go back to the kicks, use that length, and whenever Corey goes for those takedowns, he's got to stop the takedown and he's got to make him pay for attempting it.
John, I'm surprised you're back for more. Come get somebody. I'm going to have the producer cut off your mic because it's a 10-8 round. You're getting bloodied up. It's time to call it and wrap it up. Look, honestly, Corey Anderson is phenomenal. Nemkov's phenomenal. It's the leg kicks, like you said, that's going to be the key. But he's got to make sure he hides it behind his combinations, because if he doesn't do that, those takedowns will come easy.
Josh, let me ask you this. Let's go to Corey Anderson here. Look, he was very close to winning that fight. Does he just pick up where he left off, or is this a totally new fight for him as well?
No, he needs to pick up right where he left off, whereas Nemkov needs to make it a new fight. Corey just needs to pick up, and he needs to continue what he was doing, but he's also got to make sure that he doesn't come in overconfident, cocky, arrogant, all of those things. He's got to remember what was giving him success in that first fight, but he's also got to put it behind him and realize this is a new Nemkov. There's a little bit of footage and enough for him to realize these are the mistakes that Nemkov made, and he's going to try to fix those. And so how does he get that done, John? I think he gets it done by more feints, longer jabs, pressuring him and making Nemkov fight uncomfortably.
Absolutely. The counter striking of Corey Anderson is key to him getting a win here tonight and becoming the new champion. Can he do that? He proved that he could do it in the first fight. We'll see if he can do it in this one.
Another 10-8 round by Thompson.
You haven't won anything ever.
No, you haven't, Joshua. Not yet. We'll see. We'll give round one to you for earlier. We'll see what happens here in round two, but ultimately I have the last word. All right, guys, it is time to get you ready for our main event tonight. Corey Anderson looking to finish the job he started back in April, told reporters this week, Vadim Nemkov is like a hot pocket. He comes out hot, but just give him some time to cool down, because when he does, that's when I will make my move. Let's get you ready for this one.
Перед боем я стараюсь думать только о победе и stay smart, hands up, dominate. Nemkov started off with kicks heavy. Во время боя, что надо работать жестко, надо работать быстро, надо забирать победу любой ценой. Nemkov's game plan: stay at distance, do not let Corey get a hold of you.
There's a kick by Nemkov that takes Anderson off his feet.
Он будет хотеть бороть меня, контролировать.
There's a solid 1-2 by Anderson.
I don't train to win. I train to dominate.
Nice job by Corey Anderson to bring him to the ground.
Different takedowns to get to the solidified position, the ground and pound.
And now Anderson on the champ.
That's what makes Corey Anderson who he is. Look at the tenacious style.
I started to put the pressure on.
Nasty elbow drop by Anderson.
Он ударил в голову мне, я увернулся, и он потерял равновесие и ударил головой в меня.
And Nemkov has been hurt.
My mother always taught me to do the right thing even when someone didn't watch it. And when it happened, I heard Frank Triggs say, keep going. Let's go, let's go. As soon as I hit him, he said, headbutt. And I was trying to go back to work. And then as I looked down, I saw how bad it was, and Frank was already stepping in. Stop, stop, time, time.
Когда я услышал этот удар, я сразу понял, что это рассечение очень большое, потому что начала кровь заливать мне глаз. Были мысли, что бой остановят.
There is some conversation here, obviously.
Look and see that blow was caused by a clash of heads. Even Corey Anderson is saying.
No contest? No contest. He retains the belt, the tournament is not done. The tournament has to be played up. That's how it works.
I was that close to fulfilling the goal. It's like you was right there, and then it's just gone.
Такие бои должны заканчиваться по правилам, а не такими глупыми ситуациями.
Now staring at him, let me know. Tell me. I won. Look me in my eyes, right here. And he couldn't. That's why he couldn't lock eyes with him. He knew. Tell me. I'm better than you. It's okay. Like, I understand it was an accident, but just let me know. I didn't just beat him. I broke him.
Сейчас будет бой совсем другой, и я готов по-другому. Мне очень понравилось тренироваться в American Top Team, что здесь очень крутая атмосфера. Мне здесь очень понравилось. Конан Сильвейро очень хорошо помогает мне. В первом бою я не показал свою стопроцентную форму. Я дал шанс Кори, но он его не использовал. Сейчас у Кори такого шанса не будет.
You don't let it get to you. It's like, I'm not a champion. The job ain't finished. Just keep doing what I'm doing. Just keep training the same mentality. Like, I'm still hungry. Just do everything I did that much better. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. They got a full 3 rounds they can go back and decipher. Stick to what I do, but find different ways to do it. Domination. That's all I got in my mind.
Большую составляющую, конечно, играют деньги. Для меня главная победа в таком очень важном противостоянии для меня и для моей карьеры.
The crowd's gonna see the fire lit inside Corey Anderson. I came in the game saying I was the best. Now it's my opportunity to go out there and seal the deal.
Set now to make his way to the cage, the challenger, Corey Overtime Anderson.
The native of Rockford, Illinois, feeling the love from Chicago family, friends, old coaches, old teammates, so many turning out to see Corey Anderson. Will he be the last man standing at the end of this light heavyweight World Grand Prix? Was well on his way to achieving victory after a strong start by the champion Nemkov in their first fight, John. And he said Corey Anderson, who has notable wins over former UFC light heavyweight champions Glover Teixeira and Jan Blachowicz, and a win over former Bellator light heavyweight champ and current Bellator heavyweight champion Ryan Bader. Corey Anderson has said, period, full stop, I'm the best wrestler in the light heavyweight division across the sport.
I tell you what, it's a bold statement when he says it, but you can't say that he's not. He has got such a pressure, and his consistent pressure in the stand-up needs to take place in this fight. When you get the opportunity, use your hands to get inside, take him down, and when you do, just like you always say, ground and pound, baby.
And now, the reigning Bellator light heavyweight world champion, Vadim Nemkov.
Vadim Nemkov's 8-fight Bellator unbeaten streak at 205, longest active streak in the division. The second longest streak belongs to his opponent here tonight as they run it back in the light heavyweight Grand Prix final. And for Vadim Nemkov, of course, who's always looked up to Fedor Emelianenko, who was a mentor and his trainer. Hey, Fedor faced similar circumstances during his legendary run in Japan when he dethroned Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira. They met again in the final of the heavyweight Grand Prix. Guess what? Clash of heads, a cut on Fedor, declared a no contest. Fedor would go on to retain the title New Year's Eve of that year at Saitama Super Arena with unanimous decision. So again, similarities there, but for Vadim Nemkov, what does he have to do to ensure he leaves Chicago champion?
What I think that Vadim really needs to do is take a look at this. This is a different fight, but I need to make sure that I make Corey understand I will not stop taking your legs apart. Footwork and lateral movement are key, and make him pay for every takedown attempt by doing damage. That's your key to victory.
The jab, the kicks, the grappling. It is the light heavyweight champion, Vadim Nemkov, the #1 contender, Corey Anderson. $1 million and the championship up for grabs as we replay the Grand Prix final.
And the one thing I point out here, 203.8 and 204.2. These guys came in way underweight, which is telling you they worked their butts off to get prepared for this fight.
With the official introductions for tonight's main event, here is Michael C. Williams.
Live on Showtime tonight from Chicago, the time has come once again for the $1 million light heavyweight World Grand Prix final. Concluding tonight's double main event, we go 5 5-minute rounds for the Bellator Light Heavyweight World Championship. Introducing first, the blue corner. At 6'3", weighing in 204.2 pounds. After a dominant run through the Grand Prix early rounds, the #1 ranked contender, now with 16 professional victories, 5 losses. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Illinois native, the challenger, Corey "Overtime" Anderson. And across the cage, the champion tonight fights out of the red corner. At 6 foot, weighing in 203.8 pounds. Tonight, he again attempts his 3rd world title defense, entering with 15 professional victories, only 2 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the defending Bellator Light Heavyweight World Champion, Vadim Nemkov. And when the bell rings, the referee in charge, Jason Herzog.
Okay, fighters, gone over the rules in the back. This is for the light heavyweight championship. If you want to touch gloves, go ahead and do it now. Come out ready to fight.
Bellator Grand Prix belt and the Bellator Light Heavyweight Championship both up for grabs, and don't forget that $1 million bonus check. The rematch.
Ready.
Anderson, Nemkov starts now. And in their first meeting back in April, Nemkov and even Corey Anderson expected it, John. Just like that, Nemkov utilizing kicks, able to establish the jab, the footwork, and had a good opening round in their first meeting.
He did. But I think during one of those kicks in that first meeting, he got checked.
Yes.
And I think it hurt his foot, and I think he went away from those kicks.
Good point.
And it made a big difference in the fight. Corey Anderson took over from that point. He cannot have that happen in this match.
There's a double jab that lands for Nemkov. And again lands the jab on Anderson. Of course, Corey Anderson working his striking. 1-2 from the champion with Mark Henry, who was, of course, big factor in Boy, much faster start to the rematch, John, for Corey Anderson especially.
Corey is starting really faster, but you saw that takedown attempt. You saw him spin out of it and actually land the back fist. That's what Vadim needs to do. Do not let him get the free opportunity and not have to pay for it.
Mentioned Mark Henry, of course. He was behind the legendary Frankie Edgar, who his illustrious career came to an end last week, and I know how much he's inspired Corey Anderson as well. Frankie Edgar more hard than Valentine's Day, and I know he's watching tonight, but for Corey Anderson now here in this first minute and a half of the fight, been on the receiving end of some counter shots like this from Nemkov.
Nemkov has been very successful with that right hand landing against Corey. Corey needs to be very careful. It would behoove Corey to start moving towards his right a little bit to take some of the sting off that right hand.
The crowd looking to rally Corey, but he gets tagged again. The jab in full effect for Vadim Nemkov. And Anderson has hinted at going for the takedown, but Nemkov has been able to stop him, and Nemkov really working behind the jab, John.
This is very similar to what we saw.
Single leg.
First, this is the difference. You see the tree topping. That's something that you don't get out of the international wrestling. You get a lot of it out of folk style. Beautiful body lock takedown. Right back up to his feet. That's a big element for Vadim right there, but Corey's still on it.
Nice scramble, nice slip, and good start to this rematch for the light heavyweight crowd, just past the midpoint of the first round.
See, and this works very well for Corey because even when he's not successful, he's pushing the pace on Vadim. He's making Vadim work. And one thing we know about Corey, he's got a big gas tank. Big lungs, and he knows if he's tired, he's making you tired.
And he's got good head movement as well, able to slip and rip the counter, but Nemkov has been effective with the jab. Under 2 minutes left here in the first. Anderson comes forward, overhand right misses.
Corey needs to settle down with those hands as far as winging the big shot. He's going to do better. He's got a very good, stiff, straight jab. Use that, and the right hand straight down the pipe.
Anderson susceptible to those low kicks, and Vadim Nemkov just attacked the lead leg again, and both miss the swinging punches. A minute and a half left in what has been a fast start to this rematch. Fedor Emelianenko, he will challenge Ryan Bader for the heavyweight title in what has been now confirmed as his retirement fight of what is a legendary career, February 4th on CBS. But right now, he is watching his protege, Vadim Nemkov, defend the title.
There might have been a little clash of the heads again in that takedown attempt. And this is, although Corey Anderson is not getting these takedowns, he's making Vadim have to deal with them, and that is an important element. And they did clash heads. My ISO.
Right cross, right uppercut though by Anderson.
That clash of heads happened again. Nobody was cut. That's good, but these guys are going after him.
And there's a right cross that connects for Nemkov, and Anderson misses, lunging in with the left hook. 30 seconds left in the round. So again, much like the first meeting, a strong start in the striking department of the first round for the... And Vadim Nemkov, spinning back kick, dropped Anderson. Anderson bounces to his feet, snatches a single, but high drama at the end of the round. And you talk about the kicking of Vadim Nemkov, clipped the challenger and dropped him before the end of the round, John.
That thing just grazed off of Corey Anderson's head. Look, boom, right off the top. But it hit it with enough power. It definitely rocked him, put him down. You saw Vadim actually take a kick that never touched anything, so it doesn't matter. But this was a big shot. Here's that head clash. Boom, they both come together as Corey's reaching for that takedown attempt. A nice round again. Vadim Nemkov winning the first round of this matchup just like he did the first time.
But hit the jab first.
He's hitting you on the spot on that jab. Like when you're going under, he's going under your jab. Corey, more tries and no shot.
The stats that stand out after that first round, 28-8 total strikes landed in favor of Nemkov. 0 for 4 in the takedown department for Corey Anderson.
Which is a huge element. That's what we talked about.
You ready? Fight.
And although Corey looks good right now, we're going to see what effect that kick had in this round.
I mentioned the stats. What about the unofficial score, John, on your scorecard?
Well, I have Vadim Nemkov winning that round 10-9.
For the reasons we've talked about.
Absolutely. I love the pressure that Corey Anderson continues to try to put. That was a big shot landed by Vadim.
Anderson looking to close the distance. Nemkov able to keep that from happening. Body kick by Nemkov.
So far, what we've seen, Mauro, is that trip down to American Top Team and all the wrestling that he did there is starting to pay off in this fight.
Training with the likes of newly minted Bellator middleweight champion Johnny Eblin and others. And you're right, the first fight, Nemkov talked about overtraining, having had other issues, but spent some time this camp in Thailand working on his striking and down at ATT working on his wrestling. And it's a striking display here tonight as Anderson looks for the takedown, stuffed by Nemkov.
Now Nemkov used a lot of energy in picking Anderson up, sliding him up right there. So that's a good thing for Corey as far as to continue to go back to it, make him have to use that power. Nice
lead
check hook.
Yep, lead left hook there by the champion Nemkov. And again leads with the left. Feinting by Anderson, unable to pull the trigger. And it's the movement, the pressure, the speed of Vadim Nemkov. Although Anderson landed the jab, and again Anderson looked for the takedown. Clinches with Nemkov. Bigger Anderson trying to back Nemkov to the cage. And Nemkov doing a good job. Look at this battle, John.
Fantastic job of continuing the circle, not allowing Corey to push him into the cage.
Interesting, the grip and the way he's keeping his arms out and able to break off and reset at the center of the cage. So a great start to this rematch for the defending champion, Vadim Nemkov. Spinning back kick again for Nemkov. And there, Anderson slipping the jab but doesn't return fire.
Very nice little head movement left and right by Corey.
2 minutes left in the second. Crowd here in Chicago looking to rally. Illinois, Corey Anderson in the biggest fight of his life.
Really looks like Corey Anderson shook off that kick that landed at the end of the first round. He's not showing any effects from it. He's looking good.
Spinning back fist attempt by Nemkov.
Both these guys throwing a lot of heat at times.
Nemkov has already thrown 137 strikes with just over a minute left here in the second round total. And there's Anderson. That's with the left.
That was a nice left hand. Missed that opportunity on the takedown. Just came up with the left hand.
Final 60 seconds of the second stanza inside. Low kick by Anderson and timeout after.
Right here. Corey. Over here,
Anderson got popped.
There's an accident. Inside kick. You got to keep it a little higher, okay? You're right there.
Not sure how clean it landed, but it did land. You could hear it.
Yeah, Anderson popping Nemkov. And
yep,
wow,
that's pretty clean.
To split the uprights.
Nemkov obviously didn't hurt him. Right back to it.
Back to it, indeed.
Which says a lot when you're thinking about it, because if he was getting tired, would he not have taken more time? Because he's in control that time. So obviously he's feeling good in this fight right now.
Oh, and a much better second stanza for the defending champion. compared to what happened in their first meeting when Anderson was able to secure the takedowns.
Corey really looking to put the pressure on Vadim.
Anderson scores with a calf kick at the end of the second, but the numbers favor the light heavyweight champion, Vadim Nemkov, who will receive instructions from one of the greatest to ever do it, Fedor Emelianenko, and his coach, Conan Silveira.
Вначале пробивал хорошо, а сейчас ты кидаешь вот сюда. Он ее перекрывает, он видит, перекрывает. Понял? Поэтому ногу прикорми, разок-два. Когда сближаетесь, рвешь дистанцию.
He's going spot on you. You got to keep moving the head. He's going here, he's going here, he's going here. He's throwing the two right here. So you got to make sure that you're getting your head to the outside. That's why side two is working. You're getting your head off. He's getting, you have to go body head. He's lowering his volume. The 31 is there, but you got to get to the hip.
Very good advice from the corner of Corey Anderson. Ricardo Almeida and Mark Henry giving him advice about where he needs to put himself as far as head movement and where Vadim is putting himself so they can land shots. We'll see if it works for him.
You ready? Fight!
Round number 3. Double jab, double pump in the jab is the defending champion. Meanwhile, Corey Anderson looking again for the takedown, and again defended by Nemkov. Now 0 for 7 for Corey Anderson.
Completely different than the first time they matched up.
And you mentioned it, the specific reason he went to Florida was to work on his wrestling, both offensively and more importantly, defensively.
That's exactly why. The defense was the biggest part. Get used to the way a folk style wrestler goes after that single or double leg that Corey utilizes the tree topping, and he's done very well at stopping all of it so far.
Nemkov has done a great job of continuing to land the jab and to keep Corey Anderson from delivering punches. Blood on the face, along the eye, the right eye of Vadim Nemkov. Double jab again by the champ. Doesn't follow with the right hand, and he has a good right hand as well.
He's got a very good right hand, a lot of power on it.
There's a left to the body, the jab to the face of Anderson. And Nemkov ducking underneath that sweeping left hook from Anderson. Anderson looking to time the shot, and again under overhook, and now a clinch by Nemkov. He's done a tremendous job of stymieing the takedown attempts.
Yes, he has, but the one thing, if you're Corey Anderson, do not get frustrated by that. Just continue on. Say, nope, didn't get that one. Let me just keep working. But Corey Anderson now has a cut over his right eye.
1, 2, 3 by Nemkov. Nemkov looking for the takedown. Anderson putting on the pressure.
That was a big one. When you saw Nemkov back off, again, there was a clash. Now it was on his jaw, but Corey Anderson's head clashed into the jaw of Nemkov.
Anderson lands the right, slipping his head to the left. Left hook, and now the crowd beginning to sense that Corey Anderson trying to work his way back into this fight, midway point of the third.
A lot of people, they don't realize, first off, Corey cannot strike with his head in any fashion, and we have had people that the head landing on the jaw hurts the person enough to put him down, knock him out. It definitely can do damage.
There's a counter jab from Corey Anderson. 2 minutes left in the third round, and Nemkov, not as many kicks in this round. Well, I say that, he goes for one, of course he does.
Well, he hurt you.
Yeah. But it's pressure from Anderson, and yet the Terrific takedown defense of Vadim Nemkov. Now 0 for 10, John, in the takedown department for Corey Anderson, which, let's face it, the takedowns, ground and pounds, his bread and butter.
And right now, Nemkov is just slowly adding up as far as the strikes. He's the one landing. He's throwing more. He's landing a little bit more. Corey's going to have to up the accuracy. Looked like a mouthpiece came out.
Nemkov doubling up on the jab, but not following it up with the right hand. 60 seconds left in the third round.
You got to wonder, maybe he hurt his right hand somewhere along here, because as you're saying, he is really using that left hand a lot, but being very, very frugal in when he throws the right like he just did.
Definitely judicious when it comes to delivering the right. Meanwhile, there's a left from Anderson. So, in the first fight, a strong start by the champion in the opening round thanks to his jab and kicks, but the second and third was all about the takedown and the offensive top pressure, the ground and pound from Anderson before the clash of heads in the final seconds of the third, and we are wrapping up the third round here in the rematch, but a much different fight.
Completely different fight right now. The difference being Corey has not been able at any moment to get this fight to the ground other than one scrambling moment.
After he throws, he's dipping. So counter with the body shot. Body shot right, body shot left. Just be careful those slips. You might go with a head kick because you're over slipping. You follow what I'm saying? Keep those hands up when you're slipping. He's going double jab. Okay.
We need the next 2 rounds, Corey. We don't know. The last 2 you could have won, but we need the next 2.
You gotta give me 3.
Hey, it's time to take over, Corey.
Heading into the championship rounds, and Vadim Nemkov, and we've seen in the past where he's had some issues with the gas tank in the later stages of fights, but here tonight it's a good pace for the champion. He seems in much better shape than he did in their first meeting, and for Corey Anderson, you talk about not wanting to get frustrated. He does have to make adjustments.
He does. He's going to have to change up his ability to land the shots, because first off, he's not throwing as much as Nemkov, and he's not landing as much. So it's just a matter of, then you look at power. Well, Nemkov's been landing with power. Corey's landed a couple of good ones, but it's a matter of he's just not having enough of the wrestling. It hasn't gotten him into him, and he hasn't been able to take him down, and that's what makes Corey so deadly.
And Anderson doesn't check those low kicks to the lead leg again. A shot from long distance, telegraphed, read beautifully by Nemkov, who continues to work the jab, follows it up with a right uppercut. And you saw the unofficial scorecard of Big John McCarthy. It's Nemkov pitching a shutout. And now, there's Anderson crushing space and has Nemkov along the fence, but immediately the champion able to spin out, reset.
Corey throws a nice jab, but the counter by Vadim lands with a little bit more. And normally it's Corey Anderson that is the better counter striker.
Right.
He does a great job with his counter strikes, and in this matchup, he has actually been out counter striked by Vadim for most of it.
Matt Nemkov really loves to use what is a really important punch, and we've talked about it throughout our time working together. The jab is so effective in all forms of combat sports, and it's proving to be a punch that's dictating the terms of this fight for Nemkov.
Absolutely, man. If you've got a good, stiff, straight jab, you can set another fighter back on their heels at any moment in the fight, and that takes energy away from them. It sets them off balance. It makes them feel not comfortable in the fight. Right there, beautiful low calf kick.
Yes.
He needs to go right back to it. After knocking him down with that, go right back just like he just did.
And it is definitely taking a toll on Corey Anderson's takedown attempts. We're becoming more and more telegraphed.
Absolutely. When you take away that foundation, like you're seeing happen right now with Nemkov and those kicks, it makes it very difficult for Corey to utilize that foundation to get those takedowns.
Again, the mouth guard is out of the mouth of Vadim Nemkov, and frustration beginning to show on the part of Corey Anderson, who not going according to game plan so far tonight. Beautiful jab and the outside low kick by Nemkov.
Yeah, we're going to see if Corey starts to change his stance, because that low calf kick is starting to eat up his left leg.
And he is eating far too many jabs to the face, John.
You know, and his corner told him, hey, we need you to win these 2 rounds. And he's trying, he's going after it. He's just not landing at the same volume as Nemkov.
Nemkov, the 8th Bellator light heavyweight champion, defeated current heavyweight champ Ryan Bader via second-round TKO at Bellator 244 in August of 2020. Anderson coming forward, John.
That was a good right hand landed by Anderson that started it. We'll see if he can...
Looking for the takedown, but continues to be shut down. And, man, that mouth guard does not want to stay in the mouth.
Continue to fight, because right now, Corey Anderson has a chance at a takedown. Jason Herzog is not going to stop this. Now he'll stop it.
Stop right there, in your mouth. One more. Ready?
When Corey Anderson was in the UFC, he was a takedown machine and has used those takedown abilities to make it to the final of the Grand Prix. Tonight, Corey Anderson, with 30 seconds left in the penultimate round, is 0 for 13 in the takedown department. Nemkov with a quick peek at the clock, and he is content to let the jab go, continue to keep Anderson at bay, continue to keep Anderson from taking him down.
Опять такой же раунд, можно туда-сюда, понимаешь? Ты весь раунд набираешь, перетыкиваешь, хоть бы, но он потом раз, 2-3 атаки, его вниз садятся. И потом все. Вот этого нельзя допускать. И концовочку пробуй, ну, оставалось.
Take a look at the right hand here by Nemkov. Almost Superman punch it. You see Corey swinging after it. Misses completely. But this kick right here, and this was the difference in this round, that low calf kick. Nemkov, if you want to talk about the most damaging things that happened in that round, it was that right there, the low kicks by Nemkov on Corey's lead leg. It made a big difference in this round.
Nemkov's ability to stymie the takedown, effective in the jabbing department, and we know, we talked about Anderson's vulnerability to those crushing leg kicks. 5th and final round. Who will emerge? Grand Prix champion, $1 million richer, and the right to call themselves Bellator light heavyweight champion. It's Vadim Nemkov, light on his feet to kick off round 5, and he continues to sting Anderson with the jab and those low kicks.
Look, he's going to basics that are working for him. He keeps on going back to them. You can't blame him. That left jab has been fantastic throughout this fight. The low calf kick has done damage. Corey needs to figure out a way to come inside and do damage with his hands that could put him in a position to possibly take it down and get to that ground and pound that he's so effective with.
Corey Anderson told us that he is still fighting to make believers out of his doubters and everyone who, over the years, from odds makers to even people, media, to former bosses, he wanted his respect, he demanded his respect. Here in Bellator, began his Bellator career, 3 consecutive TKO finishes, and after the no contest in their first meeting, unable to get on track thanks to the improvements of the champion, Vadim Nemkov.
And this is where you've got 2 great fighters. Man, you never know. One night could be Corey Anderson's night, one night could be Vadim Nemkov's. This could go where we have a trilogy, and it could change. But both guys putting a lot out right now. Beautiful right hand by Vadim Nemkov.
Well, Anderson has less than 3.5 minutes to change the complexion of this fight. And there, Nemkov going for the spinning attack again. Anderson moving in. There's the left hand from Anderson. Anderson again, trying the takedown and get, yes, John, eats the knee and the inability for Anderson to even set up the takedown is a little surprising. 0 for 15.
It's amazing when you think about it. When you know how good Corey is with his takedowns, the fact that Nemkov has stopped that throughout this fight.
A bravura performance in the takedown defense department by Vadim Nemkov.
Well, he definitely is going to owe a steak dinner to everybody over at ATT that helped him to get to this point. Again, unable to bring him down.
And even Corey Anderson moved to a gym in Indianapolis from, working in New Jersey. And of course, we know what Mark Henry has meant to him. But on this night with 2:19 now left in the fight, Corey Anderson needs something dramatic to happen.
And it's so hard at this point with everything that's happened in the fight. When your arms are full of lactic acid, real heavy. You're still trying to go after it like you're seeing Corey do right here.
Final 2 minutes. Hometown crowd trying to rally the challenger.
Oh!
Crossed by Nemkov.
Solid right hand landed by Nemkov there.
There's another calf kick by the champion.
Well, I'll tell you can see how that's starting to really stiffen up on Corey. Corey's showing a lot of heart right now, Morrow.
Yes. But sometimes, as one of his good friends, Frankie Edgar, found out too, sometimes heart isn't enough, and we find out here tonight that Corey Anderson, unable to land a single takedown against the champion. Vadim Nemkov, meanwhile, has thrown 360 strikes, landed 137 compared to Anderson, who is 64 for 175. Vadim Nemkov came in 7-0 with the 1-0 contest here in Bellator, and bouncing back with one of his more impressive performances as champion, especially when you consider what Corey Anderson is usually capable of.
Absolutely, this is a great performance because we know how good Corey Anderson is as a fighter. This is a guy that's got everything. He's got the wrestling, the stand-up, the gas tank, and Vadim Nemkov has matched that throughout this night. It's been a very impressive performance.
Vadim Nemkov shutting down Corey Anderson in all facets of the fight.
throughout the night. That jab and that right hand found the mark on Corey Anderson. Corey coming back with some counters, but trying to avoid that jab caused him a lot of distress in that uppercut. Then the low kicks came in and just ate up the left leg of Corey Anderson throughout this fight. A couple of head clashes happened again between Corey and Nemkov, and it's just the way their styles match up. No one was intentionally doing anything wrong, but wow, what a performance by Vadim Nemkov, coming back and just being a takedown defender.
And a championship defender. As Vadim Nemkov did what was necessary, went to ATT in Florida, worked on his wrestling, American freestyle style of wrestling, and Fedor Emelianenko, who again will have an opportunity to close out his incredible career by winning the Bellator Heavyweight Championship in a rematch with Ryan Bader, who knocked Fedor out. That'll happen February 4th on CBS, but right here, right now, Vadim Nemkov appears to be, well, there should be no doubt about it. Vadim Nemkov should remain undefeated in the Bellator cage and should remain light heavyweight champion, adding $1 million to his bank account. Corey Anderson, always a student of the game, already breaking down the performance and analyzing it. Who will be the Bellator light heavyweight world Grand Prix winner, light heavyweight champion, and $1 million richer? Michael C. Williams has the answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the decision, we go now to your three judges at cage side. Your first judge, Brian Pugillo, scores the fight 48-47. Judge Rob McCarthy, 49-46. And your third and final judge, Sal D'Amato, 49-46. All have it for the winner by unanimous decision. Now the $1 million winner of the light heavyweight world Grand Prix, and still Bellator light heavyweight world champion, Vadim Nemkov.
The Trosso performance from Vadim Nemkov shatters Corey Anderson's dreams of becoming a champion. Big John McCarthy is standing by with the winner and still Bellator champion.
I'm here with the winner, Vadim Nemkov. Vadim, you put on a masterful performance. There was 15 takedown attempts by Corey Anderson during that fight, and he got absolutely zero. What was the difference that made you able to stop those takedowns this time?
Вадим, отлично ты выступил. Кори Андерсон пытался 15 раз тебя повалить в партер, и все эти 15 раз ты защитил. Почему в этот раз ты смог это сделать?
Потому что я хорошо подготовился, у меня не было никаких подводных камней, и я развил очень высокую скорость, против которой он ничего не смог сделать. В этом заключался мой секрет успеха. Как я говорил, я в реваншах всегда побеждаю, если в меня не верят.
He said, just because I was well prepared, I wasn't distracted, and I kept a very high pace and a lot of movement. And like I said, in rematches, I never lose. You guys didn't believe me.
Not that I didn't believe you, but your left hand, your jab, and that low calf kick were a difference maker in this fight. Was that the plan you had coming in?
Левый удар, джеб и лоу-кик очень помогли тебе в этом бою. Это был план на бой, именно использовать эти приемы.
Да, я хотел держать его на джебе на расстоянии. Я знаю, что он на переднюю ногу сильно опирался, я хотел ее разбить. Но у меня получилось то, что я нарабатывал. Левый джеб, держать его на дистанции, разбить переднюю ногу. Иногда я подключал правую, но он хорошо держит удар, поэтому не получилось свалить его.
He said, yeah, that was a game plan, to keep him away with the jab, and then he's front foot heavy, so I wanted to make sure I kick it and then use the right hand when I can, but he's pretty good at taking punches, so.
Well, I want to congratulate you as the Bellator light heavyweight champion. and the Bellator World Grand Prix Light Heavyweight Champion. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Vadim Nemkov.
Vadim Nemkov celebrating with the legend.
On February 4th, from the Forum in Inglewood, California, Vadim Nemkov's next opponent will be Yoel, the Soldier of God Romero. They will face off on CBS February 4th from the Forum.
So Vadim Nemkov, fresh off of retaining the title in the Grand Prix final, he will next defend the crown against Yoel Romero as part of that blockbuster event, Bellator MMA, making its debut on CBS Saturday, February 4th, a championship doubleheader. The main event, Ryan Bader defends the heavyweight crown against that man, Fedor Emelianenko, in a rematch in what has been announced as Fedor's retirement fight. Well, Vadim Nemkov adding $1 million to his nest egg, and more importantly for him, maintaining his grip on the Bellator light heavyweight title in the rematch against Corey Anderson. One statistic that screams out loud. Anderson going 0 for 15 in the takedown department. I know Josh Thompson, Amanda Guerra, you've got a lot to say about that.
Absolutely, and first of all, it's so cool to see Vadim Nemkov there alongside Fedor. We're both going to see those two friends on that same card coming up on February 4th. Josh, what do you make of Vadim Nemkov? Because he corrected nearly everything from that first fight.
He did correct everything, but as it was a snowball effect, I'm going to go back to that first fight, is that Corey was seconds away from having to go to the judges' scorecards, and he was winning on the judges' scorecards. He would have won the Grand Prix tournament and the $1 million. In this fight, as the takedowns weren't coming and the minutes were slipping away and the rounds were slipping away, frustration setting in. Realizing you can't get to the legs, realize you can't get the takedowns. Because Nemkov had done so well in his preparation and training with guys like Johnny Evelyn, Dalton Rasta, Austin Vanderford, and all of those guys, you saw the difference. You saw the distraction was not there anymore because of what was going on back at home and then doing his home camp here. That is the Nemkov that we have learned to fall in love with. And the fighting style which he brought was fantastic tonight.
It was an absolutely incredible performance from the champ there, and still Vadim Nemkov. We have a new champion as well in the lightweight division in Usman Nurmagomedov. It has been quite a night here at Bellator 288. Bellator MMA returns Friday, December 9th with a 4-fight card worth its weight in gold. Kicking off the night is undefeated in 5th-ranked middleweight Dalton Rasta facing stiff competition in Anthony Davis. Then number 2-ranked bantamweight Patchy Mix goes toe-to-toe with Magomed Magomedov in a 5-round battle to secure a position in the Grand Prix finals. Plus, the former flyweight champ Juliana Velasquez is on the hunt to reclaim her gold and glory after losing the belt to Liz Carmouche in this anticipated rematch. And in the main event, the trash talkers collide on the road to the $1 million prize as the interim bantamweight champ Rafion Supastats faces off against Danny the Italian gangster Sabatello. Both fighters are unbeaten in the Bellator cage. That ends December 9th on Bellator 289. Before we do sign off here from Bellator 288, we want to recognize a very valued member of our crew. We lost just a few short weeks ago Brian Muster, one of our video operators, the son of our senior video operator, Hans Muster, died suddenly in mid-October. He leaves behind a fiancé, 2 small children. Brian will be greatly missed at our Bellator events, and our hearts are with the entire Muster family. There is your winner, Vadim Nemkov, walking off with the belt. Not a long time to rest for him, as we are now going to see him on that card February 4th going up against Yoel Romero. But at least a little time to celebrate. Here's what we saw tonight to begin with 8-0 Roman Feraldo. Those 8 wins, all knockouts. Was looking for more of the same tonight, but Levon Chokli was ready for the game plan. He dominated and handed Roman Feraldo the first loss of his career. A battle of heavyweights. Daniel, the American Predator, making his return to the Bellator cage in front of his hometown crowd in Chicago at 6'6". Looking to use his size to finish Tyrell Fortune. He did just that, put him on his back. In Battle of Featherweights, Daniel Weichel, the 56th fight of his career, going up against a guy who used to watch him growing up, Timur Hizriev. He wins, dominating the entire fight, moving to 12-0. Our co-main event, Patricky Pitbull, Usman Nurmagomedov. Patricky tied for the most knockouts in Bellator history, put his belt on the line, but Usman Nurmagomedov, undefeated at 15-0, wins the belt and adds a title to his name. And finally, the main event, a rematch of the Bellator Light Heavyweight World Grand Prix. Corey Anderson, Vadim Nemkov, meaning 7 months after, it was a different Vadim Nemkov than we saw in the first fight. And still champion of the light heavyweight division. That does it for us. Have a great night.